milestone anniversaries and retirements. This is always a great thing to celebrate. So I appreciate all of our city workforce for the work that they do every single day. A lot of things behind the scenes that most folks aren't even aware of. And so with that, I will pass it to Hans to do some presentations.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. As you stated, it's always a fun time to look at those milestones and honor those who achieve those milestones. We have several employees that have reached several levels of those milestones. Ron Blair, Police Department for 30 years. Michael Coleman, our parking maintenance supervisor for 20 years. Jim Courtney, Assistant Fire Chief, 25 years of service. Ubaldo Huizar, Lead Mechanic for 25 years of service. Edward Leon, Senior Craftswork and Building Maintenance, 20 years of service. Peter Coleman, Firefighter for 20 years of service. And last but not least, Gabe Uribe, Automotive Mechanic for 20 years of services. And we have the Chief of Police here, as well as the Fire Chief, as well as our General Services Superintendent, Chris Dwight, who will fill in for our Public Works Director to say a few words about some of the members of their team. And I think we start with Chief Miller I'm sorry. We have employees all mentioned, but some of them are not here tonight. So I will start with Chris Dwight to talk about the folks in Public Works.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. So we have 4 employees to recognize in the Public Works Department. First one is Ed Leon, Senior Craftsworker. We're recognizing Ed for 20 years of service with the city. Ed is best known for his knowledge of the Presidio. He recently completed a multi-week comprehensive study of the Presidio sidewalk and walkways to highlight trip hazards as a deliverable to our Army partners. Ed's peers appreciated his ability to make music and movie references to lighten the mood in tough situations. He is a gifted plumber and a highly skilled individual. The next we have in the Fleet Division, Gabriel Uribe. We're recognizing Gabriel for 20 years of service in our Fleet Division. He has a consistent and upbeat attitude. Gabe always comes to work with a willingness to take on any task asked of him. His sense of humor is unmatched and appreciated by other members of the Fleet team. Gabe is a highly skilled employee and is a key member of the Fleet Division.
Gabe is also in the audience today. That's Gabe Uribe.
Next, we have Ubaldo Huizar. Ubaldo has worked for the City Fleet Division for 25 years and is considered the heart and soul of the division. His positive can-do attitude, coupled with his vast knowledge of all city-related things, is his most notable attribute. With his extensive knowledge and strong follow-through, Ubaldo continues to be a key staff member responsible for guiding the fleet team toward a positive service delivery organization. Every day working with such a special individual is a privilege. And then lastly, in the parking division, we have Michael Coleman. Michael's marking his 20th anniversary with the city over the past 2 decades. Michael has been a dedicated and valuable member of the parking team, demonstrating remarkable adaptability and commitment. His work in the parking division has been integral to its success, and his willingness to go above and beyond in every situation does not go unnoticed. So those are the 4 from Public Works.
And so I think that concludes our presentations of employees present today, correct? And Gabe, if you want to say a few words, like 10 minutes max, but feel free at the microphone.
Yeah, I do appreciate my time here. This beautiful city has done a lot for me and my family. The guys I work for are a very good group of guys. You may not know us. If you drive a city vehicle, then you know us. But we're pretty tight knit. We work well together. We try to keep it a team effort. And with the years of service, you see a lot of new things coming about with electric vehicles, of course, and things coming out with regulations. But it's always the same. You're always going to have a vehicle that has an operator, that has check engine lights, brakes, tires. Everything needs to be checked on those vehicles. And I think the fleet department is going to be there in the future as well. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
All right, awesome. Thank you again, and congrats to all of our city employees that have reached an amazing milestone in their career at the city of Monterey. All right, and with that, we will move on to item number, I apologize. We're going to open up for public comment on that presentation. So specifically on the recognition of city employees for milestones, anniversaries, and retirement. So if anybody wishes to speak on this item, I'm going to ask you to identify yourself now. And just for those that might be new to the council or haven't been here in a while, the process in order to participate in public comment is you identify yourself at the beginning of the public comment period. So if you're on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. If you're in the chamber, you can identify yourself by either standing up to the left of the podium or raising your hand if you choose to remain seated. Once we've identified everybody that wishes to speak, we'll go ahead and cut that off, and only the people that have been identified will be able to speak. So I'll go ahead and just do a check-in for folks on Zoom if you use the raise hand function. And while you're navigating your way there, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, seeing none in the chamber, we'll go back to Zoom. I'll do a countdown for folks to use the raise hand function to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have nobody on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and close public comment. Anybody in the council wish to speak on this item? Please.
To hear that he's retiring at 30 years. To hear that he's retiring at 30 years, I just want to say a shout out to Ron Blair, who I remember very well when he joined our department. Fine young man and an awesome worker and a great guy to have been able to work with him for several years. And then after retirement, getting to see him at events and on the street. So just shout out to Ron and congratulations in his 30 years. And don't be shy and come out and do things and stay active, because I think that's really important. So just my memories go back with a number of people, but Ron's name stands out as one of the fine people that it's time for him. We can't keep him in jail. We can't hold him up, and we can't deny his retirement. So it's time to say congratulations to Ron Blair.
Well said. Thank you. Let's give it up for Ron. Whew. All right, and with that, we'll move on to item number 2, receive a presentation on city's unfunded actuarial accrued liability pension obligation strategies. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff introduction.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're doing those updates about our pension obligations on a regular basis, but I think the majority of this council hasn't had one for quite some time. And our finance director and 2 consultants, 2 actuarial accountants will present to us where we stand with our pension obligations in the city of Monterey. And you will probably also have an opportunity to ask a lot of questions as usual. There is, I believe, overall a real light at the end of the tunnel, and it's not a truck racing towards you, but it's a real light to see at the end of that. A lot of things have happened that may positively influence our pension obligations. So I hope you are in for a excellent presentation, and hopefully you also share with me the kind of optimism that is can be seen in this presentation, although the numbers look still very grim. So with that, I ask Rafaela to introduce the team members, and then we'll have a presentation of about 15 to 20 minutes by Drew Ballard.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I want to ask Ed, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can-
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good.
I have to always check and make sure that Ed can hear me. Okay, so I wanted to go ahead and introduce, Hans just did a great introduction, so I don't repeat everything that he said. So we have our consultants that are with Foster and Foster. They want to give you give you the update. I know that 3 of you are brand new as far as knowing this information for the unfunded actuarial accrued liability and our pension obligations. So we'll just go ahead and turn it over to Drew, and he will take you through it and ask any questions at the end.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Can everybody hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. And can I share my screen? I have a presentation slide. Will that work? Slide deck?
Are you going to share it on your end?
Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead and try to do so. Let me know if you have any issues with that.
Should be able to see it now.
We got it on our end.
Okay, great. So, Hans and Rafaela kind of teed it up for me, but my name is Drew Ballard. I'm an actuary with Foster and Foster. And today I'm going to focus on going over kind of our independent report on the status of your CalPERS pension plans. So my goal here is to kind of do some education in the beginning, and then we'll show kind of how our analysis shows what the forecast of the future contribution requirements to be. So just kind of starting, from the beginning, the city contracts with CalPERS to provide retirement benefits to its employees. So you basically have 2 separate classifications there of miscellaneous employees and then safety employees, police officers, firefighters. So you get 2 separate valuations from CalPERS. And really what CalPERS is doing on an annual basis is they're collecting all of the employee information from the city, those that are working for the city now and that have already retired and collecting a benefit. And what they're trying to do is assign a value to those future benefits that will be paid to those members, whether if they're retired now or they retire in the future. Okay. And the goal there is that they developed a recommended contribution to CalPERS that the city, they basically send the city, CalPERS sends the city a bill and says, here's the contribution amount for this year, such that if you contribute that amount on an ongoing basis, you will have enough money basically to pay all the benefits when they come due. So the idea is they collect the money, they invest it, they put your money to work, and they pay benefits to the retirees as they retire and continue to receive these benefits in the future. So when the city receives their valuation from CalPERS, essentially there's a lot of numbers in there, there's a lot of information, but what they're trying to figure out is, okay, what is our budget? What is CalPERS saying we owe this year to contribute to CalPERS so that they continue to pay benefits to our retirees? So I'm going to start with a few slides that is actually, this is directly from CalPERS reports. So when the city gets this report, they basically get a bill that says, here's the minimum required contribution that you need to pay to CalPERS so that we can continue to pay benefits. And essentially, there's 2 main components of that contribution requirement. One is what they call the normal cost, and the second is that a payment to pay off any unfunded liability. So the normal costs, I really want here's kind of an educational piece of what does that mean? Why do we have a contribution called the normal cost? And what that is really what's the contribution that the city pays for all of the active employees earning another year of service, another year of benefits, retirement benefits in the plan. Okay. What is the cost of the benefit being accrued this year? Said differently, if we were to contribute the normal cost from a day somebody is hired to the day they're expected to retire, in an ideal environment, that their retirement would be fully funded at retirement. Okay. So right now that total normal cost, and this is for the miscellaneous group, the safety group is a little different, but I just wanted to lay some education, is the employer cost or the total cost, the normal cost is 20%. employees on average pay around 8, so the city's paying about 12% for the accrual of those retirement benefits for all its active employees. The second component is what we call the unfunded liability contribution, which things happen over the years, and benefit formulas change. CalPERS changes their assumptions. CalPERS changes their expected return on their investment portfolio, or the actual investment returns that they yield might be more or less than they expect, in which case an unfunded liability can exist. And that unfunded liability is essentially paid off as a series of mortgages to determine a total payment to eliminate that unfunded liability. Right now, for the miscellaneous plan for the 2026 fiscal year, which was based on the 23 valuation, that unfunded liability bill or contribution is about $10 million. Okay, that represents about 40% of current payroll for miscellaneous employees, which is about $25 million. So the total contribution for next fiscal year, the CalPERS bill is basically, okay, City of Monterey, we're going to need $13 million next year, which reflects about 52% of payroll because of that high unfunded liability contribution. And I'm going to stop a few times to ask for questions, but if you look at the next slide, this is again straight from the CalPERS valuation. This is the ledger of those unfunded liability layers that have been established over the last several years, along with their remaining amortization period or mortgage life, if you will, that's left to eliminate the unfunded liability. So every year, CalPERS will determine how did we perform relative to our expectations on investments and non-investments, and that will be a gain or loss, and that will be essentially recognized over a 20-year period. So at the top of the page here, you can see, there's a couple layers that are at the end of their life. The one here is 3 years remaining. It's about $1.25 million. So there's essentially, after the 2028 payment, that will drop off, and that will lower the city's contribution. There's another one that's about 6 years remaining. That's about $1 million. That reflects, 4 to 5% of payroll right now. So, Hans said there's light at the end of the tunnel. There is some help coming that those bases will be fully eliminated, and we'll see that as we get into the forecast. But those are the two main components when you receive your bill from CalPERS that determine how much money the city needs to budget each year. And that'll change a little bit each year when CalPERS gets the new data, employee data as of June 30th of each year, and reruns their valuation. So the most recent one you got was data as of June 30, 23, because it takes them quite a while to get all that data and process valuations for, like 900 agencies across the state that contract through them for retirement benefits. So moving forward, then we'll get into our analysis. This is just the current schedule for the miscellaneous plan. There's about $105 million in unfunded liability as of their projection as of June 30, 25. And the annual payment right now is about $10 million to eliminate that $100 million mortgage. So you can see the schedule of payments that essentially that unfunded liability will continue to be eliminated, assuming they hit their targets, and will be reduced to zero in about 25 years. So still a long ways out, but you can see the payment starts to reduce, 7 to 8 years from now because of a lot of those layers being fully recognized. The last thing that I do want to talk about before we get into our results is this idea of class. If you're not familiar with CalPERS or participation in CalPERS, there's basically two classifications of the membership for each miscellaneous and safety, which would be a classic membership and PEPRA. So PEPRA was a pension reform that was signed into law around the state for all new hires after January 1, 2013. And it changed the benefit level that is provided by the city under CalPERS for those employees that are hired. It lowered the benefit, lowered the cost, and it requires that a member under PEPRA pays half of the normal cost. So on this slide here, you can see that the total normal cost for the classic group is about 23% of payroll, and the total normal cost for the PEPRA group is about 16%. So less expensive benefits, which will phase in over time. Right now, the membership is about a 50-50 split, right? Half our classic employees, half our PEPRA. So half have the higher normal cost, half have the lower. As the classic members continue to terminate or retire from the city, they'll be replaced with a new member under PEPRA, and their annual cost will be lower, which will help put some downward pressure on the funding requirements from the city to pay for those benefits. Okay, so moving forward, now I'm going to get into the analysis that we did, which is going to go over the results and projection of future contribution rates, and then talk about strategies to pay off that unfunded liability. So the slide here just goes over the long, about 25-year history of the CalPERS investment returns. So you can see the green line, right? A lot of market and the volatilities. Based, 2021, they had about a 21% return. 2022, they had about a -6. So that volatility does impact the valuations that they're doing and ultimately the contribution that is required from the city, but they do phase it in over a 5-year period. But right now they're expecting to earn about 6.8% per year. So if they earn less than 6.8, that is a loss, right? They didn't earn as much as they expected, and that could increase the city's contribution. So in 2022, when they earned -6, they thought they were going to earn 7. That was basically a 13% loss that increased the unfunded liability that's being paid off over a 20-year period based on that schedule that I just showed. We are basically running out that schedule of all those unfunded liability layers to determine what we think what the contribution will be going forward as that schedule continues to be paid off and some of those layers continue to drop off. The next slide just shows you the difference in the benefit for the miscellaneous classic, which is the blue line, and the PEPRA, which is the red line. So miscellaneous employees were eligible to retire essentially earlier than the PEPRA employees, and they hit their multiplier earlier at age 55 versus age 62. So that's why the cost to fund those benefits is less for the PEPRA group. Going forward, just going to skip a couple slides there to keep it moving. This next page just shows you kind of where the status is of your population. The red bar here is the active membership over time, and the blue are those that are retired and receiving benefits from CalPERS. And you can, 20 years ago, there was a lot more employees that were active earning benefits than there were retired because of the maturity of the plan. As we've gone on and on, people continue to retire. People are living longer than they used to. There's a lot more retirees than active employees. So there's a lot more members with a shorter lifespan left to pay for their benefits. So that adds some contribution volatility and some risk on the CalPERS meeting their return expectations. So just to show a snapshot of where the plans are, the miscellaneous plan right now, you've got about $109 million in unfunded liability. You've got about $325 million in actuarial liability, so $215 million in assets, so about 66% funded. So the idea that CalPERS is giving you this contribution each year is how do we fund from 66% funded to 100% funded essentially over the next 20 years? What does that contribution look like to eliminate that $109 million and get us to 100% funded? And that's how they're developing the required contribution that you have. Safety, about $90 million in unfunded liability, $159 million in assets. Again, close, about 64% funded. What the CalPERS current valuation doesn't show is that in 2020, fiscal 2023-24, CalPERS actually earned 9.5% relative to their 6.8% expectation. So they outperformed against their expectations. So they had a gain. So next year we would expect your unfunded liability to be a little lower, and also the city's contribution requirement will get some help from that as well, because you'll recognize that gain over 20 years as a credit. So moving forward, in our projections, I showed this on the last couple slides ago. Right now, for the miscellaneous, the PEPRA group is about, the population is about 50-50. For safety, it's about 60% classic, 40% PEPRA. So this next page kind of gets into, I've kind of gotten through my educational piece, and now we'll get into the meat of the results. Hans mentioned a light at the end of the tunnel. So this is really the projection of the city's required contributions as a percentage of payroll over the next 10 years. Okay, so based on the most recent CalPERS valuation, we're at about 51%. And you can see that after about 3 years in 28, 29, one of those layers I was talking about is going to be fully paid off, and you will get a reduction in the contribution rate. And that'll continue to happen as there's another layer that's 6 years remaining that will get fully paid off. So as a percentage of payroll, you kind of expect it to be flat for a little while, and then you'll see some of those gains from eliminating those unfunded liability payments, and it'll be decreasing over time over the next 10 years slightly. And I'll show you a longer term projection here shortly. Safety, slightly different picture here. It's more so a little flat or increasing in the short term because the shortest layer left on the safety plan is 11 years. So we need to basically get through the next 10 years before we fully paid off the shortest layer to see some of those benefits, which you can see at the end of the projection period starts to taper off there at the end. Otherwise, kind of flat in the short term based on the current schedule of those individual mortgages, if you will. The next slide goes into a longer term view, next 30 years. Okay, so this is where we start to see, okay, what's the ultimate project contribution rate of the plan once we, achieve that desired goal of 100%, which if assumptions, do hold true, the contributions that you're paying now will eventually eliminate that unfunded liability. So you can see that it continues to go down and down and down and down as a percentage of payroll until it's completely eliminated. The plan is 100% funded, at which point you would only be required to contribute that normal cost, which is about 10% of payroll from the city. Safety, very similar picture, just stays a little higher, a little longer, and then starts to be eliminated. And again, the normal cost for safety employees is about 17% to the city, as their benefits are a little typically a little higher than miscellaneous employees. I'm trying to run through this quickly so we can get to questions, but also make sure that you understand the valuable points of what you can expect going forward. So the next few slides, we really just break it out by the unfunded liability payment and the normal cost payment to get to the total for miscellaneous and safety. And then one thing to point out is if we were to convert those contributions, we'd be talking in percentages of covered payroll, the payroll for the entire city employee membership in CalPERS. What if we were to convert that to dollars? Right now, we'd be about $12.5 million for the miscellaneous plan. So we saw that there would be some reprieve on the budget as a percentage of payroll. But keep in mind, we expect your total payroll for your membership to increase. CalPERS actually expects it to increase at 2.8% per year as people continue to receive compensation increases, possibly some growth in the membership. So the dollar amount will actually be a little bit increasing. But again, remember, they expect their assets to increase as well by 6.8%. So you can see we kind of expect the city's contribution for the miscellaneous plan to be about 12.5 million. 5 years from now, maybe 13.5, and at the end of the 10 years, about just over 14 million. For safety, a little bit different picture again, because the contribution rate is actually going up in the short term and the payroll is going up. So you can see the dollar amounts will go up from about 10.5 million to $13 million over the next 5 years, and ultimately keep increasing as that payroll continues to go up to a $16 million contribution in 2036. Assuming, again, that CalPERS earned 6.8% on their investments and status quo on their assumptions. So in total, if we were to combine all of your CalPERS plans, we would essentially assume that the city's budget, again, in dollar amounts, is going to increase over the next 10 years from about $23 million to $30 million, even though as a percentage of payroll for those employees, it might be decreasing. Any questions on any of the information we've gone over? I know there's a lot to cover in 20 minutes, so I'm trying to go quickly, but any questions so far on some of this information or the graphs that you're seeing in what we're forecasting for your budgeting requirements?
Any questions, council?
No.
All right. Nope. I think we're good at this point.
Okay, one thing I do want to talk about that we've talked about with Rafael and Hans is, okay, we've got this unfunded liability, right? It's essentially $200 million between the two plans. How do we eliminate, right? CalPERS is going to say, okay, we're going to systematically eliminate it over 20 years, just like a 20-year mortgage. Give us $10 million for miscellaneous, give us $10 million for safety, we'll pay it off over the next 20 years. The city has considered alternative strategies to manage that unfunded liability, and that's the last section that I want to focus on. So, one thing that you can do, and the city has actually done, has opened what we call a Section 115 pension trust, and what essentially that means is they're putting additional budgeting reserves or funds into a side fund, essentially a fund that is not controlled by CalPERS and is not recognized by CalPERS when they do the valuation. And that money is being invested. It's with PARS right now. It's being invested with a certain strategy, I think to earn 5+% per year. And what the city can do as that side fund continues to grow is they'll be able to use that to supplement their CalPERS contributions, right? So let's say that fund, right now I think it's about $2.5 million in it, so a pretty small percentage of that unfunded liability. But I think there's some policies in place to continue contributing to that, to have it grow, and ultimately it'll be used to help the city either make payments to CalPERS or make additional payments to CalPERS to reduce their unfunded liability, or possibly something else we're going to talk about is stabilizing that contribution as a percentage of payroll. So, that's one nice thing about the 115 trust is you get that flexibility of putting the money, budgeting what you want, whereas CalPERS says you have to pay us at least this, and it gets invested separately, and you decide when you want to take it out and use it. But it has to be earmarked to eventually go to CalPERS one way or another, or to reimburse yourself for payments you made to CalPERS. And the only thing to consider there that's different than giving it directly to CalPERS is it's not reflected in reducing your pension liability for accounting purposes in the city's financial statement. The other option that we're going to talk about is, what if we just gave CalPERS more money? They say we need $10 million to pay off the unfunded liability. What if we gave them 20 this year? What would that look like? And I want to show you kind of the differences in those options. And there's pros and cons to both. I talked about the 115 trust being flexible. You get to choose how you want to invest it, whereas CalPERS, they pay a CIO, Chief Investment Officer, a lot of money to direct their investments. You get to choose that 115 trust, how you want to invest it separately from CalPERS. But again, it doesn't reduce the GASB liability. When you give money to CalPERS, it's theirs essentially, forever, even if it reduces your future contributions. They invest it how they want to, but it does reduce the liability that goes in your financial statement. So those are kind of the different options. So going through kind of the last slides here, right now you have about $2.36 million in this PARS Section 115 trust, which again isn't going to move the needle much based on how much the current requirements are for the city. But what I wanted to do was, okay, what if eventually this trust, we kept giving money to this trust and it's earning 5% per year, and eventually it does reflect a certain percentage of our unfunded liability, and we can deploy those assets to assist us in managing our CalPERS unfunded liability. So our kind of hypothetical scenario is, what if that trust had 10% of the unfunded liability in it? So for miscellaneous, just under 10 million, remember the unfunded is about 110, and safety about 8.4 million. What could we do to use that? So essentially what you could do is a couple things. You could say, well, we're going to take the $10 million from the trust and we're going to use that to pay CalPERS instead of paying it out of our pocket. Or you could do a combination of money from the city's general assets and from the trust to satisfy CalPERS minimum required contribution. Or another thing that we talk about is stabilizing your budget, right? So if you say, okay, we're going to target that we're going to pay CalPERS 44% of our employee payroll each year. And when we get the bill from CalPERS, anything above that, we're going to pull from our 115 trust, right? What would that look like? Well, based on our contribution projections right now, for example, the miscellaneous plan, the contribution is already over 44%. So it's going to be a while until we would deploy those funds, but it would look a little something like this graph where those 115 funds would continue to be invested and hopefully earning about 5% per year until you're ready to use them. And then you would basically have this target rate where you say, okay, the city's going to pay 44% of payroll. Anything else that we owe CalPERS is going to come from that 115 trust to help us alleviate our cash requirement from our budget. So you use the side fund. So that's one thing, one strategy that can be employed is basically the difference between these two lines is what would be pulled from the 115 trust to satisfy your CalPERS contribution. Okay. Another option is CalPERS talks about this additional discretionary payment. That's what they call it. So when you get the valuation and everything we've gone over so far, the CalPERS requires you contribute at least that much. They give you a bill, you got to pay this much each year. But you can always give CalPERS more, right? So what if we gave them more money? What could we do with that money? So what we did was a hypothetical scenario of what if we gave them 10% of the unfunded liability? So again, about $10 million for the miscellaneous plan. And what you could do is if we go back to, you think about that ledger of all those layers, that you could target certain layers and say, we want to eliminate the ones with the shortest remaining period or the longest remaining period. And there's some strategy to both of those because what you're doing is essentially having a down payment now to reduce your interest payments later, right? So if what we showed here is if you targeted that $10 million to those shortest layers, remember 3 years remaining, 6 years remaining, you just want to pay that off. Well, over the long term, that $10 million would go to work for you by the fact that you're giving it, just like paying additional to a mortgage, right? You're saving interest payments down the road. And the dollar amount of those savings we project would be about $1.8 million. So you would be saving yourself interest over the long term about $1.8 million. And immediately you would be lowering your CalPERS contribution in fiscal 26 by $2.4 million. Alternatively, you could say, listen, we want to use this month, we want to pay $10 million and we want to get the biggest benefit long term. And we want to target those layers that are remaining at 25 years left, 23 years left. And we just want to get rid of them so we don't have to keep paying CalPERS 6.8% interest on those. Well, if you did that, you would essentially save about $9.5 million over the next 25 years instead of just saying, okay, we're just going to keep paying CalPERS invoice as they come due. The difference there is you're targeting a longer layer. So you're saving a lot on interest, but you're not moving the needle a lot in the short term on the city's contribution requirements. So, you're basically your 26 contribution would be about $700,000 lower instead of 2.4 million. So save more now or save more later, or pay more now or pay more later, right? That's kind of the alternatives you have in managing that unfunded liability. And again, these are strategies that can be used rather than just saying, okay, we're going to get our report from CalPERS every year. And once we get that CalPERS, we're going to go to our general assets and we're going to budget the amount. This would be going above that budget. You want to use a side fund where you can control how much money you put in there each year and invest it the way you want to, or do you want to say, all right, CalPERS, we want to lower our contribution going forward and we want to save some interest long term. Here's $10 million. Please reflect this in our next valuation. So the last graph I have is really showing the dollar contribution, whereas the big green bar is the current projection. And then if we eliminated some of those short bases, you get the bigger impact in the short term, the biggest dollar savings in the short term. But eventually, it's only those 3 6-year layers. So after 7 years, you'll be right back on the same path. And if you eliminate the longer ones, you'll have a smaller payment for the next 25 years. So you'll have not as small not as big of a reduction in the short term, but it'll last longer. And that's why you get those bigger interest savings. That's really, what I wanted to share with you guys. So hopefully understanding when you get the bill from CalPERS, what does everything mean? What does the next 10 to 30 years look like, assuming CalPERS, hits their targets? And then what strategies can we employ as a city to manage this unfunded liability of $200 million on the books right now to use additional budgeting contributions to help us in the future to eliminate some of that unfunded liability and fund from 66% towards 100%. And with that, I will wrap it up. Guess I can get rid of my screen share unless we have any specific questions, so that I can see you guys better and answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation, Drew. We'll open it up for the council for questions.
Thank you, Drew. I just have one question, and that's the definition of the flexibility of the 115 pension trust. Is it so flexible that if we had another COVID year, or if, God forbid, we have to shut down our military bases and we really face a dramatic challenge, we could take the money out, or is it not that flexible?
Flexibility that we put in there is the flexibility from the city's flexibility to use the funds when you want to. Here's the catch, right? Once you put that 115 trust, it's earmarked for pensions. Okay. So when you pull it out, it has to go to CalPERS. Or if you pay CalPERS $5 million, you can say, okay, I'm going to reimburse myself the $5 million from the trust for a net zero. But essentially, it's going to CalPERS one way or the other. But you don't have it. It's flexible because you get to decide when you want to give it to CalPERS, and you get to decide how you want to invest it currently. Or if you want to put no money in, or another $1 million in, or $2 million. Whereas CalPERS, they say, give us at least this much every year, right?
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'd like to hear from the public first.
Okay. All right. With that, we will go ahead and open it up for public comment. So anybody on Zoom, I request that you use the raise hand function to be identified. And for those in the chamber, if you would be willing to stand up to the left of the podium, and if you prefer, you can remain seated to just identify yourself by raising your hand. Anybody else in the chamber? We just have the one speaker. Okay, so we'll go ahead and cut it off in the chamber. I'll do a check-in on Zoom, count down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have nobody on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
My name is Nelson Big. I just have a couple of questions about this other money that you're considering, or I'm assuming you're giving the council the possibility of putting that money separately in something else. And being that there's a long-term finance, I would say that any money that the city has should be just given back to CalPERS and continue to pay down. It seems to me that you're taking this money and putting it in here for another investment group of people, and no one is talking about the downside if they should lose money, and now we're even off worse. We know what the liability is. We know what the payment is. We should take the easiest fixed structure to get out of this unfunded liability that has been around for probably 20 years. Because I think it was in 2006 or 2007 when this thing blew up and was becoming a problem. So to save the city before some other catastrophe happens, like she just mentioned, I think she mentioned that if the base closed down, or something happened to the aquarium, which is, brings a lot of tourism, or something happens to our tourism industry, this is a substantial liability that was put upon us many years ago that the city has, in my opinion, kicked down the can because they can with the help of CalPERS. And you are going to be taxing my children and my grandchildren who live here in the services that they'll need in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Vega. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for discussion. Please.
Yeah, just a couple of comments. A lot to take in, a lot to think about. So thank you. Thank you, Drew. Appreciate your quick lesson in math. I would be interested to, view this again in terms of the budget year, when we're going to be talking about what is the balance of the 115, how much money we would want to contribute to 115. And it seems like that would be the time where we would then evaluate the next moves. And I would also be interested to know more, and this is our finance director's portion, is in the future. One of our speakers talked about the risk of a side fund and the risk of investment. I'd like to know more about how secure is that at 4.5% to 5% interest in that side fund. And maybe that's something that we don't want to take tonight, but it's something I think we should look at in the future in terms of if we're talking about a 5% return on an investment managed with outside, I would imagine that's not too difficult to get to, but there may be some nuances of that if there's some guarantees, if there's some way to make sure that if we lose anything, it's only a smaller portion. So I'd like to know more about how we do the investment to ensure that we get that at least a 5% return. So those are, I think, conversations to have at the budget time.
Anybody else? I'll just provide a thought. I think having the Section 115 was a great way of moving forward. It does provide for that flexibility. I agree with Mr. Vega's comments, though, in regards to our need to try to find any solutions that we can to pay down that pension liability as soon as possible, because that is a kicking the can down the road and putting that liability on future generations. And we need to help resolve that as quickly as possible. So one of the things that was really interesting for me in the presentation was the additional discretionary payment. I think it would be great to have something built into our, either if it's our investment strategy or our, what is the word I'm looking for? Our savings strategy, where we're putting a line item there to where at some methodology we have some space to put some funding, some of that additional funding into CalPERS to help pay down the unfunded liability here. So just kind of some additional thoughts and about how we might be able to address that. Of course, when it comes to the budget, everything is fighting and competing for different interests. But I think that the idea of us being a little bit more aggressive is favorable in regards to a way ahead there. So seeing no other comments, I'm going to thank you again, Drew, for joining us today. And hopefully you'll be able to join us again in the future.
Yeah, thank you guys so much.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Alrighty. And with that, we will go ahead and jump to general public comments. So this is for items that are not on today's agenda. Same process. We'll check for folks that want to speak on general public comments. So again, items not on today's agenda. For folks on Zoom, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll check in the chamber. For anybody in the chamber who wishes to speak on items that are not on today's agenda, I'd ask for you to stand up to the left of the podium or identify yourself if you want to remain seated by raising your hand. So I see two folks in the chamber that are standing. Am I missing anybody? Okay. And with that, I'll go ahead and check online real quick. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's nobody online. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Hi, good evening. I wanted to come today due to the fact that my friend's 4-year-old daughter picked up this crystal meth in the bathroom over at the baseball park. I was obviously very concerned as she's 4. And I called out to the city. I've left 3 messages with no contact back to try to find out what the protocol was, because when my sister called me and let me know about what had happened. I said, are they, closing down the bathrooms, or did somebody put up a sign, out of order, do not use? Because you don't know whatever else is in this bathroom, and if this girl would have ingested this, she would have died. And so I found out that at that time there was no protocol, which I was actually very troubled to discover, especially with the amount of drugs that have been rampant around our street over the last 10 years. The fact that us as moms are having to band together for common sense is absolutely ridiculous. I'm glad now that they're looking into creating protocols, because it's not very hard. It's something to be done as much as just putting a note on the door. I'm in management. That is my job. So these things happen at other properties. These things happen at businesses. We know what to do. How do you guys not know what to do? That's what you guys are here for every day. So again, I just wanted to reiterate the fact that I had left also 3 messages with no phone call back. My sister reached out to 2 of the council members, and she got one message from one and not one from the other one, which is unfortunate because it's his district. So that was why I was wondering, with all of these districts, are people only concerned about what's happening in their district? Because as Monterey residents, we're all over Monterey. And so it gets very confusing and divisive of who's responsible for what areas, let alone when drugs are found at one district manager's baseball park, and then he has no feedback, no comment, no email response. So a lot of people, because it was picked up and put online, a lot of people were saying, oh no, you call this number, you call this, this, and this. I'm here to say nobody called me back. I'm here to say nobody bothered to email my sister back. And we are very vigilant. So I find it concerning that nobody cared for what was going on. And I'm really concerned about the activities that I continually see around the area. So that's what I came to talk about tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, Katrina Hensey. I just have a request. If we've got an item that's a non-routine issue that might stimulate public interest and comments, can we possibly move it up sooner in the meeting so any public that's here to comment on it doesn't have to wait through all of the other?
Which item number are you talking about?
I'm looking at the second reading of ordinance amending chapter 23. So I'd need to wait to comment on that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But yeah, just if we can move it up sooner.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, we will go ahead and close public comment. I think we will get to item 13 relatively soon. It's not too far away from where we are, so I think if we keep the order, we'll be able to loop back around to that item pretty quickly. Perfect. No worries. Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and move to the consent agenda. There's been a request to pull item number 6. Anybody else on the council wish to pull an item?
Well, 6 is pulled, but a comment on 5.
Okay, and before that, I'll just check in. Anybody else want to pull anything? Okay. Comment on 5.
Yes. So I know tonight it's the second reading. We're talking about agenda item 5, second reading for the ordinance to amend the Monterey City Code, Chapter 17, relating to the relocation of vessels during the city-sponsored harbor events. So I think that the other part of that is the new requirement of insurance on the boats on moorings or in the harbor. So I just wanted to give some feedback. I've heard from a couple of folks that have boats that are older, that are wood, and they are struggling to determine some reasonable prices in insurance. So I support the concept of this, but the concern I have, and I just want to bring it out, is that the feedback that I'm getting from some of the older boats, and these are not liveaboards, that the insurance costs are dramatically increased over what they were in previous years, and the cost in some cases to pull the boat out for inspection. So I think that this is a problem we're going to face. I know that the timeline of this is by September of 2025, we're requiring all the boats to have insurance, but I would ask that we keep our ears to the ground, and we may need to come back with some modifications or some flexibilities. But I do want to ask one question, and it's more just comments, but if I could ask the city manager to communicate with me offline, I have these questions. What would be the appeal process if someone was not able to make it in September? And what happens when the boat is out for repair and September comes along? As long as they're paying their bill and the boat's not there, are we taking any action? So I would just indulge to ask the city manager to give me some of that feedback offline. And I know we have a lot of commenters tonight for other matters, so I don't need to open it up. So that's the only thing. Concern over insurance and questions on what's the appeal process, and the other question about what happens when boats are out for repair and September comes, as long as they're making their payment. So I need some answers on that, so I can give some constituents some feedback.
So Mr. Mayor stepped away for a second. If you would provide some guidance in terms of next.
You can, sorry, make a motion to see if there's a motion to approve the consent agenda with minus item number 6.
All right, thank you. There you have it. Is there
I'll make a motion that we approve of consent items and make approval with the exception of item number 6.
any second? All right. Do we need a roll call on this? Reminder, please? No, okay. Everybody in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All right. I'll hand it over to Mr. Mayor.
So consent is good. So we're on to item number 6. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and request that we table item number 6. And I just want to provide a little bit of context. It's a little disappointing to see the agenda report provide some information in regards to the history of travel being paid for by the city for council members. Just last year, the city paid for a trip for me to visit a sister city. So all the facts aren't spelled out there. Additionally, when I came onto the council, I had asked this question pretty candidly around the need for a policy as it relates to travel, because as a new council member, I didn't know how that worked, and had received a response that essentially said we can move funding around if we need it and address that as those issues come up. All that being said, as identified in the staff report, there's an effort to have a policy established, and I think that that's really going to be a healthy space for us to have a good conversation in regards to how we move forward with discussing council having travel paid for, whether it be to a sister city or otherwise. Council members all the time go to conferences, go to board meetings outside of the area that the city pays for. And so I think just having a really clear policy and procedure around that, I think will be really helpful towards how we move ahead. So for now, I'm going to go ahead and ask that this item be tabled, and then ask staff to, at the earliest opportunity, to bring back the policy so that the council can take that on for consideration. So with that,
May I ask
are
a
there
question?
any questions?
Yes, yes. So I'm confused about what you're describing is a future discussion that involves travel policy, because we currently have a travel policy. It's chapter 6.
If I can just clarify, travel policy specifically for the council, that policy that's included in the agenda package is for city staff in general, it's for how we operate travel for the city, but I'm talking about travel specifically for the council.
Well, this
staff-
actually
Okay.
refers to council members.
I understand. I think there's an additional layer of travel policy that goes, it's a little bit more in depth. And I think staff has something kind of generally put together already around it. So that's the ask.
Okay, so I don't have any problem talking about a future policy, but you want to table this. I think we've got a lot of folks here that we're ready to speak on this. So
Yep,
are you
we'll go out
going
to
to listen
public
to
comment.
them?
Absolutely.
Okay, so it includes public comment.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Anybody else have questions at this time? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open it up for public comment. So for folks that are in the room, you can go stand to the left of the podium. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. And for folks in the room, you can either raise your hand or stand to the left of the podium. I see 2, 4, 5 folks standing to the left. And I see 2, 3 hands up. So you have 1 back here, 2 right here. Anybody else in the chambers?
2, 3, 6, 7. I believe I'm seeing 7.
2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, so we're going to cut off to those folks in the chamber, and then we're going to jump to Zoom. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 3 on Zoom. I'm going to go ahead and keep this to 1 minute, simply because we're going to be bringing this back for further discussion as we discuss the policy. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
I think I can manage that. Rick Aldinger, I'm speaking today as a resident of Monterey. And I just want to say that I think that, the Sister City program that we have in effect is a good, worthwhile program. I just want to make sure that everyone knows that I see it as a good thing. The suggested travel expenses, I believe, should not be put on the backs of the taxpayers. Had I been aware that this happened previously in an open discussion, I would have opposed it at that point as well. We're already over budget on that line item in our budget. I think that weighs heavily in a decision to do this. We just received a pretty dire budget outlook on the CalPERS situation. And, more discretionary spending of any sort, I think, needs to be looked at very carefully. It's not a huge amount, but it needs to be considered very carefully. I urge you to find a source of private funding for this. Thank you.
Mayor Nelson Vega, it's shocking that the presentation before showed us that we're almost $200 million upside down in our pension, or better. It could be worse, and you're asking us to pay for basically a vacation. This should be done by private organizations that fund these things before. Could be the Italian Society, whatever it may be, but it should not be the public, because the public is a broad scope of people. And therefore, this is specifically for a city, a venture to a city. So this is truly egregious, in my opinion. And you should really not only table this, you should just drop this thing and go back to what it used to be. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Carol Chorbajian, Monterey resident and business owner. Rick said some of what I was going to say. I was disappointed to see, when I saw it in the paper yesterday, it said it was a meeting to consider. And then when I looked at the agenda, I saw it on the consent agenda, which means to approve, to me, not consider. I've been involved with Nanau and Dubrovnik visits, and my impression over the years is that there were committees and groups that were formed to raise funds to support travel, for us to go, for them to come, for people to have dinner, to buy gifts, and it was all done privately. Why have we not looked into? This is a new sister city, the newest sister city relationship since 2017. I haven't seen any, I don't know. I don't know the answer. Has there been any activity with them? But have we looked into, as Nelson said, do we have a local committee that we could go to that could help in raising the money to get us to go and for them to come? I think at this fiscal time, it's an important thing for us to consider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Nancy Selfridge, resident of Monterey and former council member. I helped start 2 of the sister cities in Turkey and also in Lankaran, Azerbaijan. I'm very strongly in favor of the Sister City program, but one of the conditions that I was told when I helped start this program was that it could be with no city money. I have been to Azerbaijan 4 times and Turkey twice that they have paid for my trip. I have also had people come from those countries here, and groups have helped sponsor and fundraise for me to bring them people here, and they paid for their own expenses a lot of times. Azerbaijan is a very strategic geographical location right now because it borders both Russia and Iran. It is 17 miles. Lankaran is 17 miles from the border of Iran, so it is very important for Americans to go there. But I do feel that it is important for the groups here to help raise money for us to keep these programs together. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Bob Paulus, a resident of Monterey, and always proud of Monterey and how we run. I think some of the issues probably depends on because of where it's going to Italy. If it was a sister city of Tallahassee, Detroit, or something, I don't know, people wouldn't care as much, but it makes it a little more appalling, I think, to some. I think a big part of this is a communication effort to the public as to what is the purpose of the sister city program. What's the ROI on that? And is that money maybe better spent on an advertising marketing campaign there? But getting some data out there to the public will help them understand a little better as to the sister program and how well it works and what it does for us. As we spend those dollars, which are tight right now, I just appreciate a better information for us. Thank you.
I echo everything that was just said. It's really hard being cut down to a minute. I didn't like having it on the consent agenda. Most people don't know anything about a consent agenda. They're busy working. When you guys do a good job, you don't hear anything from us. So we don't like coming up here and complaining, but this one is a big complaint. We're really underwater financially. My little experience recently, we wanted to plan a party for my great-granddaughter. We wanted to use a community room at a park, city park, and they're closed to the public because there's no funds. So the money for this trip could have been used for that, to have city staff. That's just one little instance. So like was said before, please find private funds to do this and to bring this back and then ask for what sounds like more funds for more trips. I don't agree with that at all. I think there's plenty of money for meetings and travel expenses and not to be eaten up with sister city trips.
Good afternoon. My name is Carl Autsen, and I've served about 18 years with the city on various commissions. Architectural Board, Planning Commission, City Council, 8 years on the council and 6 years as vice mayor. And not one time has the city ever paid anything for my private use or done something I haven't done for the city. Give you one example. The city joined National League of Cities when we had the downturn in the economy because of the closure of Fort Ord. I went with another council member and the city manager and a person by public work by name Fred Muir. It was a working trip. We went and saw a different department. We talked to our senator, Pete Wilson. We talked to our representative, Leo Panetta. We saw people from public work. Yes, so that was 4 days and 4 nights we were paid for. But just 1 second. when I've never been in Washington DC before.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So anyway, I asked to stay 2 more nights. They say the city, you're on your own. You in 4 days. That's okay.
Thank you.
You're on your own.
I apologize. I don't mean to cut you off, but I just want to make sure we're fair to everybody. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I wanted to point out a couple of things. I've been attending and watching council meetings for a very long time. Probably Nancy is probably the one that's been watching the most of them. And I can tell you, I've never seen this item come up on an agenda before, ever. And it's my understanding that nobody sees the agenda that staff, meaning the city manager, puts together until they're distributed. So that it was on consent wasn't a decision made by you guys, the council, nor has it ever been on an agenda before that I recall, so that the public was involved in the conversation like they are being prodded to now because of social media, the current political climate, our budget problems and whatnot.
It's 30 seconds.
Keep going.
There is a policy apparently of some kind, but it's deficient in how to approach the problem of going over that budget. And so if staff was asked to revisit the policy and didn't get around to it, then the staff should take the flak, not this council. You guys are all, other than one of you are new to this council, and you shouldn't have to take the flak for it. And the timing of it being on the agenda is very suspicious to me. Last council meeting, or the one before, was when the city manager got his performance evaluation, and then all of a sudden it shows up on here for the first time ever. So I think there's a little bit of questioning on how this came about and what the real purpose is to stir up the public. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll take it online.
I'm calling on Lori Mazuka.
Good evening, everyone. Well, I wrote a letter, so my comments are in there, and because this is being pulled, tabled sort of, I'm just going to say you can go read my comments, and we've also been cut down to a minute, but to that last person that spoke, it's right in the agenda report that in recent months, city council members have been asking to take money out of the general funds to do this. So I kind of don't like the accusatory tone toward the city staff. I think there's probably enough blame to go around, but number one, just that eye-popping $13 million unfunded pension liability that's going to take 25 years to pay off should give everyone in this room pause, and no egregious, frivolous, self-serving spending should go on in the future. So I don't want to see this on a consent agenda in the future. I don't think we should modify the budget. I don't think we should modify the policy. Thank you.
Our next speaker is a telephone caller with the last 3 digits, 436. Go ahead, please.
So good afternoon. My name's Eloise Shim, and I used to live in Monterey, but now I live in Salinas. And I'm on the Historic Resources Board in Salinas, and we're a volunteer organization. We don't get paid any money or anything. And I've spent money to travel to get more information for our board and to educate myself. And I don't really even get education credits, let alone any money for it. So I really think it's frivolous that the city council wants more money for travel when they have travel expenses via the staff, and also they got a big I don't know how much it was. I don't think it was 4 times like they had in Salinas, 4 times their stipend that they get, but it was at least twice as much recently. So yeah, I don't really think that they should
All right, I'm sorry, your time was up and my beeping on the phone version wasn't working, but you did get a little more than your 1 minute. Next speaker is Mr. Glenzer.
Hi, this is Kent Glenzer. And I had so much to say about this item until Tyler said, we really need to pull this item because it's actually a policy issue. And I think he's right. And I think there's a lot of other things, going on. For example, what Esther said. But I really think this is a policy issue, and I just want to thank Tyler for pulling this agenda. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council. Any final comments before, or actually, do I need a second on the table?
Make a motion and have it seconded.
Okay, so I move to table this item. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any other discussion before we?
Yeah, I'm curious. So in the staff report, staff does on page 31 say staff plans to bring a council member travel and reimbursement policy forward to the city council to consider in the spring prior to the city's 25-26 budget. Just so that we know is stated by the city count or the city staff. So by tabling this, are you saying that you plan on bringing this back in a couple of weeks, or are you saying it's going to come back in the budget time when we also have staff making a presentation on their recommendations?
I'm not saying anything at this point. I'm just tabling the item so we can move on to focus on the rest of the city business today.
Okay, so I just want to also say thank you for those that came to make their concerns known and those who also called in. I know there's been a variety of letters that we've received on this topic as well. And I would just say that I want to do it in keeping with the resolution that we authorized in 2017, which is no expenditure of city monies for any sister city travel. So we'll talk about it in the future when we have our staff work done and presented, but I would not support any expenditure for any of the city council members to travel on a sister city excursion, much less out of the country. But for sister city, I think and we got two council members who used to serve the city and also echoed the past practices. So I would want to stay with the past practices and not see an expenditure of the money.
Okay. Anybody else?
Let me just add that Mayor Delgado is in Japan and he's reporting back and has a 10-person delegation and he's reporting that it's totally every person is paying their own. So that's a model for us to emulate and just so we allocate our time appropriately. I won't be supporting any taxpayer money going to any payments for international travel, even though it's a great concept. We just aren't a jurisdiction. That's all I have to say.
Okay, any other comments? All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Opposed?
Okay, let's try that. Let's
What
make
are
sure.
we voting on?
We're voting on tabling the agenda item. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, motion passes 4-1. With that, we'll go ahead and adjourn to Ocean View Community Services District meeting. Item number 12, receive quarterly report, and pass it to Chrissy for a brief verbal report.
Thank you, Mayor. There's no updates for the Community Services District.
Awesome. Thank you, Christy. Anything with the council on this?
No.
Okay. With that, we'll go ahead and open up for public comment. Anybody in the public wish to speak on this item? I'll check on Zoom first for folks to use the raise hand function. In the meantime, we'll check in the chamber. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on this item? I'm just seeing the one public speaker. Okay, I'm going to check back on Zoom real quick. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's nobody on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and do the one public speaker.
Hello, I'm Bob Paulus, the developer of Cannery Row Plaza, no longer Ocean View Plaza. Guy must be tired of me after 8 years doing this 4 times a year, I guess. We do have the latest news has been we have the writ of mandate in place, so the development permit is back in place and functional. We've actually negotiated with Coastal Commission to do a hearing on July so that the city itself might attend or some staff members might attend and the community can attend and give their input. Coastal Commission is complaining about 23 feet above sea level. Our property would be is that it's dangerous in 30 years, 100 years storms, and there's been a big change on that. And also our desal putting 100% water back in, 100% salt out of the systems. We don't discharge, but I'd like to have the city do a motion that they would take a vote on possibly coming out and supporting the project. It's very important to the community. I'm trying to open up a other avenue for developing some revenues since the Coastal Commission keeps fighting us, and we're going to do a Neapolitan pizza kitchen there to bring people on the water if we can get through planning and through Coastal Commission so people can start enjoying that beautiful stretch of Cannery Row. Anyway, thanks for your time.
Can I ask for a clarification real quick? What are you asking the council to vote in favor of?
That they could send the staff member to attend the meeting that the Coastal Commission will be having in July that's discussing the extension and the continuation of the project.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. With that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council. Hans, I don't think we need a motion for that, but I think staff generally has heard the feedback and we'll hopefully be able to accommodate that request. Any other comments from the council? All right. Seeing none, we will adjourn back to the council meeting. We'll go to our public appearance, item number 13, second reading of an ordinance amending chapter 23, section 1, 2, and 9, repealing section 23-3, subsections A through C, and section 20-85, and adding chapter 32, section 5, relating to camping in recreation areas and on other public property and in vehicles. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. At the last meeting, the first reading at the end of it, Council asked that we bring this back under public appearance, also with additional information, and our Assistant City Attorney will present that topic.
I'm fine clicking it. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Our city clerk is pulling up the presentation right now. Really briefly, you all remember at the last meeting, we passed, or you passed to the second reading, the ordinance revising various chapters, there we go, of the city code relating to camping in recreation areas, other property, and repealing the section on habitating in vehicles. So
Was that a dog or a tiger? I couldn't see it.
yeah, Clementine, it doesn't seem to be. Why don't you? So the next slide. This is the map that we showed last week or 2 weeks ago, and it shows the fire severity areas as adopted in the current general plan. And so the dark orange areas would now be included in the camping prohibition. And then the next slide, this is the map showing the areas proposed in the current ordinance where camping would be prohibited. So this is the fire hazard areas, areas that are within 1,000 feet of school sites, and then recreation areas. And with that, we recommend that the ordinance be adopted, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions from the council, please?
Yeah, the last map you had up is very helpful, but I'm looking at the staff reports map that's included. So does Laguna Grande get covered by the 1,000 feet of no camping in the public park or public spaces? Because it does not look like the very high or high fire zone covers Laguna Grande.
No, Laguna Grande is not designated by CAL FIRE in a very high fire hazard zone. Laguna Grande is, however, the portion that is within the city boundaries. It's a recreation area. And so it would have camping prohibited there. The 1,000 feet, I believe, shown in that circle is around, there's a charter school along, I believe, is it Bayview? And so that's the circle shown there is around Bayview.
Okay.
And then you can see along Laguna Grande, there is a little area where the park is in the city boundary, and that is covered.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. And one last question. I think that CAL FIRE just released updated maps just this week. Is this the updated map from the state of California?
No, so the ordinance references the map that is currently in the general plan, the city's general plan, which is the older map. Now, I know planning will bring forward to update the general plan, do a general plan amendment, and incorporate the new CAL FIRE fire hazard zone maps. And at that point, this ordinance's reference to the adopted fire safety map in the general plan will automatically refer to that new map.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense.
Okay.
And that was the fear that we have to go back and amend the general plan, but because of the way this is written,
Mhm.
it takes the most current declared fire safety map from the Office of Emergency Services or CAL FIRE or however the language is.
So the camping prohibition map, our ordinance, refers to the general plan.
Okay.
Regardless of this action, the general plan will have to be amended to update the fire hazard safety maps. And at that point, once that's done, it will automatically refer to the adopted general plan map.
Okay. It's like updating Wikipedia moment by moment, right?
Yeah. Trying to keep everything current.
Yes. Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. So I see under fees, you talk about the city council may by resolution establish the fees for the issuance of camping and picnicking permits. So that's not established already of how much that is for the people who actually get the permits. I'm kind of confused on that.
Yeah, so that's established in our fee schedule. And so each year you adopt a fee schedule generally on a yearly basis. And that sets the fees for Veterans Park, which is the one area where camping permits are issued.
Right. So that still would be permitted though.
Yes.
Okay. That's why I just want to make sure.
I have a question about Laguna Grande, but really, I think it can apply to any areas that are pretty close to our city boundaries. I'm curious to know if in the drafting of the ordinance, there was any communication with our neighboring jurisdictions to see how this ordinance might align with any ordinance that they might have, if any.
So I did not specifically talk with the Seaside City Attorney regarding this ordinance. They are, of course, entitled to do have their own laws about their portion of the park, and then the park district has their section. We have tried to work collaboratively through the JPA process, make sure we are all on the same page about Laguna Grande, but this ordinance is specifically targeted to the city of Monterey's jurisdiction.
Yeah, thank you. And just a quick follow-up. I guess what I was also looking at was areas near PG, right? Or, I mean, as we look at areas also, I guess, butting up against Pebble Beach or, anything like that, like what kind of alignment potentially there could be. So, yeah.
It's certainly something we can discuss with the county or PG in the future. I know it had been a top priority for our police department and other areas, especially in light of the fires down in LA, to bring this forward. But it's certainly always open to communicate with our neighboring jurisdictions.
Okay, thank you.
One question. There was a public comment. I think it might have been Ms. Christ, but I'm not sure. who asked why we would be eliminating private schools. Has that been adjusted? Or
So the private schools are not subject to the California Education Code or the State Board of Education. So they do not fall under the proposed definition of a school in the ordinance. I think it becomes, so generally in every single other jurisdiction's camping prohibition ordinance I saw use this exact same definition for schools. I didn't see any variation there. And I think primarily that's because it can be very difficult to track every private school. Of course, it's easy to think of the larger ones like Santa Catalina or San Carlos, but there can be many smaller private schools, and the city may not even know about all of those, and that can make enforcement difficult. And so that's why we wanted to keep it to areas that or school sites that are regulated by the or fall under the requirements of the California Education Code.
Okay. So, of course, we're not saying it's not important. We're just saying it's their liability to provide their own security. Would that?
Well, and I'd also say because those are privately owned sites, they are subject to trespass laws, and certainly our police department will respond there. They get calls about trespassing, and that is enforced under the penal code.
Okay. All right. Just to reassure the community, we're still there for you.
Yeah, definitely.
One question I had was around the Navy property. So particularly right across from MPS, what does our enforcement of Navy property look like?
So that is their own property. We do not, our city criminal laws generally are not enforced there.
So is there value or benefit in having the zone? Because when we pulled up the map, it included part of the Navy's property. And so I'm just wondering why have that on there if it's not necessarily included in our ordinance?
So
as far as enforcement.
I would need to look at the specific, I don't have the map in front of me, Clementine.
Would you be able to?
Was that the map with 1,000 feet? The bubble map that she had there?
Okay.
Yeah, I saw, I think it was like Lake Del Monte was included in there, and it might have been, if I remember, it might have been part of that property across the street from MPS as well on Del Monte.
Well, I will say this map is just a visual aid. So it's 1,000 feet within a school site, but the same with if a school site was right next to like Pacific Grove and we calculated out 1,000 feet, it may have been that when staff drew that up, they should have, cut out part of it, but we couldn't enforce if our 1,000-foot circle went into Pacific Grove. We can't start issuing citations in Pacific Grove for violations of our ordinance.
Okay. Yeah, because I think it does a good job of not going over the boundaries of the city of Monterey, but it might just be helpful, especially if this is something that we have publicly displayed, that it maybe removes areas that enforcement wouldn't be enforced or included as part of the ordinance. So just something for us to consider. And then my second question is kind of a follow-up to Ed's. Does anything preclude us from utilizing the updated maps now as opposed to waiting for the general plan update?
So we could amend the ordinance to reference the CAL FIRE maps and then come back for another second reading. That is an option. I will say that the fire hazard zones are not dramatically different and from this current map. And so I think, staff's preference was to get this on the books now, address the fire hazards potentially, up in the skyline area. And then we can, as I said, the new maps will be incorporated. We could also bring it back as a sooner amendment if that was council's desire.
Just part of my thought is that we're kind of in the process now. We have the updated maps. So for us to put it on for a second reading seems to be lower capacity for staff than for us to approve this and then have it come back for another first reading and second reading later on. So just something for the council to contemplate maybe when it comes back. Did you have another thought there?
Yeah, Mike, I think staff and the city attorney is also talking about this. I think it's important to have a policy now that our city staff is able to work with. And with the second reading, then we'll have that. And then this does make reference to the new map. So we wouldn't have to change this. We just have to wait for the general plan to be amended with the new maps. So it doesn't look like we are losing anything, but my analysis is if we don't have this, we can't enforce until we have it. So I wouldn't want to see this delayed as an ordinance that is in keeping with the new court decisions that allows the enforcement as it's written, because there's not much modification that's going to be needed to this for enforcement. It's just the map. So I'm thinking that we should move ahead and then come back with an amendment for the general plan.
So can I just ask clarification? Because I was under the impression that the ordinance would have to be updated, not just because it's referencing.
No, this ordinance would not have to be updated because it already references the map as adopted in the general plan.
Okay.
So it would not have to come back.
Okay. Okay. I apologize. That was my misunderstanding. Okay. With that, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. So anybody online on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll check in the chamber. And I see two speakers.
Before you go to public comment, I think that's
let me just do this and then I'll go to Hans before we open it up. So I have 3 folks in the chamber. Anybody else that's still sitting that wants to speak? So go ahead and close it off in the chamber. I'll check on Zoom. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2 on Zoom. Before we get going, the city manager just wants to make a quick comment.
Just briefly to close the loop on the conversation we just had about the updating of the map and the general plan. We have to update the general plan anyways, and the general plan then will reference the current, whatever is the current CAL FIRE hazard map. So, and then the ordinance refers back to the general plan, which always then reference the current CAL FIRE map. So that will close the loop. And with that, we will always have a current ordinance referencing to the general plan, and the general plan always references the current CAL FIRE map. So that is how we had originally planned to close that loop that you were pointing out.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. All right, I'm going to start in the chamber.
Hi, it's Katrina Hensey again, resident of Monterey. I do see an area that's missing on the map, and that's between Ramona and Roberts up to Del Monte. That's a significant area that's currently a campground. There are campers there every single night, up to 5, 7 of them. So if we can make sure that that area is covered, I'd be very grateful. The other thing, I would urge you not to remove that NPS area. Currently, if you have a police emergency for in NPS property, it goes to San Diego. They have no idea where you're talking about, what you're talking about, and there's no response. I know in the past, I've been walking on the beach by NPS property, heard people screaming, called, nothing happens. Chief Ober has assured me that if there is an emergency or a need, even if it's on that property, that they will come and address it. So I think by removing that area, you're only going to hamstring what needs to be done in some of those areas. So if you can keep that on there, I'd be grateful. But thank you very much for looking at this. We needed a real camping ordinance, and I appreciate the effort that you put into doing this. So thank you.
Hello, Bob Paulus, Canada Row Parking. This is something I addressed, 5, 6 years ago. I remember having battles over this, mainly with Coastal Commission, One of the important things that I offer at a parking lot, and we highly regulate it there and have had zero issues in the last 7 years, is we have campers that come out there and they'll spend the night overnight in the camper. Now, some of them are staying at the hotel and they leave their dogs in there, but there are some that cannot afford to spend $300-400 a night. So with a $60 fee, they can camp in their RV overnight and enjoy the ocean. And that's the whole point. But the Coastal Commission was fighting that years ago. I just want some clarification. This does encompass the Cannery Row area, but I want to make sure as a private commercial site that I'm not going to be impacted with a battle again. Took quite a battle last time to get it there. It's so highly received by people. We don't have any vagrant campers. People pay $60 and they're happy and they're good people, families coming out and enjoying the ocean front. So I just want to make sure there's some clarity. We're not hurting the public's access to the beach by doing this. Thank you.
So again, I'm here regarding some concerns regarding some of the language. I'm a little bit concerned that everybody wants to give the people who are trespassing and illegally camping 30 days. I'm not sure about how much exposure everybody else has, but with us interacting with them on the daily, the homeless since COVID have grown very entitled. They aren't concerned of the activities. I'm very concerned, and I'm shocked more people aren't more concerned from the actual, the animals, the habitats, the water systems. I know a lot of animals, it's been getting reported that they're getting addicted to the drugs because of so many things that are going into the storm drains. So I don't understand why you guys would allow them 30 days. Now that's, again, people don't realize, at the discretion of the police officers, after they've been contacted, after they've made contact with the people, to then give them a 30 days basically notice. I think it should be shortened to maybe 2 weeks. I think that's more than suffices. They know they're not supposed to be there. The longer that they're there, the more damage to the actual areas and the public parks, that public stuff that they can do, that other kids can come into contact with. It also gives them the feeling of squatters' rights. I've spoken with different people. Well, they don't really speak, but they harass you, they yell at you, they spit at you when you're just trying to get in your car. So these are the people that you guys want to give 30 days to continually do that to the people that live in these neighborhoods, live in the public areas. I wanted to also bring up and address in San Francisco, their new mayor, who only started in January, 2 months back, has already implemented more action than this council has taken. So I'm really concerned that, again, I'm hearing we want to come back, we want to change, I want to see the language. Can we just do something? This has been going on and has been a part of public topic for more than 5 years. Can you please do something to protect us? Can you please not give them any more time to destroy the habitats, the nature of the animals? Like people are getting sick. It's really sad. And one of the things that this new mayor spoke upon is the reason why a lot of activities, and is the fact that the more public outreach and the more services that an area has, the more homeless that they have. Because you had asked me, Tyler Williamson, find me an area that doesn't have a homeless problem. Well, the one thing they do correlate is the more services that a city gives, the more homeless that they attract. So I would have you take a look at that, because it was on the news today, them going over those types of things, and they're actually trying to pull back a lot of the services, especially when taxpayers are paying for different drugs that are dispersed. So that might be something to look at as well. It might be something that could hinder our problem. But I really think 30 days after hopefully somebody approaches them with a ticket is quite some time.
So I will call in a telephone caller with the last 3 digits, 705.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Lorna Moffett here. You know, I'm very concerned about the lack of compassion that the City Council is showing. You know, in Santa Barbara, they have places, for instance, parking lots, city parking lots that at night are open.
for the people to park, and there's potty toilets and, things of that nature. And we can't shut these people out. You can't just get rid of them. So where are they going to go? You have to have a place for them to go. And I don't see that happening in this ordinance. I just see a more and more constrictive kind of environment, and that's your way of getting rid of them. And that's how you'll get sued, because still the Ninth Court Circuit of Appeals, that still holds value if these people have nowhere to go. And the truth is that more and more people are going to become homeless due to fire, climate change, government. Look at all the government, tens of thousands of government employees have been fired, and they have no more money coming in. And, all these people are really wonderful people and terrible people. Everybody is becoming homeless more and more. You might even become homeless if your house burns down and the insurance doesn't pay and you've got a mortgage coming. So I think you really got to incorporate places where these people can go. Okay, thank you.
And our next is
Okay, good evening. This is Evolution again. And I think that it is good that you have the ordinance for the camping, and that that map looks pretty comprehensive, because I recently saw in the news that the mayor of San Jose has provided a lot of homeless people with housing, nice housing, and they don't want to go there. They want to stay in the tents. And that is a health issue. I myself have been homeless. I know what it's like to camp out at Veterans Park for, so many weeks, and then you have to be gone for so many weeks and there's no place to go. It's horrible, but really it's a health issue, because a lot of people, they just want to camp out and put their tent, and they don't want to be in a shelter, even though they've spent a lot of money for shelters. They don't want to go there. So I think that you should make sure that people aren't camping out, because what you are going to do is you're going to be attracting drugs, you're going to be attracting health issues for your citizens, and that's not a good thing. So I think you should be very vigilant with your map of the camping, who can camp, where, and when, and when they can't, and just be firm about it, or else you're going to have more of a homeless problem and a health problem, and that's going to affect the citizens that live there, the homeowners and the renters. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council. Please.
Yeah, I wanted to dispel a couple of things I think that maybe got overlooked from the first reading and the second reading. And I know that I've had a couple of calls about this 30-day thing, and maybe staff would address this too, but under section 32.5, under necessity of warning prior to citation, that's covered. It's not 30 days. It's the notice within that 30 days. So the city attorney, you'll do this better. Would you please explain that for one of the speakers? And I know we've gotten questions about this before.
You're exactly right. So it's that they have been warned 30 days, within 30 days. So an officer can go tell someone, no, camping's prohibited there. They don't leave. Officer goes on their beat, comes back 6 hours later, the person's still there. They could cite them then. They could cite them the next day or 2 weeks later. So it's not you get to stay there for 30 days.
Right. Thank you. The other thing I wanted to address was on the jurisdictional piece, and maybe the chief's going to want to talk about that. May I? Okay. On the question of where there's a question of the areas over say the border of Pacific Grove or the border of Seaside or Navy Postgraduate School, those are the kind of things that when the officer is answer the call or on self-initiated activity, they're assessing what their options are. And so the jurisdiction of where the violation is occurring is always one of at the forefront of the officer's decision matrix. And so if it's not your jurisdiction, the officer is going to go through dispatch and then notify that other jurisdiction to Pacific Grove, Seaside, Navy Postgraduate School, or whichever jurisdiction may be involved. And so that's one of those things with the magical thing now of the Motorola radio that works magic, and the officers can dial over and talk to any one of those jurisdictions that they may be close to or go through the dispatch center. So on the jurisdictional piece, it's the officer in the field that will make the decision about who should be involved in this, and then calling those other jurisdictions in to help assess. When it's not in the city of Monterey, they certainly would make sure that the word gets to the other jurisdiction where it's in their jurisdiction. So our citations would be issued by a Monterey officer or code enforcement or city Monterey property, not outside of the city. So, and does that buy me a lunch for what I covered there?
Yes, sir. And Hans asked me to clarify a little bit too. So I've had two sidebars about the Navy school. And so a city code only applies to our city jurisdiction. So the Navy property, we can't pass a municipal code that says what they can or cannot do in their area. But that doesn't mean that if the federal government has regulations that they can't then go enforce there. So the point is that we can't pass anything on their property anyway. So I can't enforce there, but others want to make sure that it could still be enforced if the federal government has regulations against that. And to the comment that the police department would come in any kind of emergency, we absolutely would. But there's a little bit of a difference between an emergency and people camping. An emergency is somebody's getting hurt. We're going to go to that and help with that immediately. That's different than if somebody's camping there. To Councilmember Smith's point, that if they have against that, we call them and tell them, hey, we've had complaints about this, but it's not on our property. So if you guys can enforce there in that area.
Chief, while you're up here
Sure.
and on this, so are you suggesting that by keeping the map the way that it is and not excluding Navy property, that it would give space for the Navy to enforce it if they choose to, or they can come up with their own policy separate from what we're doing?
You can't pass an ordinance that affects Navy property. So if you want to take that map and I think the reason it shows that is because it's 1,000 feet. But if you blocked out where the Navy property is, like you see on the corners where Pacific Grove and Seaside is, that would be more representative of how we're going to enforce. But there's concern that then people think they can camp on Navy property. They can't if the federal government doesn't allow that. But that's not for me to enforce. That's for the federal government to enforce. Does that answer the question?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and I think it's worth also identifying that bubble map is a representation to show us the 1,000 feet from schools. That's not the map that we're looking at that outlines high fire zone, very high and high. That's not the map we refer to on the jurisdictions of no camping. That's the bubble map that represents where the schools are and, generally speaking, where the parks may be, but that's not the map an officer would refer to for enforcement. Nor is that the map that represents you can or you can't. It's the other map. It's the one that outlines the high fire zones, the very high, the high, and it's certainly a help of figuring out, are you 1,000 feet within a school? But that's not really the jurisdictional enforcement map you would be using. You'd be using the primary city map and you'd figure out, are you inside of 1,000 feet? Okay, the enforcement's possible. Outside of 1,000 feet.
And are you in the city of
Are you
Monterey?
in the city of Monterey?
And if you're not in the city of Monterey, then you can't enforce that infraction or
And
misdemeanor.
are you in the very high inside of 1,000 feet? Or specific defined park that's outlined in the ordinance? So it's, it's very discernible, and think about, you're doing this at 3 o'clock in the morning under a flashlight. So these are things that they practice and that they know.
Okay, Dr. Barber.
Yes, so I had two questions. Ramona and Roberts, is that a park? That's someone that can identify that? Is there a park in between there?
Sorry, I
I was-
apologize. I just want to make
yeah,
sure we have.
I was talking to staff.
Yeah.
Kim, do you-
Off of Del Monte and Ramona. Is that what
It's
she-
Robert-
Del Monte, Robert, Ramona.
Ramona, I was just trying to get
It's
clarification.
Del Monte between Ramona and Roberts.
I believe it's probably not designated as a park, and that's why it's not showing as prohibited on the map, but we will just double check.
Okay,
Let's just pull up the map. And we'll
okay. So, go ahead and Kim, if you got, did you have something to say? Oh, you're waiting on them? Okay.
Please ask your other question.
I was gonna go to the next question while you guys do that. My second question, MDOT, Chief, can you just ask, I know you deal a lot with MDOT, with that being under your jurisdiction. What percentage of unhoused have you encountered that are not wanting to go to shelters?
I don't have a number for percentage, but like I explained, I think we talked about this 2 weeks ago, and I was
Did.
talking about,
And I want to bring that up because
Right.
of the question that the caller had. So I want to make sure that we address that again.
and so that the point that caller was, the last caller was making was about what I call the service resistant. And I don't have an exact number. I'm guesstimating it at a very small percentage of those that are unhoused are service resistant. Those are the ones that we're dealing with kind of on a consistent basis.
Okay. So just a small percentage is what you're seeing from MDOT.
Just from being a police officer for all these years. And yeah, there's a lot of, there's a lot of unhoused people who get a divorce or somebody dies or they lose a job. Some of the people that the person was talking about.
Right.
And they get unhoused. Those people, if we have the ability to get them some sort of house, they're going to take it right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's this other small group of people that mostly we as police are dealing with, that we go and we offer them services consistently and they don't take them. And I think that was the inference about, I don't know to be fact, but the inference of what's going on in San Jose, it's the same thing. There's people who services are being offered to, but that service resistant group does not want to take advantage of those
Because
services.
we are offering
Yes.
shelter to some of the unhoused that are in
Absolutely.
these particular situations.
Absolutely. And so that's what this helps us with is enforce. And like we've seen with the governor and all of the aspects they're taking because of these issues, that we offer services and in a humane way, we're balancing, helping people to get services if they need them. But also we have to be able to enforce because of all the other issues that we've heard about, health issues, fire issues, people living in those areas. So we're balancing all of these things, and this helps us so that we can further enforce in those areas.
Right, to have the tools. Yeah.
And
just getting clarification. Thank you.
I know they're looking up to answer the question. I know they're looking up if there's a park there. I don't know if there is, but this code only applies to parks or recreational areas or within 1,000 feet of schools. And so if there's not a park there, then we can't enforce. If it's not within 1,000 feet of a school, then we can't enforce.
Right, I
Like,
understand.
just
that.
not on
I'm
the
trying to
public
get
street.
clarification of whether there is.
And
'cause I'm not-
fire zones. I forgot
Yeah.
the fire zones.
Right, so I'm just getting clarification on that. Thank you.
I believe where the question is probably kind of close to the underpass, if I understand correctly.
Is it?
It's Give us the streets you're talking about.
It's Ramona and Robert.
So if you're coming from Seaside into Monterey, it's everything there on the right,
Okay.
is my assumption.
Yeah, yes.
It is Roberts right there.
I've seen.
So what's interesting is, so what they're concerned about is Del Monte Avenue and sort of under the underpass there. So that's, you see Highway 1.
Mm-hmm.
And so the parcels, so you see Roberts way to the left is the entrance to Del Monte Beach. And if you think about that, you have the commercially zoned like storage building there. And right now that storage property shows like it goes all the way. We can look more, but right now the zoning map shows that as commercially zoned.
Okay.
So that's why it didn't come up in the map. And we can do more research, but that's and I guess the good news for you is if there is a mistake on the zoning map that it is park, then we can come back and we can rezone that and the ordinance will be effective if we've made a mistake.
While you're there, can I, if I didn't want to cut Kim off, was there something else? Okay. So it's recreational areas, but they're defined in the ordinance listed with the parks. But how can we get it where it covers the recreational trail?
So the recreation trail is interesting.
Yes.
Because we're actually looking at that as we're developing our coastal plan right now. And sometimes it just cuts through other types of property and it's not zoned specifically for open space. So that is something that we're going to try to clean up, but it's not even necessarily always on a parcel. So, and
For purposes of this ordinance, it's not tied to the zoning as open space. It's a recreation area is all parks, places, green belts, gardens, beaches, and any other property owned by the city. And then a few clauses, maintained for recreational purposes, whether active or passive. So the portions of the rec trail within the city would qualify as a recreation area under this ordinance, even if they may not be zoned open space.
So I see a test case coming. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody on this side? I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we're going to go transition into closed session. We have 2 items, so we're going to take public comment on closed session agenda items. Item number 14 is closed session conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956 TAC 8. And item number 15 is conference with legal counsel existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, Richard Rosendale versus City of Monterey. And with that, I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Anybody online, you can use the raise hand function. And in the meantime, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll go back to Zoom. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's nobody online. So with that, we're going to go ahead and adjourn to closed session. Thank you, everybody.
Wait.
Okay, we're going to do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Recording in progress.
Welcome everybody to our evening session of our regular council meeting, Tuesday, March 18th, 2025. We're going to go ahead and reconvene for the evening session, and we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll ask Councilmember Rash to kick us off here.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Gene. And with that, we'll do announcements from closed session, please.
The first item was a closed session conference with real property negotiators on pertaining to 285 Figueroa Street. On a unanimous roll call vote, confidential direction was given to real property negotiators. The second item was conference with legal counsel for existing litigation in the Rosendale versus City of Monterey matter. On a unanimous roll call vote, confidential direction was given to legal counsel.
Thank you, Chrissy. All right, and with that, we'll do continued general public comment for items that are not on today's agenda. So for those that may be attending for the first time or haven't been here in a while, what we do is we identify the individuals that want to speak during public comment at the beginning of the public comment period. Once those folks are identified, we close the opportunity for folks to then speak on public comment, and we only take the public commenters that were identified at the beginning. So we'll go ahead and check with folks on Zoom to use the raise hand function if you would like to speak on items that are not on today's agenda. And then in the meantime, I'll check in the chamber. Does anybody wish to speak on general public comment? So if you wouldn't mind standing to the left of the podium, and if you prefer to stay seated, you can just identify yourself by raising your hand. So we have 2 general public commenters. Why don't you all come on up? And then in the meantime, I will check. So we'll cut it off in the chamber. We only have the 2. And then in the meantime, I'll just do a countdown on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 3 on Zoom. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Mayor, first, let me apologize because I was a little testy this afternoon and it wasn't my intention. But there was something that came to me in that it was a conflict of interest for you and her to vote on something.
Mr. Nelson, I don't mean to cut you off. If we can pause the clock for just a second here. This is for items that are not on today's agenda, so you can't add to comments that are.
It's already off the agenda. This is the afternoon session.
It was an item that was on today's agenda, so it doesn't matter if it's already passed. It was on today's agenda, so you can't discuss items that were on today's
Okay,
agenda.
so let me just put it this way. Things that when the city council people are on to make decisions, they should consider conflict of interest. Clear conflict of interest. People need to excuse themselves. So when you're getting a benefit for whatever it may be, and you're making that decision, there's a conflict of interest. It's upheld in the law. It's upheld in the real estate business. If there's a conflict of interest, the public should know about it. And I believe you had a conflict of interest today. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if the council's aware that landlords with over 10 rental units in Monterey now have to pay a business license for their rentals. This can be from single homes or 10 apartment units in several buildings. What's even worse is the fee is retroactive for 22 and 23. I just got hit with 3 years worth of business licensing. That amounts to thousands of dollars. It's one thing to pay it yearly, but for 2 years of retroactive is wrong. Had I been billed in those years, I would have taken it as a rental expense and I would have charged it back to my tenants. This is grossly unfair. It's underhanded for the city to do business like this. I've never heard of a business doing retroactive billing like this. This is all due to the rent registry that 3 of you voted on. Me and many of my friends that own units, as well as landlords across the city, have had to register on this. The rental registry has generated revenue by forcing landlords to register. And then without a prior word, they've billed us retroactively for these costly licenses. These licenses are thousands of dollars. They base it on gross income. It's not like getting a dog license. Without a doubt, landlords will be we're going to be forced to pass this cost on to our tenants. I don't like doing it. I have not even passed the registry fee on to my tenants. I recently gave my tenants a letter explaining all of this in the registry to them. They had no idea about any of this. They're usually working, raising kids, or they're retired. They were really shocked.
Thank you. With that, we'll go to our public commenters online.
All right, first I'm calling on a telephone caller with the last three digits, 902.
This is good evening. My name is Nina Beatty. The Monterey Bay Aquarium is planning more high decibel geophysical sonar surveys in Monterey Bay, March 24th through 26th, 3 days, 8 hours each. The city supports the fishing industry, but this activity with Saturn V rocket decibel levels destroys fish, maiming and killing them and other sea life as well. I urge the city and residents to lobby the Monterey Bay Aquarium to halt these surveys and also support legislation to stop these surveys. OSHA maximum for humans is 110 decibels for 1/2 hour. This equipment goes for 8 hours. The decibels are logarithmic, and the aquarium's 191 decibels is 1 billion times higher than OSHA's limit and 1,000 times higher than military LRAD weapons. Lower decibel levels damage internal organs, rupture membranes, cause embolisms, and cause animals to strand. That's just a few of the impacts. You don't have to hear decibels for it to harm you or kill you. Resonance effects also damage or destroy organs and whole bodies. This affects everyone in the water, and if there are humans in the water, it affects them too. Plankton, krill, fish, seals and sea lions, otters, fish, again, crab, starfish, dolphins, turtles, diving birds, whales, everything. The ocean creatures are acutely sensitive, and the ocean is already stressed. The aquarium's topographic and geographic surveys are not in the ocean's best interest. The aquarium failed to provide proper notice for earlier surveys, and they have gotten no take permits to kill the amount of animals that they will be killing. Sonar and seismic testing is devastating to the ocean. It completely disrupts the ocean environment. And another company will also be doing this from March 20th through the end of April for, quote, debris removal. At what cost is this debris removal? And what other methods that are non-invasive and not harmful to the ocean could be used? But this is so easy. You just turn on a machine and it blasts away and tells you what's on the floor bottom. I will ask the council and the public to please oppose these surveys and call the aquarium and call our state reps to halt this destructive practice. Secondly, I became aware this week that the forestry department and the state have guidelines for not cutting trees and vegetation during nesting season, but it's sort of on a voluntary basis of if you see something, then you're not supposed to cut a tree if there's a nest in it. But there's no teeth in any of this. And they're supposed to have a biological expert to monitor what's going on. Do they? Is there any enforcement mechanism? No. And already testified before the city Parks and Recreation Commission, it was the massive loss of bird life from the work CAL FIRE and Green Cadre.
All right, our next speaker is a telephone caller with the last three digits, 705.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Lorna Moffett here, and I second exactly what Nina Beatty has said. And she's such a wonderful person who, alerts us to all these terrible things that are going on that we need to pay attention to and we need to stop. And you have the power to do that. And I'd like to mention also that after your city council meeting on the the camping ordinance, I met a homeless man and I told him, well, they're sealing your fate. And he said, well, where do we go? And I said, I don't know. And he said, he said he was down in LA and they're actually stepping on bodies now, not live bodies, people sleeping in the street. It's gotten so bad. And it's coming up here, it's coming all over the world. And in part, it's because of our ruthlessness towards each other and our non-caringness towards each other. And we have to deliberate in everything we do. Am I making this a better world, or am I making this, by this vote, am I making it a harder world for those that are less fortunate than myself? And you have the ability to do that. And the last thing I want to talk about is the Canadian geese. They're disappearing. And the Parks Department here oils the birds' eggs. And all over the nation, they are gassing birds with CO2. If you hold your breath till you can't anymore, that's the painful death they go through. And it's happening all over. And I noticed in the migration, there's less and less of these magnificent birds. So could you please make sure our Parks Department stops oiling these birds and lets us have some, future life on this planet? And it starts with all of us. Thank you.
And our last speaker is Kim.
I'm not going to take all 3 minutes. My name is Kim Catino. I was just listening earlier about the ordinance. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, but you cannot provide public comment on items that were on today's agenda.
Thank you. But I just wanted to touch on the fact about private schools and why those children wouldn't be protected. And then when you guys go and you're going to start, now that the ordinance is passed and you guys are going to probably make amendments to it, if that could be considered in the future.
I apologize. And feel free to send your comments into the council and we'll be sure to take a look at that. Okay, and with that, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. We'll go to our public appearance. Item number 16 is first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 8, Section 2, Tax 02 and 2, Tax 03 relating to the rental inventory program and exempt properties regarding reporting and fee pass-through. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is coming forward to you because we had a conversation a few weeks back about the rental ordinance, and you solicited a lot of input from the public at that time about various elements of the rental inventory. And staff is bringing forward 2 suggested amendments to the rental inventory, which we feel may have value for our community. And with that, Mark Ackerman from the City Manager's Office will present.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Council members. Got my presentation coming right up. I have it right here. Where do I aim it? Okay. Are you controlling or am I controlling it? Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's start from the top. Here we go. So yeah, as Hans said, I'm going to talk about a couple proposed amendments this evening to the ordinance, and we'll go ahead and get started. So some background, once again, the ordinance was adopted in November of 23. We had an exemption originally in place for owners of 3 or fewer units and a 50% fee pass through to tenants. The program then launched on January 2nd, 2024 with the slate and building blocks applications from Ptolemy, our software provider. And we achieved a 73% compliance rate with about 51.6% of residential rental units in the city. All right, let's see. So program overview, once again, we covered this in the staff report, but just as a reminder. So this was all done at the time of the original agenda report. And since then, we've actually creeped up closer to about 75% compliance total. But you can see our registered units there. So that's 4,200 units, 1,728 exempted units, total compliance 5928 out of an estimated 8130. Year 1 costs are right there for you, 243,354. And then cost recovered $196,931, about 81% cost recovery. Okay, so tonight we're recommending requiring all residential rental property owners to register while exempting owners of three or fewer rental units from the fees. So just moving this to a fee exemption instead of a total exemption. And then we're also recommending removing the 50% fee pass-through. And here's the change to small property owner exemption, what we're looking at. So despite the 73% compliance rate that we have, the data collected only really reflects 51.6% of the residential rental market. So we're still missing almost half the residential rental market picture. There's no data to support exempting these owners from registration at this time. There was no methodology used to determine that 3 or fewer would be the perfect number to use for this. And then council's initial discussions about the rental registry actually centered on being able to track rent increases. And right now we're set up to miss about half the market. And then removal of the 50% fee pass-through is our second amendment that we're proposing. So the 50% fee pass-through, it's a small amount, but has a more significant financial impact on renters than landlords. And then just an overview of the timeline for this year. So registration will open May 1st, 2025. Registration deadline is July 1st, 2025. And then enforcement measures will begin on August 15th as per our current ordinance. In-person assistance will be available on Wednesdays and Fridays from 1 to 4 at the library, starting on May 2nd and going all the way through July 30th. Okay, just to go over it one more time, we have 73% compliance, but only 51% of the market's actually captured in that compliance. Staff's recommending a change of small owner exemption to a fee exemption and removal of the 50% fee pass-through, and then we will launch the program again on May 1st.
Thank you, Mark, for the presentation. All right, council, are there any questions? Please, Councilmember Rash.
Mr. Ackerman, some of the same questions I asked last time. The number or percentage or your observation of the LLCs.
Yeah, so as we talked about in the staff report, the first time we brought this up earlier this year in January, we are seeing majority small property owners and not this sort of corporate LLC language that we're kind of been worried about.
Okay. And if there is a habitability problem, let's just pretend there's rats, and the manager or the owner is not responding in an appropriate way, what recourse does that tenant have right now?
Well, right now, I think I would ask maybe our city attorney to weigh in on this.
Did you want to answer? I'm thinking,
So that,
do they call code compliance
yeah,
or
so
what they do?
that's a building code compliance issue, and we would send somebody out and inspect that.
Okay. Thank you.
And we have done that.
Right.
Yeah.
And my recollection is that you felt that you were finding that rents were reasonable. My word.
Yes. So right now we have no way of verifying that the information put into the system is true other than the word that, that people are using to put in there. So yes, based on what we see a roughly CPI increase in rents potentially.
All right. Thank you.
Anybody else? Please.
So thanks, Mark. The staff report indicates that this first year costs for running the rental inventory program were $243,354. The estimate is to go into year 2, it's $290,000. So what's the difference? Why the increase?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Smith. So we are looking at a lot more enforcement effort this coming registry season. So we're expecting there to be higher costs related to that moving forward. We weren't able to touch on that so far as getting the compliance to where it was in the first year.
Okay. And what the staff report does not include is what the total amount of collection or recovery was in the first year. And I think the last staff report, when we were looking at this, there was a figure that showed they were running the program in a deficit. Do you have the figure for what the total amount is to date, that what we have recovered?
Yes, I can give you the same number we had from the first staff report. So it's going to be slightly higher than that, but not significantly higher since then. It was in the presentation tonight, but it was about $196,000.
So we recovered about 196.
Yes.
Okay. So we're we're still below on comparing the cost to the recovery at, right about $46,000.
That would be correct.
Okay. It's the only questions I have.
Any other questions? Did we have a breakdown of the expenditures associated with the program available?
We can get one available. Yes.
Okay.
We don't have one readily available.
Okay, no worries. That's my only question. With that, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. So we'll check with folks on Zoom. You can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll check in the chamber if folks wouldn't mind standing up to the left of the podium. If you prefer to stay seated, if you can just identify yourself by raising your hand. Okay, so we have 7 folks in the chamber that are all standing. We have 8. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, so we'll go ahead and close it off in the chamber, and then I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 4 on Zoom. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Hello, I'm Hans Janisch. Although I'm a homeowner, I have rentals on both sides, and one rental on one side is a landlord who does not like to do anything. I feel like I do more for those tenants than the landlord does. The landlord is basically on a do nothing motive. In fact, built a garage without the tenant's permission after they signed a lease and everything. The tenants there have called compliance. Not much has happened, and they're overworked, obviously. But I think the biggest problem here often that's perceived is that tenants have a problem with their landlord and they're afraid of going to the landlord. I suggest that there be some kind of commission or some kind of arbitration set up that where tenants or landlords can go to and bring in the other party and discuss issues, be it to lack of maintenance or being kicked out or whatever, and have some teeth that landlords can't kick those people out if the tenants are keeping up their end of the bargain, and basically have some kind of agreement so that the tenants aren't afraid of being just kicked out if they don't like it, which is what I hear next door. So it's just that seems to be more of what the issue is for that I see from tenants, and that'd be a more direct way than of addressing the issue that is often seen. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, on this ordinance, this pass through where you say that we can't pass this fee on to the tenant, it's becoming more and more onerous for landlords that everything is being pushed upon us, and we only have a certain amount of market that we can go to. When the insurance goes up 25%, and we can't get that back from the tenants minister because the marketplace won't, we actually take a hit. There are very few properties based on their value that are making more than 5 to 6%, which we call in the business a cap rate, a rate of return. Our return isn't like we've hit the jackpot. It's based on the value of the property. What is that property worth? If it's worth $400,000, I should get a 5 or 6% return on my investment. It's a standard in the industry that's governed by the fact that that's what the marketplace dictates. It's no more than what the contractors have, who have standard 10% plus, et cetera, et cetera. They have a standard in the industry, and it works. And when you put things in here to say that it's going to be just the landlord's problem and we can't pass it on to the tenant, it sets a bad example that we should be subsidizing what you guys want. You forced this upon landlords. We didn't ask for this. And now you're saying, in addition to this and providing all this information and making us go through all this work, by the way, you can't even get reimbursed for your time or the effort involved. And I think that's wrong. I think there should be a balanced approach on everything in life. And I think that if we're getting a reasonable return based on the investment that we have, that we aren't violating anything. And this is leading to this direction that everything is the landlord's fault, and it isn't. It is government's fault that we don't have enough housing. It is the government's fault that we don't have water. It is the government problem because we don't have enough land, a zone for things. This is the government. It is not the landlord, but you've really put it on the landlord, and the landlords resent it.
Hi. Hello, good evening, everyone. I've been a resident of Monterey going into 40 years. Some would say that makes me a newcomer. When I chose to come to Monterey, and it indeed was a choice, I nearly went bankrupt. Okay. The rent was very, very expensive. My wife and I couldn't afford it. And I knew I was going to eat ramen noodles. And my choice was I going to eat ramen noodles for breakfast, lunch, or dinner? Because I was only going to eat once. So I get it. There's a real problem. But I'm not sure this is the way. I'm not sure this is the way. If you do even the most cursory Google search, and I'm saying not even invest a heck of a lot of time in this, but if you just do a basic Google search on whether or not programs like this work or have worked anywhere, the top results will show you that they don't. But even forgetting that, we need to ask ourselves, is this program successful? And how would we measure success? Well, one basic way would be, is it achieving the results that we expected? And is it doing so at or under budget? And it doesn't look like it is. It doesn't look like it is or not. So to use a term that has become overused lately, you're at a crossroads. Do you expand the program? And if so, how more often are we going to be meeting here to expand it? Do you throw more money at it? Or basically, do you double down? Or do you go, you know, this is a real problem, but maybe we need to consider something else. Let's be creative. There must be another way. This hasn't worked for anyone anywhere. All right, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff members. Thank you for your time tonight and consideration of this important topic. We've had a lot of conversations about this rental inventory program, and so I appreciate that there's been a dialogue. I also appreciate that what's before us tonight is not the same as what was before us in January, in the sense that some moderation has been attempted in retaining the fee exemption while seeking this data. So I appreciate that an effort to reach some sort of middle ground is apparent. That said, I still have grave concerns about this, and I'm still opposed to this. And the reason why being that we have an inventory problem, and we can't regulate our way out of an inventory problem. And data, just for the sake of data, is that's not an ends, right? We set out on this journey to talk about housing, and in particular housing affordability. And tied inexorably with affordability is inventory and availability, right? So what you see if you look at data from cities like Seattle or even Salinas, right, our neighbor, is that heightened regulation results in a greater volume of sell-off, right? In Salinas, I can show you the data, I can share it with you. It's roughly in the past 6 months, the sales have doubled over what would be historically expected of rental property sales. So the bottom line is, it doesn't matter if it's 3 or 30 or 300 owners and investors who are deterred by this. Any number, wherever it is in that range, that's either fewer units in our market. I'm seeing houses that used to be rentals being sold right now on the market. right? And I mean, hey, I represent the realtors. Like, sure, we'll sell it, right? That's so. This isn't about us. It's about the community and housing for the community. And I don't know if this is going to impact a little or a lot, but when we have such constrained inventory, even a small impact is a serious problem. I'm a renter. Do you know how hard it is to find a rental here? I mean, setting aside affordability issues, it's just hard to find a place. So I'm concerned that we're seeking data and we're seeking an informed dialogue so much that we're losing sight of the initial goal, which was to address some of our housing problems. And we all know, right? We need to address the water problem. We need to address the supply problem. I know it's frustrating that doesn't happen overnight, but to kind of spin our wheels in the meantime and try and spend money and come up with data and come up with fees, it's not helping. In fact, it's hurting. And so genuinely as a renter, I ask you to not proceed with expansion of the rental inventory, and let's continue to look at other ways that we can actually help renters with things like the rental assistance program and with creating more housing. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Nancy Soule, and my husband and I have a rental unit above our garage on our property in Old Town, where we reside behind our house. I know the city is concerned with more housing, but in my opinion, to realize more housing, your best bet is to encourage more owners to want to create and keep a rental unit on their own property. From conversations with other small property owners, there's great concern for the intrusion by the city with the rental registry. My husband and I chose to file for an exemption, and the biggest reason was Section 8-2.02E3, which is the requirement to report the status of each rental when there is a change within 30 days. This requirement is onerous and risky for several reasons. Number one, we may be on vacation and cannot deal with this sort of reporting long distance while on a trip. We want to be able to handle the vacancy on our schedule. We like to completely clean and repaint the apartment between tenants, and we want to replace appliances when necessary. And this is a process which usually takes more than 30 days. We do not want to field potential tenant requests or have potential tenants looking at the property, peeking through the windows, etc., until we are ready. Number three, if using contractors for repairs or remodeling, and remember, Gary and I like to do our own work when we can. But if we're using contractors for repairs or remodeling, reporting a property when vacant and having that information on a public website creates significant risk in that materials and tools are more subject to theft and vandalism. It is unwise and sometimes unsafe to have people wandering the property during this time. Landlords may also want to take a break from re-renting a vacant unit to accommodate visits by their family and friends, such as during the summer when students leave a unit, or they may simply want their privacy and no longer want to rent. This is their property. This should be their decision without having to justify it. A better rule would be that a landlord should report a vacancy at the time a unit is advertised for rent. This allows all of the above situations to be handled with respect for the landlord's needs. And in conversation with others in Old Town, I do believe that there are people selling in order to avoid all of this and future possible changes that they might feel would be intrusive. And Ms. had also confirmed that to our association, that they are significantly less units than they had previously. Thank you.
I haven't started yet. Okay, there's multiple issues regarding the rental registry that I wanted to go over from the many meetings that I have attended. some of which aren't even addressed. One of which is the emails. I've brought this up before. There are certain elderly owners, one of which is a family friend of ours. She's 87 years old. And according to Mark Eckelman, she's not in compliance because she doesn't have an email. I've reached out, I've begged, I've pleaded. I even went on today to verify because she couldn't figure out the system herself. So I helped her. She's still considered in violation because you guys don't accept the fact that this 87-year-old woman doesn't want to have an email. That's something that needs to be addressed in with the language that you guys have. You guys have asked for a lot of personal information. Some people don't want to give their personal addresses when they have management as a representation. So my concern is with a lot of the language is you guys are overstepping in certain areas. Also, in one of the past meetings, Mr. Williamson had said that it was going to take about 3 years from what the city had told him to get results. You can ask. There's a lot of businesses here. We can give you answers. The number one reason why people move and leave town is for jobs. We already know the answer. I don't know why it's going to take you guys 3 years to get that answer, but at least you can know right now, I'm saying it out loud, it is jobs. That is the number one reasons people leave the area. A lot of them also purchase homes here, which is another one of the reasons of why. So I at least wanted to actually say it out loud to make sure you guys all are at least here and understood. That's the number one reasons of why. Is when we have tenants that leave completely to another state, it's for jobs. A lot of families that live locally have kids that move away, and usually I always call it the 10-year act. And usually after about 10 years, sometimes they do come back because they realize they love this area. And eventually, we always say they will always eventually come back. So I at least wanted to at least put that out there so that you guys understood that. I'm also concerned that you guys sent staff to Boston to go to their rental registry meeting. I don't want our town to look like Boston. That's why we're in a small town. So I don't know why we're going to large cities to set examples for rules in a very small, sweet town where people know each other. People went to school with each other. People went to school with their grandmothers. They've overseen and looked at these people for many, many years. And I have my kids here and I want to watch my grandkids here. And so I'm concerned with this disconnect of the amount of time that the people have been here. And then I'm also concerned about the fact that one of the other meetings I sat through, that you're having the people that are in charge of the rental registry also dish out the free money for the rental assistance. You've now made them advocates in that department, and they're very worn out. I sat through that whole meeting. And so my concern is, why are they being used on one side to monitor us, and on the other side, you're giving out monies? That's a lot of work for these people to do.
Sometimes I don't think you realize the bureaucratic mess that you guys have put us in. The two speakers ago kind of addressed that. Tonight, you're considering eliminating the 50% pass-through. To quote from the staff report recommending doing so, quote, "There's a relatively small amount, but it can increase renters' cost. Property owners receive rent from these tenants and they accrue equity through properties. They will be likely to make up the cost in other areas," end quote. That's pretty outrageous. What are the landlords? How are they going to make up that cost? And equity doesn't pay bills. So a renter can pay $2.08 a month or $25 a year. If you eliminate that, the landlord bears the whole burden. That's hundreds of dollars. Many of us have thousands to pay, and some even more. It's beyond presumptuous and ridiculous for the city to assume that tenants can't afford $2.08. My tenants would gladly pay that, but to assume that we can afford thousands, it's absurd. So what's achieved data-wise with the registry? Most are small landlords. Rents are reasonable for our coveted area. An average rent of less than $2,200 for a two-bedroom apartment is what's been shown. But now, after all the meetings and all the implementation, we're told that the data is not adequate for what the city's goal is. We landlords don't know what the goal is, other than to take our money, create jobs, and disclose our private information. How about instead of renewing the registry, consider dropping it? Or if it's strictly information you're after, go ahead and have all units registered. Less than 4 should be free. Analyze it, then drop it, with the promise that that's the end of it. You'd have enough information for future planning purposes if that's your goal. It will vary slightly from year to year. Take the financial pressure off of what you have put on landlords and tenants. Sometimes your intentions don't go as planned. Do the right thing and drop the registry altogether. Be fair, be open-minded, and please consider it. Thank you.
Hello. I think the rental registry has shown that the rentals are owned by local Monterey owners, not out-of-town corporations. The rental registry is a hardship on landlords and tenants by the cost charged to us. The rental registry needs to end, and we are looking to you to see that it ends. The city should look at other ways to provide assistance to those who need it, not penalize landlords that have worked most of their lives to finally have passive income to enjoy.
Okay, and we'll go to our callers on Zoom.
First, I'm calling on Monica. Monica, if you'd like to speak, you will need to unmute yourself. All right, I will come back to Monica. Let's try Esther.
Good evening, everybody. Just note how many renters are in the chambers right now. So their voices are not being heard, like all of those of you that have the luxury of being able to come out and speak against the registry. The registry is new, so to declare it not successful is really disingenuous. It needs to be in place for a couple of years for it to be determined whether the data it's gathering, which is its purpose, is doing what it's supposed to do. And in 1 year, that's not going to happen. I had a meeting with staff, and I want to just thank them for the hard work that they're doing on this and the registry. They have really come to understand at a different level than they did before the renter assistance program, because they see the need out there. And I would put money on that everybody sitting in that room right now doesn't want to see any more homelessness. How many businesses have not been able to find workers because they've had to leave because they can't afford the rents? It's not just about keeping the rents low. It's about keeping people housed. Families are the #1 growing demographic of homelessness. Kids are homeless in school. The proportions are growing. Schools are setting up laundry rooms and different services at the high school right across the street. Is that the alternative that you guys are seeking? Because I'm sure that if there were homeless people parked out front of your home or your business, you wouldn't want that either. So getting back to the registry, I think that the pass-through of the $50 or the $25 is ridiculous and not worth the fight. But I will say that I would like to see the suggestion that I made of application fees being tracked and how much they are, and if they're being reimbursed back to people who are not getting the units. So I wanted to just put that out there as an additional piece of data that could be useful. And, we've got an addition, we've got the AB 1482, the state bill that passed or addressing this is going to expire in a couple of years. And the data that we are collecting now is going to be important for us to understand what is going to be our city's needs to address once that happens. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to try Monica again. Monica, if you unmute, you could go ahead.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, council members and mayor. This is Monica. Monica Lowe. I'm speaking as a resident of Monterey. I apologize. I was not able to unmute earlier. This important conversation, I think, while we recognize there are coordinated landlords in the room, it's in their interest to speak. We understand that public meetings aren't always accessible to everyone and a broader demographic. And please know I'm speaking as a citizen. However, it doesn't dismiss the points that are being brought up today. And critically, as a resident, as someone born in Monterey and seeing the change, it's housing. There's simply not enough. I really listen to someone who is a landlord with 3 or less units. It is an obstacle for someone to want to build an ADU. As a homeowner in Monterey of a very small home with a hope of building an ADU so I can stay in the area, it would give me pause. I think it's a real concern for the smaller landlords. And I do hope this council that is so thoughtful and I really think has very good intentions takes that into account. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I will call next on Tom Reeves. And in the meantime, Lori M., I noticed your hand went down. If you were wishing to speak, you could put your hand back up because you were in our original list. Tom, you could go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I've commented on this before, and I wish you would have a discussion about my comment. And that is that if you are going to eliminate the exemption, that you at least have an exemption for family-to-family rentals. To me, it's a huge invasion of privacy to disclose what one family member is renting a room or an ADU out to another family member. There's many examples of this. A parent could be renting a room to a child, or a child could be renting an ADU to a senior citizen, their parent. Now, the city manager has commented in the past that this would be so onerous to police, but I think it's really quite simple. The person who's administering this program said they're spending money on enforcement. Well, if you find somebody who's not registered, it's pretty simple to prove that this is my mother, this is my father, this is my child. So to me, it's just a huge invasion of privacy for your neighbors and the community as a whole to know what you want to rent a room out to your adult child, let's say. Another comment I've had in the past is it's not clear to me on what constitutes a vacant unit. Going back to my example, let's say a family member rents to another family member a room in their house or an ADU or a JADU. Well, after that rental goes away, the child moves out or whatever, is that now a vacant unit or do they unregister somehow? I've never had that explained to me. So I'd like to have this family to family exemption at least inscribed in this. The last thing I'd like to comment on is we constantly hear about affordability and it's a lack of housing. It's a lack of housing. I'm so tired of that drumbeat. It's not just a lack of housing. It's the dirt that the house sits upon that is going up in value. So you might have a rental property that you inherited and it goes on through the family generation after generation. The dirt underneath that unit has gone up in value. So in 2025, if you're a landlord, you're faced with the issue of, do I continue to rent this Or can I earn more money by selling the property and investing that money? So it's a business decision that these people have to take into account. You can't just say, if I build more units, then all of a sudden they're going to go down in price in terms of the rental. Because if that happens, then all the other ones who have rental units will get out of the business because they can't make their mortgage, they can't pay their insurance, etc. So please, no family to family rentals in this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Lori. Lori, you can go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I wasn't really even going to speak because everyone in the room has said all the things and more that I would and done such a good job at it. But there are a number of items that I could just touch on. And first of all, I'm a little shocked that the city came back so soon. I kind of thought after that last meeting a few months ago, it was tabled for a breather to just see how things look over the next year. So I'm a little surprised to see the city coming back to claw at least half of what they originally wanted, which tells me maybe in a few months is the city going to come back for the rest of it. And how long will that be? And as far as the, this pass-through fee, it's $2 a month. I mean, I'll just tell you, I know so many renters who say they struggle with rent, but they go to Starbucks every day. And I don't go to Starbucks every day because it's expensive, but they spend far more than $2 a day going there every day through the drive-through. And I feel like if they can't afford $2 a month or, at all for that to share in the cost of helping provide the home that they're living in, they probably shouldn't be living here because $2 a month is not that much. And I remember very clearly Esther Malkin, who spoke earlier, raving last year when she was trying to help push this through, talking about how easy, how every renter would be happy to pay this $2 equivalent of a cup of coffee per month to have this program in place. And now that tune is changing. So which is it? It's one or the other. I just feel like you can't take everything away from the homeowners here. And as far as rentals, I know a great number of people who are no longer choosing to rent. Their houses are just sitting empty because they just don't want to deal with the hassle of it all. And I'll tell you, I have a room that I could rent that has a spare keypad. It's kind of like a little ADU, and I will not do it. I was going to until this whole thing started, and now I'm not going to. So that room is just going to sit as my storage room, and it could be available for a tenant, but it won't be until this program goes away. So hopefully you're all listening. I'd like to see this whole program just be scrapped, or as one person suggested, collect your data, analyze it, and then scrap it. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation. Please, Dr. Barber.
So I just wanted to get some clarification from staff on a couple of things. I'm sorry. Here we go. Hans, the other Hans.
I know. Sadly.
So as far as the family to family rental, can I get a little bit of background on that and what we have, what that looks like, and what type of enforcement building wise would have to happen if that was there, and also what is constituting a vacant unit?
I think one of the main concerns for us is how do we verify family to family? How would you do that?
Well, I think Hans nailed it. That's part. So I guess there's kind of maybe a potential to have that included in owner occupied status. But right now, the big struggle when we first talked about this was determining who counts as family, how do you determine family to family, and then enforcing it on top of that.
Okay, and so, when enforcing this, it was brought up about how, I'm sorry, when enforcing this, it was brought up about how you can be able to have, building enforcement or whatever, if they see somebody who might be in that particular position, how it would be easy for them to prove that they were a family member. Family member meaning, couldn't that be, defined as whether you're talking about, mother, father, sister, brother, or whatever, if that's defined and then that be proved, or is this something that is the heavy lift? I'm just trying to get a better understanding of that. And also, don't forget, I still want to get to constitute constitutes the vacant unit.
I think it would depend on what we decide is the legal definition of a family member. I don't know how far out we can go with that.
Yeah, I want to just say again, it is very onerous to figure out, is this a family or not? We will have landlords that will claim this is my family because they regard them as family. If we also look at the number of this case that Tom Reeves is bringing up, the number of cases we have, that's minimalistic in my humble opinion. So are we creating an ordinance that takes under consideration every possible case or not? And then like I stated before, we get into the field of where is what is a relative, and if we go into the legal definition of that, a lot of people might be surprised who is all not a relative that they regard as a relative. So I think somewhere we have to draw the line. If council wants to add that, that's absolutely in your prerogative. But I think we are just allowing to create additional layers that then we are required to check. And we also pretty much allow loopholes for those disingenuous landlords to just pull wool over our eyes.
I can chime in about the vacant units as well. So if the unit, as was kind of, I don't know, imagined, would be like rented to a family member, for example, and then the family member moves on and they no longer want to rent it, then if the person's taking that unit off the market, then they don't have to report the unit and they can deregister at that time. We have had folks reach out to us, I think one or two at least, that have said, "Hi, I just bought this place. It's no longer a rental. Can you please take it off?" And we comply with them.
So it's done on a yearly basis, correct? So
yes,
if they decided that it's not going to be rented anymore, is it an active thing on their behalf that they have to come back to the city and say it's off, or would they just not report?
Yes, they would have to tell us. We would have no way of knowing otherwise. So they would have to let us know that they're taking it off the rental market.
Okay. And then the 12-month right now it's not a 12-month pass through. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct. It's a lump sum.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I don't have any questions. I'm ready for comments.
Please, this is the time.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that. I'm going to try and contrast this as much as I can. On the one hand, some of the comments of the upgrades make sense to refine the policy to get it more fair and alignment. I'm still struggling with, why do we want to tell property owners that they can't pass through it? It's no longer permissible. I think that shifts the burden. I'm sitting here weighing in the nuances of, okay, well, if we change this, we modify that, I would add, suggest some things for the family exemption, but I'm going down this whole host of the list of how would I make this public policy better? I can't. I still stand with the fact that I don't think this is a policy we should have. Again, it's policy overreach. To be very clear, I think it's time to decommission it. We've got the data from this last year. We got 51% the data. If we can't extract some conclusions from 51% to tell us what's going on in the rental market in the city of Monterey with 51%, that's an unbelievable amount of data to be able to figure out what's going on. But we really know what's going on. We've heard it said again tonight. We heard it the last time. We heard it last year. We don't have enough housing units. We don't have the water. The price of land is expensive. It's hard to build. It's California. Lots of hard reasons that cause us not to see the building to match the need. I just don't get why we want to continue with having a public policy that is so divisive, that brings out all of the detail that we keep hearing, that provides me with no clarity on what the desired outcome is. I know the ultimate desired outcome of anything when we talk about housing is more housing. But this policy is never going to create more housing. Matter of fact, I think it's working in the exact opposite. We've heard people tell us, and I've heard it personally, that people are opting out of the market because of the rental registry. So if we have a policy that can't give us clear outcomes, it can't pull together and use the data we've already got, in my view, we're wasting, what's the figure? We've burned through $243,000 in costs. And we're projecting next year to continue the program to be $290,000 costs. We're not going to collect 100% of it. But then again, staff says we're going to ramp up enforcement, which I don't want to go down that path. I just don't think we should be in this business. I think it doesn't give us a clear return. I think it just stinks up the place and doesn't look like good public policy. And I said it before and I say it again, we shouldn't be in this business. We've got property managers, we've got realtors who are selling, we've got renters that are looking, and we can't improve that market one iota with a policy like this. So I see no point in continuing. And when it's the right time, I'd make that motion and see if it would carry, but I think it's time to decommission this. That's my comments.
I have a question for staff. If you would reiterate, and would be good for me also as a refresher, reiterate the process that a property owner would have to go to when they decide to stop the rental for, like it was described earlier, maybe to refresh it, change an appliance, that kind of thing, and then put it back as a rental. What does that look like?
Sure. So if the property owner is going to take the rental off the market, then they simply send us an email and let us know, and we will deregister them, and they don't have to register moving forward. So if they do decide to put it back on the market, then in that case, they of course would have to re-register.
And is there a timeline connected to that?
Let me double check.
In other words, when they unregister, do they have a specific amount of time to make repairs, refresh, that kind of thing, and then be able to put it back on the market?
I think the ordinance says 30 days.
Well, I want to confirm that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'm double checking right now. So landlord shall notify the city if there is a change to registration information for any rental unit within 30 days of the change. So that also includes change in the ownership or management, or change in the ownership or manager's contact information, the increase in any and rent for a rental unit, including the amount of rent increase and the change in the occupancy status of the unit.
So in other words, I have my tenant move out. I contact the city and say, the unit is vacant, it's not up for rent. I can take 3-4 months to repaint, change appliances, that kind of thing. And then in the, let's say 6 month, I can contact the city and re-register again.
That's what we would expect at that time, yes.
Yeah, okay. So just to make it explicitly clear, as a property owner, I can take 2 weeks or 2 months to do whatever I want to do with my unit.
As of right now, I don't see anything in our ordinance that prevents that.
Okay. Thank you. I think that this item is doing exactly what we're hoping it would do. Seeing that the what we're terming the mom and pop rentals, right? Seeing that it's a more significant number in our population, I think that's valuable data that we at one point didn't have. And I supported the exemption in the beginning because erroneously thinking that that segment of the population was much smaller. But we see that it's much more significant, and really that's what we're trying to capture. We're trying to capture information that again will help us in crafting policy that will work best for tenants and landlords and everybody else in between. So, I mean, I think it's doing what it's doing, so I'm going to go ahead and support the item.
Might as well go ahead. Well, as we discussed last time, January, what I heard was that, please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Ackerman, 90.5% of our local rental housing market is either local or below 19 units. And I'm hearing, in my mind, when I hear local, I think County of Monterey. Is that a pretty good?
That's accurate, yes.
Okay, all right. And I go, wow, that's nice. It's local and it's small. I hear that not much is LLCs. I did some research and I know that Gray Star is managing Pacific Vista, which you helped me understand is 57 units, something like that.
Yes, they have 58 units at one location, then 91 units at another.
58 units. And that we're appreciating that our rents are, for the most part, reasonable. So I go, wow, that to me is very reassuring. I was initially very much on the fence, not knowing how a program like this would create more housing or control rents, but I was very willing to give the mayor the split of my tie. This was when I wasn't on council, but I made public comment because I definitely thought you had a mandate on housing. But when I look at the outcomes now, they're very reassuring, and I almost feel that our mom and pops are really protecting us from big corporations coming in and buying up the property, changing the tenor of the area. That may in fact happen in 5 or 10 years. We may have to come back and look at the data in 5 or 10 years, but for now, I don't see that we have the problems that we were afraid of. And it's not a program that's going to increase our housing. It's not going to reduce our rents. And what we have is a program that's making more expense for the city, invading privacy of individual residents, local people, and making government bigger. And I sit here and I go, why? Why are we doing that? I am very afraid we're going to drive people out of the market. I think they will sell. I think it is a burden. I heard that when I was campaigning. Maybe District 3 is different, but I had a lot of people say they were very, very burdened by the paperwork, by the intrusions, that they've worked hard all their lives. And like I said, these are not people that are striking me as rich. They're comfortable. They've worked hard. So I'm more and more in Ed's camp that I think maybe we ought to do away with it, because I think 73% compliance and projecting the information, I think we have very reassuring data. I think this is incrementalism, and I don't support that. I think the arguments on the pass through, it doesn't matter how you split that. It is increasing the cost of housing. It's going to pass to the tenant. That it's just a math problem. The landlords have to get a return on their investment. It will pass through to the tenant. It is passing through to the tenant. So I'm not sure where we're going with it. I was working with a tenant from Pacific Vista who's lived there 20 years, and she was saying some of the same things. What is the goal of the program, and how can it ever give us more housing, and how can it ever reduce our rents when it's adding on fees? And she went right into the website. She said, what is the purpose? And she said, she read the literature on the city website. The purpose is to get data. Okay, we've gotten data, and provide data to the council for possible regulation. I'm not sure we want to regulate anymore. And to identify circumstances of substandard conditions, which is why I asked the question earlier of you. For my money, I would put your brain to work helping with slum landlords and rehabilitation efforts and getting units that need rehabilitation more standardized and safe. And I would have Anastasia continue doing the assistance program and have that money go there. And I would retire the program. So there I am.
So when I think of the purpose of the program, one of the elements that's articulated on the city's website is also to create a fair and equitable marketplace. So having that level of transparency in regards to having a deeper understanding of what's going on with the market, I think is of incredible value for transparency and public knowledge of what's happening with the largest stakeholder within our community. When we talk about renters versus homeowners. And to your point, Councilmember Rash, in regards to slum landlords and the enforcement piece, part of the challenge is, and I've continued to hear this since being on the council, and I don't know if you've heard this from residents through your experience at all, but there are tenants that are in fear of retaliation. So maybe they said something and there's been retaliatory response, or maybe they're not comfortable in saying anything at all. And so if there wasn't an enforcement and inspection side to the establishment of the rental inventory program, it can help keep up and maintain the inadequate housing that exists in the city of Monterey. I also just kind of want to speak to the fact that this is not an us versus them mentality. And I know that it can feel like that when the city is putting a program in place that creates additional requirements for landlords. I just want to say this is not an anti-landlord effort. It's about taking care of residents here in the city of Monterey. That's what it's about. And so again, I can't change the way that certain people respond to the implementation of the program, or what it looks like for us to continue to maintain that. But the idea here is not to create an us versus them mentality. It's about all of us coming together and trying to find common solutions to our community. And to that end, this is absolutely has never been about trying to create more housing, this program in particular. The city's efforts have been focused a lot on increasing the housing stock, and we can do that. But of course, we struggle with the lack of water supply. There is resistance in the community around construction. And so for all those that are using the argument that we need to build more, I encourage you to participate in those discussions when we are trying to push for greater density within the city of Monterey. There was a comment made earlier in regards to this being the government's fault. I would just offer that this is a democracy and we are the government. And so, the council was elected. There's a participatory process. The reason why we're able to sit here today and engage in this dialogue is because of the democratic process. And so, in as much as we can point the finger at government, we have to look at each other as a community and try to find ways of improving the systems and the process and how we interact with one another in our city. I do have a couple of questions. I'm not sure if this is a question or just more of a tack on to Dr. Barber's comments earlier. I'm kind of interested in this family to family piece of the conversation. I don't see it being too overly burdensome to have a clear definition of who qualifies and the required documentation that could be utilized to help support that justification. And if it's clearly outlined in the ordinance, I think it makes it clear and transparent in regards to what that looks like. A question that I do have though is, and it came up during the public comments, what constitutes a vacant unit? And I vaguely remember this from when we implemented the program and reviewing the ordinance, but if staff could just clarify, I vaguely remember it was like ADUs, JADUs, room rentals, but hoping staff can give clarification on that. I don't know who's best to respond.
A volunteer, please.
Anybody.
Bring the two.
I get a team. Woo.
Yeah, I have Kim Cole is helping us out here. So, okay, so one more time for vacant units, you're worried about how we're defining vacant units?
Sorry.
I just want to clarify before I dive into this.
That was the question.
Yes, and actually, yeah, that was the question, but I'm actually thinking to myself out loud here and trying to maybe clarify my question. But maybe let's answer that question first, and I'll ask a follow-up.
Okay, so yeah, vacant unit would be just any unit that's not currently occupied.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, in this case, go ahead.
You go ahead and finish your thought.
Well, I was going to say in the case that was presented, we needed an update on the vacancy status based on the current ordinance. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that there has to be a complete changeover in who's moved in, when repairs have been done, all these things. There's nothing delineating that in here. So it's just, when did the status change? Status changed. We need the update, and that's it right now.
I think where I was going, and I think I merged two of my questions together, so I apologize for the confusion there. In regards to ADUs, JADUs, and room rentals, there's an exemption that exists for those. And I'm assuming that if the staff recommendation is passed tonight, that the exemption would still be maintained for those types of units.
Yes, that is correct. It would not change any of those.
Okay. I think that's it for my questions. I'll just make one final comment. I think it kind of reinforces the idea of helping to collect more data. When we were having this conversation around the implementation of the rental registry, I shared and reflected on my experience and interactions with renters in the community around some of the experiences that they had, speaking about their fear of retaliation and what that experience was like. And there was a lot of pushback against that because folks said they weren't showing up here and voicing their viewpoint or perspective in public comment. And there was no data on that. So really there's nothing to help support the lack of people coming forward and sharing their concerns. And so to me, not to say that it's not happening, but it's all anecdotal, right? So these renters coming up to me is like the comments that I'm hearing today around landlords selling their property specifically due to this. And I wonder, how do we differentiate between this maybe being an added on thing and something that they were going to do anyways versus something specifically to do with this? So I see the head nods, and I see people feeling very confident about that, but I'm just comparing it to my own statements. And when I say that, I didn't see the head nods, right? So it's all anecdotal, and I'm not discounting any of it. I'm saying we have to take it all into account as we have these conversations. So I can support the staff recommendation, and for the reasons of, and anybody that's been involved in these conversations from when we started this is how I thought we should have started. And so I see how it makes it more challenging for the city and the public to kind of keep track of what's going on here when we're now trying to expand the program to be more inclusive, which was what the staff's original proposal was. So for those reasons, I support it. Open it up to the council for.
I
can make a motion.
We're still in the discussion phase.
Please.
Unless somebody's ready to make a motion, then we can do discussion.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to approve first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 8, Section 2 relating to the rental inventory program, exempt properties reporting and fee pass-through.
I don't know whether I have to wait till, I don't know whether I have to wait for a second to be able to do that. To just somebody at admin, or I mean, what can I do now? Do I need to wait till? you get
Yeah,
that?
you could make the second and then ask for the friendly amendment, and then you can withdraw your second if that doesn't work for you.
Okay, I'll second it. And now I'd like to make a friendly amendment. I can do that, right?
Please.
Okay. The friendly amendment I would like to make would be, basically looking at a 12-month payment fee as opposed to having it to be strictly a pass.
Oh, is your mic on?
Oh, sorry. To have, my friendly amendment would be looking at a 12-month payment fee as opposed to being strictly a pass-through. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
So you're saying instead of
Like it still would be the same thing, but you're looking at a 12-month where it's not, because right now it's currently all at one time, correct?
well, the landlord could choose. I think my understanding is the landlord could receive it however they choose.
Okay, but it
So they could-
may be passed through, right? And the way it's read, it would automatically not go to the tenant, it would go strictly to the landlord.
Right now, it splits it. That's how it's in the ordinance now.
Okay, but I'm trying to add on a 12-month payment so that it takes time to be able for the renter, the tenant to be able to pay. They have more time.
Can I just verify, Dr. Barber? So this is about splitting the $50 registration fee. $25 would is falling right, can be passed on to the renter.
Mhm.
And there you're suggesting basically a 12-month split of $2.08 per month for the landlord to collect on behalf of and pass it on to the city. Because we're not collecting $2.08 from renters.
Mhm.
12 months. Okay, just checking.
So that's the friendly motion.
The one thought I wanted to share with you is it has been used as a weapon against the council by certain landlords to say to renters, the city makes me charge you that. And that's a consideration for the council to say, how do you want to be accused of that when the landlord raises the rent by saying, hey, the $2.08 is this, or the $25, that's what the city forces me to do. So just a consideration this has happened. I don't think that is a fair play by certain landlords. And with that, we propose to give consideration to maybe eliminate the cost sharing as well.
Could I just ask a clarifying question to, nothing precludes a landlord from incorporating the cost of providing the rental, providing a service into the rent, right? So to me, it's almost a kind of cleaning things up and not making them so making it more complicated than it needs to be. Nothing prevents a landlord from saying this is part of the cost of doing business and incorporating it into it. But you've made a friendly amendment, so I'll pass it back to you, Dr. Barber, and if you want to continue that, I'll let you two discuss how to move forward with.
Well, he has to accept it, so depending on whether he accepts it or not.
Yeah, I don't think I would support that, because I think part of this here is to try to find additional support for tenants, but also doing it in a way where, here's where I'm getting at. The property manager, owner can write this off as a part of doing business. Tenants cannot. So that's why I think I need to support this based on the conversations that I've had with tenants. I need to support this so that the pass-through lives primarily through the property manager or owner.
Okay, so he's rejected it, so.
So you have a choice to either remove your second of his motion, or
Well, I mean, since he's rejected it, I'll have to remove it, right? So I'll remove it at this point.
Okay. Seems like you wanted to jump in.
well, yeah. I'm going to make a motion just to clean it up so everybody knows what, where I'm coming from. Given that we've already got data, and given that we have a snapshot of what's going on in the market, and we've achieved our information that enlightened us, I would make the motion that we decommission the rental registry forthwith.
I'd second.
Okay, any other discussion?
Yeah, for the expediency of time, let me just make my comments, and then later I won't have to do this again. The statement of what's on the website is a lofty but unattainable goal, which really is not in alignment with what the rental registry is. There's a lot of knowns and there's certainly a lot of unknowables. This policy seems to be trying to chase the unknowable and the unreachable. If we did anything at all, I think we should be talking about getting into a mode of confidentiality for those who have registered. So we are not exposing the names and the addresses to the market. I think we should figure out a way that we mask the owner's names and the addresses, because I think it's just really not, it's just not cool for everybody in the world to know what somebody's paying. Mayor, you talked about part of this is, I think the term you used was enforcement action. And I think you were talking in the context of someone reporting a problem with the property, or that it needs to be reported somehow because the tenant can't come out, can't call, can't be known, and they're afraid of reprisal, intimidation. I just would say, if we remove the rental registry and my motion passed tonight, we would still have the same level of enforcement that's available to us through code enforcement. Anyone could call fire, police, or code enforcement, the front desk, the city manager's office anonymously, or even make a report through 211 and report that there is a code enforcement opportunity because of a building violation, and stay anonymous. We don't have that enforcement built into this rental registry. take away the rental registry, we have code enforcement already there. We've always had that. So it's not that we're bringing a novel piece of public policy called rental registry that gives us some magical weapon that addresses enforcement. So that's just not true. So I think we have enough data. I've talked on it already. I think this policy and the modifications is trying to make an imperfect piece of policy more perfect. And I think it's getting further and further away from it. So that's why I made my motion.
So if I may, I'll respond to a couple of things that you shared. The idea of enforcement, I mean, imagine this council one day is filled with property management company representatives. I think that the concern of rent, I think it's not just an issue with concerns with the landlord, but it's everything that is involved in the process. So I think we're trying to create more transparency through this process, but nothing prevents a landlord from being concerned still with that retaliation or fear of reprisal, what that experience is like if they do report something to the city. So I don't think it's as simple as just saying somebody to self-report. I think that the program, if fully imagined, can help make sure that we keep up with the adequacy of the housing units in the city of Monterey. And then in regards to your question around privacy, I think that the program has been established in a way where a lot of the information is private. So is there, I heard you say the address and the name. Is there anything beyond that that's of concern in regards to the privacy?
Yeah, I think that names of ownership that is reporting the rents that are collected, the amounts with an address is confidential information that shouldn't be out there. I just think it's wrong to have the names published and tied to the property with the reported rent.
My understanding is that names aren't on the registry.
The names of the owners are not on the registry.
That's correct.
The property address is on the registry.
Property address, yes. I can also Google addresses as well.
Yeah, so if you remove the address, you would not be able to Google and find the owner. So we're putting an actual physical address and we're reporting how much is paid in rent.
Yeah, I mean,
so we're offering data that with the one next leap, one could find the owner very easily.
I mean, I would offer that I agree with you around the concerns around the individual rental prices being posted in the registry. I think maybe for different reasons. I think that there might be some concerns that we've heard about regarding price fixing. That's a real thing that might exist here in given the market in Monterey. So I'm open to a dialogue there around how do we appropriately share data as it relates to the cost of the rental units. So not sure if there's a compromise that we can create in that space.
Yeah, I think you should vote for my motion.
But obviously that doesn't go along with everything else I just said. So,
well, I think we have a fundamental difference in our philosophy about it, and I respect that. That's where we are. I just think that it's a far reach to think that we're going to necessarily help a tenant because we have this rental registry, that the next leap is going to be somehow that there's offer of security and protection through policing powers that we offer through code enforcement. This rental registry doesn't improve that one iota. It's got nothing to do with it. So I just think it's incongruent to offer that code enforcement is enhanced, increased, or benefited, or the discovery of poor quality units is benefited by having a rental registry. It's just not relevant. So I just think that, it's bad public policy and I've already addressed that. I just don't think that it's something that we can make this any better with the suggestions. The suggestions are nonsensical. I could make a suggestion that we remove the name. Yeah, that helps a little. I would make the suggestion that we maintain the mom and pop status and not change that at all, because I think we've got enough data. I would also make the suggestion that to get involved in telling the landlord that they have to automatically pick up a fee, thinking that we're protecting the tenants, is really nonsensical, because that's going to be passed through anyway. And Gene has addressed that. Whatever you charge for this program is automatically driving the additional cost to the tenant. Although $50 is nominal, I believe what it's done in the community is actually generate greater rents and heightened fear. And the fear that I'm hearing over and over is the next move by a portion of the council will be to go into rent control. And the empirical data tells us, and we see it, and we're hearing it about Salinas right now, who has embraced rental control, that it is creating a shortage of housing, adding to the cost, and creating fear in the housing market, and does not generate additional housing in the city of Monterey. So I don't think it's a good policy. And whenever it's good policy, whenever it's not good policy, I want to get rid of it.
It's unfortunate because I feel like you're engaging in fear mongering, and you heard me sit here and say at the last council meeting that nobody's talking about rent control. So for you to saber rattle some politically tense words doesn't help really find a way of us making sure that we're focused on the city business and basing it off of facts.
I said what people are fearful of, and they're telling me that. They're telling me they are fearful.
Okay.
And so you need to hear it because they're saying it.
I just ran an election, so I heard it. So I hear it.
Okay.
But you.
So then you don't
sitting
need to
here-
chastise me for that.
Okay.
I have
I'm just
not.
letting you
I
know.
have not
I'm just
breached
letting you
your
know
trust
you're
law.
bringing it up. All right. With that being said, any other comments before we vote on the motion? Yeah, Jean seconded it.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only other thing I would add is the counties do parent-child transfers all the time. So I had an extra burden for the city, one more thing for staff, which I've already spoken against adding on to the staff and adding on to the program in any way, but that is doable.
I'm sorry. I might have missed. I might have missed your, I'm not understanding what you're,
Well, I'm just saying there was an interest in the family transfer aspect
okay.
in the discussion with the public. And I'm just reminding people that the counties do, the county assessors do parent-child transfers all the time. It's a piece of paper. Having said that, I understand that a piece of paper is a huge hassle for all of us, for the whole system, but it's done.
Okay. All right. I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah.
Councilmember Smith made a motion to basically get rid of the program. If I articulated.
That's correct.
Okay.
And there was a second to that.
Yep.
effect.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. All right. So we're back at ground zero. Well, you seconded it though, but didn't you pull your second back from his motion?
I pulled.
Your oh, I apologize.
I didn't pull off my second, I pulled off the other piece and he rejected it.
Okay, I apologize. I misunderstood that. So do you want to re-articulate your motion?
Move to approve staff's recommendation.
So then I felt my second again.
Okay. Okay. Any other discussion?
So I just want to clarify, Gino, your motion is the entirety of the
Yeah, let me read
staff
it.
recommendation.
Yeah, so I move to approve first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 8, Section 2 relating to the rental inventory programs exempt properties reporting and fee pass-through.
Could I ask the motion maker and the seconder what you all think about the idea of the family piece. Oh, please.
Just a point of clarification. So you can make an amendment, but that would be for a future first reading because that's not
Was
the
it
staff
posted?
recommendation hasn't been noticed. It hasn't been researched
Okay.
or discussed in the agenda report. So that would be like a future item. So the item before you is just as Council Member Garcia
This motion.
read, right? So this family, these other ideas would need to come back for a first reading at a future date.
Okay. Could I converse with them about it, or would that be out of the bounds of?
I think it might be like a direction to staff.
I just kind of want to get a sense from them if there's interest in considering that. Is that something
At a
that,
future date, right? So no decision. It's more along the, yes, I think that's.
if they're open to having staff bring
Sure.
it back,
Mhm.
is that something?
I'd be open.
I'd be open to it. Yeah, just would have to know what those details are.
Okay.
For that to come back.
Okay. All right.
So before we take the vote on the discussion of the motion,
Please.
and thank you, Gino, for clarifying that. I'm concerned about the free pass-through being eliminated because I haven't heard compelling information from the staff presentation, which makes sense after 1 year of the policy, that we're going to go back now and completely flip-flop that. And I don't understand now it's even more burdening to the tenant, which to me is really in contravention from the whole thing that we always talk about for housing is to protect the tenants so that their rents don't go up. Well, if this motion passes tonight, it absolutely guarantees that every tenant will now be charged that fee because the way this reads is free pass-through is eliminated. And it's alternatively fees could be paid in monthly installments and late registrations would not be allowed to pass through. But the terminology makes it sound like none of the fee can be shared with the tenant. It must be paid by the landlord owner. Am I wrong with that wording of this policy? That the expectation is the $50 annually is paid by the property owner or property manager.
Yeah.
So that guarantees that the tenant's rent is going up.
How I don't.
Because as soon as the landlord pays that, the second the renewal of the contract or the next month of the tenant, if they're in a month to month, the landlord's going to charge them the prorated amount for renewal of their lease.
So you're saying that when we were doing the cost sharing, that there wasn't a guarantee that the landlords would charge the other 25, but now that we're increasing it another $25 to the landlord, that they're now for sure going to pass that to the renter.
Yeah, because the policy includes language that the expectation is it's the landlord that pays it. So I think what
But the
happened,
landlord was paying half of it before.
sometimes they weren't. Sometimes they just said, no, we're going to absorb the cost ourselves.
Mhm.
It was the option. The landlord could share. And if they did, they could only pass through 50%. So a lot of them opted to not even pass it on. So now we're creating a policy that guarantees that it will be passed on with a rental increase.
Nothing maybe I don't understand this. Did anything prevent a landlord from incorporating the $25 portion of the fee that they paid under the current model in the rent?
No, it did not. And I just did for the fun of it a calculation of $1,800 rent for probably a small studio apartment times 12 is 21,600 divided by 50 is 0.0023% of a rent increase. 0.0023.
Yeah, the amount looks small, but now the property owners, property managers are tasked with the $50 payment to the city. They will automatically pass that amount, even though it sounds like it's a small amount. Now they pass on an increase. It just doesn't seem like that's a fair proposal that we guarantee that the tenants are going to have the rent increased.
I don't know. I'm just not convinced. That sounds a lot like speculation. It's just what, the argument that's more convenient. I mean, we have no way of knowing that it's guaranteed before or now. So that to me is not a compelling argument.
Well, as I said before, there's a lot of knowns and a lot of unknowables, and this is one of those unknowables because we don't know about the relationship between the landlord and the tenant. And this is exactly why we shouldn't be involved in this business. Mayor, that's all I have.
You're right. Okay. Any other comments? All right. Calling for the vote. All those in favor? Yes. All those opposed?
No.
No.
Motion passes 3-2. Let's take a Monterey 5. So I'll go ahead and bring us back. And we're going to go right into our next public appearance, item number 17, approve a public engagement approach for Lower Presidio. And I'll pass it to Hans for staff introduction.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, and thank you also for the Monterey 5. That was good to get some fresh air. The council was briefed by us a little earlier, I think late last year, about the Lower Presidio, and council came back with some asks. And what I recall, also one of the most central suggestions and asks by council was, we understand the approach for the Lower Presidio Historic Park. We understand the historical significance of that place. And we also understand that maybe the conditions have changed since we leased the land in 1996, and that the expectations on the Army side have changed a little bit, and it's okay to figure out how we are dealing with increased expectations from the Army, which might involve also spending local taxpayer dollars. So you agreed with, let's look at that comprehensively, but it was clear that the main priority of the council was to, in one way or another, retain public access to that and make sure that the public can enjoy that park. And so, as we promised, the council as well, members of the public, we would sit on this a little bit, and we would come back in March and bring you our suggested roadmap for that. Originally, Ned Roshana-Sathira, our assistant city manager, was supposed to present that strategy that we developed, and unfortunately, Ned fell ill. And so thank you to Brian Edwards, our library director, and also local in-house expert about all things historic and Lower Presidio, for taking over his presentation, Ned's presentation slides, and for presenting this item now to you. It will not be longer than 45 minutes of his.
He meant to say 4 or 5 minutes.
We start actually with a reading of the shiblogs of Gaspar di Portola.
Brian will do that. Thank you, Hans, for everything. Thank you, council. Thank you, members of the public. Thank you, council members, for listening in. But yeah, our public engagement approach for Lower Presidio. I'll just start with, we're not making a decision on Lower Presidio tonight. We're going to talk about our approach. So we're looking at, just to start with, very basic surveys, board and commissions, and engaging with them, and then community charrettes and workshops. So next slide, please. Oh, I can do it. Which one? Oh, good one. So basically this site, as just to confirm, is Hunakal, which was the actual Rumsian village site there. This was first known as around, we have records from about 1860. But for us, this is a 25.15 acre park that's been leased to us for the past, since 1996, and owned by the U.S. Army since 1847. And that plan was in 2002, we approved a historic master plan developed with the city and the Secretary of Army. So since that 2002, that's when we worked with later on to actually develop the park. Next slide. One of the main things to also be realized about this, the importance of this, is the land between the Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean. This is the center that creates basically United States of America, and that's why it has national significance to it, because this connects. There was thoughts that this would have been British land, this would have been Russia. Those are two major countries that would have actually taken over this land, and instead it's the United States of America, because what happened in 1842, 1846, 1849. But with that, we have certain sites on that, as along with there, we have the slope that we maintain over there, Slope Monument, the Presidio Monterey Museum, which is now, used to be an artillery shed, the restroom. There is the Boy Scout site there on the property, the blacksmith shop, which we have used, and the gun shed, which is now a storage for the Army, and we do not take care of that as far as I'm aware. But the other sites, like the stables, the cavalry stables, have been torn down. Other buildings have been torn down over time. Next slide. And background of it, there was what was called the BRAC process, the base relocation and closure. And so with that, there was thought of moving the military out of Monterey. And so there was 123 acres of Lower Presidio to sell and then move it off. And then at that time, Congressman Panetta advocated to keep it. And then we have the Monterey Way. And that is basically where Monterey has been working for years with the Army on maintenance there on our buildings out there. But really that kept the Army here in Monterey and that site, the Upper Presidio, the whole Presidio, the Upper Presidio, the Lower Presidio, and we have the different parks throughout the area thanks to that move. Next slide. So back, I'll say as far back as 1967, 1968, there's been archaeological research on that site where they were looking at state parks, was looking at recreating the original Fort Mervyn, the original forts that were there. Was a lot. And that's when the first archaeological research for the indigenous natives was happening as well. But 1904, 1905, the adjacent park next to it where the Celtic Cross is at, that's actually California State Parks. So 1904, California State Parks took over that site right there. And so that's where you'll see 1984, the city indicated that California State Parks or another agency handled restoration and maintenance of the historic fort. So there was a history of California State Parks basically taking over the site next to it, which is the Father Sarah Park, the landing site, which is there near the end of Pacific. Next slide on there. So 1996, you'll see the city enters into a 50-year lease. The years prior to that, since the 1980s, when you have that 1984 to 1996, that was the time frame where they were saying, what's the lease going to happen? What are we going to do with it? And so really they were looking at creating a historic park for the public, something that was really, as you see there, minimal maintenance functions, mowing, litter control, restroom maintenance. The Army used to run their own museum in there before we took over at that time. So at that time, a lot of the Army items were sent back to Virginia. So they're historic items. So we've worked with, we still work with DLI, Defense Language Institute. We work with Monterey History and Art Association, donors, the Monterey Public Library. People have donated different items to us to basically, we look at that as a museum of Monterey. And so we look at that as the museum from the first peoples that were here in Monterey through the Spanish, the Mexican, Argentinian, all of the different eras that happened over here in Monterey. Next slide. So with that, we as in the city have invested over $1 million in this property over the years. That's come from a number of projects, as you'll see, our CIP, the NCIP, and grants obtained by Old Monterey Foundation. And if you go up there today, you'll see a lot of that in the trails going up there, the trail walking all the way up to Slope Monument. You'll see that on the walking trail that allows you to go out to see the Father Sarah Monument and see the beautiful bay. It's just, it's a fantastic walk right there. Next slide. So as of that time, that was going back to the 2002, where we had the master plan and the agreement. The lease and the agreement was basically, we're going to work on a master plan to do historic interpretation there at that park, do basic maintenance there at that park. And since that time, there's pretty aging infrastructure, I would say, in there, as well as just about everywhere you see. Most of the buildings are 1902, 1903, up until the 1920s they were created. So as I mentioned, the Presidio Museum was an artillery shed that has been transferred into basically a museum. We've done all of the exhibits inside. The entry signs was done through grants at the front of the gate there. The Sarah Monument Path, the public art, which we have under security right now, and under video security, I should say. And then the mowing, litter control, and the restroom maintenance, $80,000 annual cost is what we see for the city right there. And the restrooms, we just keep open during the time when we have the museum open, which is right now Saturdays and Sundays, 10 to 4, or when we have tours through either DLI or from the public that ask us for tours. And next slide. And so with that, as I mentioned before, there's been various architectural and archaeological sites there. It's a highly sensitive site, and it's got a number of firsts here in the Monterey area. So that's why the 2002 plan was done in consensus with the community, the city, the Secretary of the Army, and the Army used to have their own path of history around on the on the Lower Presidio. They had their own map since the 1960s. So we incorporated some of that in our own path as well. And the library and museum staff have worked for over 20 years with different partners to actually create the historic signage there, working on the app that we've been done. And you'll see, as it says here, it's over 7,000 years of history. So with our rooms in Ohlone, the Spanish and Mexican, and as I mentioned, with the Argentinian, with the privateer Bouchard, who came on here, it was only land and sea battle on the West Coast. And they brought in Hawaiians, picked them up around here, and they burned down Monterey, 1818. Next slide. So one thing to keep in mind here, in my mind, because this is a Heritage National Historic Site per the National Park Service, and is that we do everything by Secretary of Interior guidelines, which are through the National Park Service. So anything that we do here has to be done either preservation, rehabilitation, restoration, or reconstruction. We have to focus on creating that park right there. It's not about creating something brand new and shiny. It's about creating something that represents either the history that was there or reconstructing something that was there. But it's very difficult because it's also a sensitive archaeological site for the indigenous Ohlone there. And I'll say in 1967, the National Park Service archaeologist Paul Shoemaker said it's the most comprehensive Spanish military base remains west of St. Augustine, Florida. So this has, like, from, as I mentioned, east to west coast, this has national importance, in my opinion, right there. And that's why I think everything we do has to go by Secretary of Interior standards of guidelines. Next slide, please. So with that, everything was done before my time, of course, but I think everything was done very well thought out, like the walkways were done above ground, where they actually laid ground, laid dirt, put out concrete, worked on making the park accessible for people, updated the entry signs. The interpretive signage was done in collaboration with different people out there, like including our RUMS in Ohlone. The stable study was about what should they do with those cavalry stables that were on there. And there's a slope monument, which if you've been up there, it's has a lot of Masonic principles on there in terms of like how many feet it is, how many stones are on it, but everyone contributed stones from throughout the counties throughout California, because it was the semi-centennial of these soldiers that actually grabbed California. So 1896, the semi-centennial, they came in here and they said, we're going to celebrate that we basically grabbed California for the United States. So that's who did it. And then finally came out with a monument, 1910. So with that, you have $1.2 million in investments of infrastructure investments there in the facilities as we see now. Next slide. So the major issue coming up is this Presidio curve. This is the one that the Army has discussed in the past. And as you'll see there, if you're coming in, that's the lighthouse curve. So if you're coming here from New Monterey, and you'll see that curve coming up there. And next slide. We have on the city right away, our wonderful city engineers and public works staff worked on putting in a service mount retaining wall to help with the erosion on that side. And that is on our city property line, right on there. And so with that, you'll see we have an Army property line, we have a city right away on there. So we put this on there to help with, and you can see the access, it provides access right now to the people walking on that sidewalk. Next slide. So the Army's looking on, this is further along, closer towards the New Monterey side. And so the Army was requesting that the city look at participate in basically funding, or actually fund entirely, a full retaining wall along this slope. One thing that catches my eye on this is that this is the landing spot of Monterey. This is the founding spot, this hillside right over on here, and it is a archaeologically very sensitive site on there. And you've got, that's granite backing 66 to 140 million year granite, some of the oldest stone here in Monterey right there is that hillside. And it's archaeologically sensitive on there. So that is the city side, and the city wants to, I'm sorry, not city, the Army is asking to create a full scale retaining wall along the whole side of the curve. So next slide on there. So the cost estimate was a minimum of $1.5 million for design and construct. And that was, I think, if that was 2021, it's probably gone up considerable amount at this time as well. NEPA is the national guidelines, CEQA is California guidelines. There's different challenges regarding historic and tribal consultations with there. I will also mention that our Ohlone tribes, none of them are federally recognized here. The Rumsen, the Esselen, the Salinan, no. There's a long history and background behind that, but none of them are federally recognized as well. So they would work with a federally recognized tribe and another tribe on there. So I think there's other kind of considerations with working with the tribes on this as well. And the review is going to be by Army Corps of Engineers. And so there's enough, and there's a lot of projects. And as we talk pretty often here in council chambers about facility needs and unfunded liabilities, like we talked about earlier tonight, and different costs that are out there, that these millions of dollars for constructing the wall right up on there is very difficult to fathom on a leased property for right now. So next slide, please. So some of these are questions for consideration, and these are not just to consider for tonight, but these are some things to consider for the public as we're going into our engagement. You can cycle through. Thank you, Clementine, for your help too. So this property was turned into a historic park, and so should the city continue with this lease? Next question. And will the Army continue to provide open access to the park if the city determined we were going to terminate the lease early? And next one is, should we continue to invest general fund dollars into maintenance and preservation? And can the city afford to continue the lease, giving competing priorities with other city services and assets? Next slide. So one of the thoughts out there, can the city remain in low cost to no cost compliance with increasing demands expressed by Department of Army? And how can the city manage increased expectations from our partner? And are there other state or federal agencies better equipped, staffed, educated, and funded to enter into a new lease to care for the park? So thank you. One option out there is this is federal land. This is Army land. And so should we look at this as a national monument or national historic site? It's slightly different than a national park, but it would be operated through the National Park Service. That would provide public access in perpetuity, because as I mentioned, we have a 50-year lease. We don't have a in perpetuity lease for this property right now. And would that secure permanent federal maintenance and upkeep? And then another option is, should a regional agency or a nonprofit enter a new lease with the Army on this property? Next slide. So the other question I'd raise on there is, as the city is, I'm sorry, not the city, but if the Army is looking at moving to market rate leases on this, what is the market rate lease for 25 acres of property in Monterey? I would think that'd be pretty high. So that would be another concern right there, is once we've got to the end date of that lease, what would they start charging us at that point of time? And next slide. So we've done some research in terms of adding a feasibility of a federal park at the U.S. Army Garrison. There are other Army museums on Army sites. There are other sites like Cabrillo National Heritage Site down in San Diego, which is next to a Navy base. There are other examples of this out there in the community. Next slide. The Army has talked a bit about plans for making a parking over in there in the Lower Presidio Historic lot, expanding that as a parking lot. And we haven't heard, I have not heard from them any updated plans at this time. And as well as thank you. And then capital and maintenance costs. So there are increased costs, including that, with those facilities, those other buildings are starting to deteriorate as well, that we manage up there. And our next slide is, so what we're recommending is looking at initial engagements with the residents and the community. So with that, the thought is like with our Have Your Say Monterey, starting off with surveys on there, and then having workshops at the Lower Presidio Historic Park, and inviting people out to the park, out to the museum, out there to get their input. Next one would be presenting to the various boards and commissions that serve this area. It's not just Museums and Cultural Arts Commission, it's also Parks and Recreation Commission and Historic Preservation Commission. So it would be doing presentations and engage with all of these three different commissions, and then working with them to assign a liaison to work with at future community sessions. And then the community workshop and charrette. So this would be working with one of the liaisons out there and hosting community workshops about next steps for it. And with that, we would be coming back to council in most likely 2026 with a plan for what we get back from the public. So yeah, next slide I think is the end, but happy to answer any questions or any feedback.
Thank you, Brian, for the presentation.
Yeah.
You always do an amazing job. Opening it up for questions from the council. Please, Gene. Yeah.
$80,000 in maintenance and fees and upkeep.
Oh, is your mic on?
80,000 in maintenance and fees and upkeep, but what's the lease amount on top of that?
So there's not like a lease, like a dollar that we're paying. We're doing the service in kind, essentially, so that we are, we're paying for water, right? We have, running the restrooms, the electricity, the lights,
Okay.
and maintenance.
So that's the maintenance is our only cost.
At this time for this current lease, but if the Army were to go and to say, we want to renegotiate the terms of the lease on this.
And then, what's the second question? I read somewhere in the literature that right now it's protected from development, but I don't understand legally how. I get it that if we make it a federal park and we go that route, it would protect it in the future, but what really is protecting it now? If the Army wanted to, if the military wanted to sell it, what would stop that?
So I can give you my opinion.
In this day and age, Brian.
So with it, what it's currently zoned as, right? And so what we have the property zoned as for the city, what is in there. Now, if the Army, if there's a national emergency and there's something going on the West Coast, the Army can say there's a national emergency and we're going to build a 25-foot fence around the park, right? That's what the Army does. And after 9/11, there was a fence built up around certain areas in Monterey without a lot of public input, right? And so that's where if they do things in their national emergency, they'll do it that way. The thought with the zoning and after the base relocation and closure was that the area is not zoned for housing development on that side. There might be on some of the other ones that I'm not aware because there is the housing on the upper Presidio, but the lower area is designated as parkland. And the other part is that, as far as I'm aware, when working with the National Park Service, because it's federal to federal, if they go through another BRAC process, the land goes to National Park Service rather than, because if National Park Service maintains it for the Army will still own it for that time. But if the Army exits out, the land goes to National Park Service, back to another federal agency.
And probably any plans would take more than the next 3.5 years.
Yes, I think all these things, I think if we're even looking, we're looking at 2026 for us to go back to council and come up forward and work with everybody.
Thank you.
Please.
So just a quick question. You said we had a 50-year lease right now. So where are we in that 50-year lease?
It goes up until 2046, right? So we have about 21 years left.
Okay, moving ahead. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just one. I know that our point of contact is the base garrison commander.
Correct.
And from time to time, they change about every 2 years.
2 years, yeah.
So currently we are in the first quarter of kind of a new relationship. So as you look through this process of the 2026 review and coming up with some options, what's the participation level that they will be engaged in as we are examining our options? So I'm just curious how that looks. How often? How much do we check in? How much do we invite them in? How much are they included? I mean, what's your sense of this going forward relationship with the base while we're still in a contract?
Yeah,
or
I think
lease?
my sense is we've had a good working relationship with them recently with the past garrison commanders of having, what is your sense? Where are you at with this? And I think it's good to, do public meetings and public notices that we're out there that this is going to happen and we're going to have a meeting here. I don't know if anyone else wants to add on that, but I think that just having there are other parties that are in there, like for example, the Boy Scouts have been operating that site since I think 1960s, if I'm not mistaken, 1959, 1960. Those folks like that will want to basically include them in community discussions and having the community charrette and just say, what are you in there? But at the same time, that garrison commander answers to somebody else higher than them. And to be honest, I'm not sure what their focus is at that time, or if they'll share it with us in a public meeting.
Yeah. So I've always been curious that I know that through the years, they've restricted traffic. They have a closure from access that way because you have to go up Private Bolio and go through the pass through the security and all that. I've always been curious about opportunities that we might have during our lease with all of that property that's there, in terms of, do we want to restrict traffic and push it only up, out, turn around and come back instead of it going from one road to the other? Are there other opportunities for us to improve, not only further down for the visible site, close to where the statue is and obviously the sensitive areas, but what else could we do on the other remaining that's just a rough parking lot that looks like out of sort, not much going on? So I would be interested to see what the discoveries are from our stakeholders, where they might make suggestions in terms of, looking at this and truly as a park setting rather than just a rough parking lot. And oh, by the way, that's where it's a significant, just a few feet away. So I'll be looking for, what do we do with the whole rather than just the water's edge and the cliff edge. Just, my observations.
Thank you.
Any other questions, please?
Thanks, Brian, for the presentation. And I think I may have asked the same question last time, but I don't remember. So I'm going to go ahead and ask it again. You mentioned in the presentation that maybe a possible option is to look at local agencies to take over that maintenance. Has there been any even informal conversation or somebody approaching, expressing interest?
Not that I'm aware of any local like park district or any other group like that that's interested in, that has reached out at this time, because at this time it was just been to council and doing the presentation like on here.
My question is, I guess I'm trying to understand the logic behind the Army's effort to have us cover the cost associated with the retaining wall. Because if we back out of it, aren't they going to be stuck with figuring that out themselves? And maybe it's a little bit of a rhetorical question, but I'm just, I don't know if there's an answer to that. Okay, that's all I needed.
I don't think there's an answer to that one.
And I had another question. I should have wrote it down, but if it comes back to me, I will ask it when we come back from public comment.
All right.
So thank you, Brian, for the presentation and answering all of our questions.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. Appreciate
Absolutely. All right. And at this time, we'll open it up for public comment. So for those that are on Zoom, I encourage you to use the raise hand function if you wish to speak during public comment. And then in the meantime, I will check in the chamber. Does anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? If one taker, anybody else? Just the one? Okay. Give me 1 second. We'll check on Zoom. I'll do a countdown for folks to raise their hand using the Zoom button. I'll do a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 2 folks online. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber. Hello, good sir.
Good evening. I'm Bill Watkowski, president of the Old Monterey Foundation. As you are aware, Old Monterey Foundation has done many improvements and held various events at the Lower Presidio. We strongly believe that the park and museum should remain open to the public, regardless if it's under the city or Army control. We welcome this public engagement process, and we will participate very heavily in it. We also encourage the city to involve the neighborhood and commercial associations, especially Old Town and New Monterey, many of whose residents can simply walk to the park. Possibly there could be a joint meeting of the 3 commissions on site rather than sequential meetings, just to throw that out. And finally, we recommend that the slope erosion issue continue to be studied by the Army and the city to come up with a reasonable solution, not the high retaining wall that was proposed by the Army. And we strongly encourage the city to use Congressman Panetta. I think he would be a big help in solving this dilemma between the Army's proposal and what the city is looking at. And if there were a reasonable solution, Old Monterey Foundation would be glad to seek grants as a nonprofit to actually build that solution, but it has to be reasonable. So thank you.
Thank you, Bill. All right, with that, we'll take it to our public commenters on Zoom.
First, I'm calling on Tom.
Yes, thank you. First observation is that with the current administration in Washington, D.C., and their penchant for retribution and exactions from blue states, I think the discussion of BRAC is very relevant still and the impacts that that would have. So I think we ought to hold in mind that part of the reason for this lease was in anticipation of what would happen if the Presidio were to be closed. And I think that's a very real possibility for the future. The next observation is that, as many of you know, I've worked closely with the Big Sur Land Trust. I'm no longer on their board, but I would strongly encourage staff to reach out directly with the Big Sur Land Trust. They have a very, very good relationship with the Native American tribes. That they've engaged with them throughout the land trust properties, and they are excellent stewards of the land, and they have a good liaison with the Native Americans. So I think if nothing more, they'd be a great resource to tap into. It was good to see Bill Wachowski at the meeting, and I agree 100% with him. The wall idea to me is way out of touch with what the Lower Presidio is about. I always thought that sort of a sidewalk along Lighthouse Curve was a huge mistake. Instead, we should be encouraging pedestrians to take the path through the Lower Presidio. So get rid of that sidewalk, if it's even called that. I actually saw a car go up over the curb and onto the sidewalk one day when I was driving around Lighthouse Curve. It's a very dangerous situation. So if you got rid of that sidewalk, you'd have a lot of room to do for lack of better terms, a reinforced earth stabilized slope that would go up, that would look much better and probably be quite a bit cheaper too. Again, I agree with Bill. You should be working with the neighborhoods. The Lower Presidio Park is within New Monterey, yet we didn't even receive notification of this agenda item. It had to be, we had to kludge through the agenda to find that it was on there. And then the last thing is this concept of fair market value for the Lower Presidio. To me, that's a meaningless term. What's the comparable going to be? It's a historic park. It's a Native American heritage site. I mean, it's incomparable, and there's no way to put a shopping mall on it or try to assign some dollar value to it. So I think that's just kind of a red herring to say that the Army would sell that to some bidder who's going to build something on it. Thank you very much.
And the next speaker is a telephone caller with the last three digits, 690. Go ahead, please. You will need to dial *6 to unmute your phone.
Good. Hi, this is Dr. Ellen Hoffa. I just wanted to say really two or three things. The first thing is a lot of Monterey residents made donations to help the restoration of that park, and it's a lot better. It's so much better. It's so much more of a welcoming place to people than it used to be. So I don't think you want to just surrender it to the Army. What I would suggest is that the mayor and the city manager go to Washington, D.C., meet with the secretary, the undersecretary of the Army, and discuss what's going on there. This is such an important historical site. We don't want to just surrender it. And I think, as the previous caller noted, there's not going to be a mall there. There's not going to be, there are already restrictions on the development of that site. It really can only be a park. So the question is, how do we make sure that we protect the integrity of the park, and who should pay what? So I think the mayor and the city manager, I think if you visit Washington, D.C., I think you should speak with the secretary. And I'm hopeful that if you do that, we can protect that park for the public so that they can visit it. It's an amazing park if you've never been there before. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for all the public commenters. We'll bring it back to the council for discussion. Dr. Barber.
So I think what's before us tonight is just about the approach being public engagement, and I think that's the correct approach to take. I think everybody that spoke tonight is all of that information, especially from the gentleman from the old Monterey Foundation, and a lot of the things that he talked about is very important part of it, but also making sure that all of the associations, neighborhood associations, are involved in it, but especially with New Monterey and Old Town, since that would be impacting them both ways. I think the public engagement is going to be crucial in trying to figure out what we do with this next.
Yeah, just a quick comment. Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation, Brian, and the public speakers as well. Thank you, Bill, because the Monterey Foundation has been, the adoptive parent, if you will, of that very important site, and done a lot of the things that we really needed to pull the public awareness to it, but also make it more accessible. Yeah, I think we're on the right path. I agree with this approach. We certainly will have some decision points in the future, but I think number one, it's to explore, this process of, we know we have a jewel, but what do we have? We know we have a variety of things we need to do, but which ones come first, and which ones do we want to find some funding for? And how do we partner with some significant partnerships we might be able to find, like state or feds, and through the national park system. But there's a lot of things we can do, but there's a few things incrementally that we'll probably wind up doing with our partners, such as the Army. But it'll be fascinating to see what the public says about it. Those close, those that don't know about it, they will all of a sudden learn about it. And anytime you can put public light on a location like this that is world renowned, the reason we are here, the public needs to be able to know that piece of history more and more. And when they know the valuable history, when they see the decision points, they'll engage and they'll help us. So looking forward to the process. And I hope one of the future partners we find is some institution, non-governmental organization who has some grants, and they're going to be our best partner, and we're going to wind up having some opportunities with additional funding that comes from other sources. So that's my dream, is to get some help.
Starts with a dream.
Yep.
Okay, on this side?
Well, I agree with Ed. It will be a fascinating process. I look forward to it. And I agree with Dr. Barber. It should be very collaborative with the neighborhood associations, but I'm sure it will be.
And I think Dr. Hoffa's suggestion of going to DC might be a little too soon talking about travel. But I will say the last time that Hans and I did go to DC in anticipation for it, when we were planning the trip, we were meeting in his office and I said, I hope I sit behind you, and had no idea that I was actually going to sit behind him. And I had planned to shake his chair the entire plane ride. And I did a little bit. I didn't do it the whole ride, but he happened to get so lucky to have me sit behind him. But seriously though, we have had conversations around meeting with Congressmember Jimmy Panetta, and making sure that he's involved in these conversations. And so I look forward to those discussions. I think the bill's idea of conducting a tri-commission meeting at the Lower Presidio is a wonderful idea. I think it might be logistically challenging for staff, particularly if we're trying to make it a public thing that allows us to sorry, to have it in video formats for folks to participate remotely. But I think the idea is a great idea. I think being on site where a project is being discussed, I think it can be a really great space for collaboration. I really like the idea of a national historic site as well. So I don't know what that pathway looks like for us to consider that, but to me, that just kind of seems like the most secure way of kind of maintaining that public safe space and preserving it long-term into the future. And I'll end with, I was just walking through the Lower Presidio. Can't remember if it was last weekend or the weekend before. And Ivan had to use the restroom, and I decided to walk into the museum, and he was in the restroom for all of maybe like 2 minutes. But he had to then wait for me for maybe, 45 minutes as I explored and took in all of the wonderful history that's displayed in that museum. So for folks that haven't had the opportunity to check that out, it's just a really good space to learn about a lot of the history that makes Monterey, Monterey. So just highly encourage that. But thanks, staff, for putting this on the agenda. I think we have a general consensus here around moving forward. So with that, I'll just go ahead and make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Second.
Oh, there's a second. Sorry, my brain's starting to shut off here. Any other comments? All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And with that, we will move on to item number 18, approving a pathway for undergrounding implementation. With that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff introduction.
This is our last agenda item for the night. We have an approved NCIP project that suggested that the city allocate resources towards potential undergrounding projects. We have met with neighbors that have been meeting by themselves regularly about undergrounding utilities a few times. And what we promised them to bring forward is a pathway, a roadmap in how we are foreseeing or anticipating to consider undergrounding utilities here in Monterey. Undergrounding is part of also wildfire prevention. It's part of emergency preparedness. There are a variety of reasons why the NCIP was trying to look at that and fund it. and our deputy city public works director and city engineer, Andrew Easterling, will present to you the roadmap that we are proposing. It is, I think, a professional approach that we also worked very collaboratively with the former CEO of 3CE, Tom Habashi, who has a lot of extensive experience in the area of undergrounding utilities, as he was the assistant utilities directors for, I think, 14 or 15 years for the city of Palo Alto, and helped them to create a 50, 60-year program for undergrounding utilities. So with that, Andrew, you have it in your hand to get us out of the chamber sooner than later.
All right, I'll try to do that. Thank you, Hans. All right. Well, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Andrew Easterling. I am the city engineer, and I'm here to give a brief presentation on a pathway forward for utility undergrounding. I've got the clicker here, don't I? Perfect. Okay, so just a quick introduction. The NCIP committee has recommended and city council has ultimately approved 2.25 million to provide a utility undergrounding program. Since then, staff has been doing our homework, trying to develop a baseline understanding of what this program is going to involve. As Hans mentioned, we met with Tom Habachi, who is the former CEO of 3CE and a utilities director for a couple of Bay Area cities, who was very familiar with the program. He offered several key insights that we were wanting to bring to you. So the first insight was a project manager is a critical resource to this program. The city would need to have a project manager to develop an understanding of the CPUC rules, to establish timeframes and to hold PG&E accountable. The project manager would then need to establish a feasibility study or develop a undergrounding master plan. And that would be the first step in really what would be a multi-year or decade-long process. PG&E would need to be involved from the beginning. PG&E would need to provide clear support, whether they be the lead agency or allow the city to be the lead agency. There'd be different trade-offs, but ideally, if PG&E were the lead agency, it would allow the project manager to do the day-to-day project management. And he also suggested that an ad hoc technical advisory committee of people in the community who had the expertise would benefit the decision-making process to help guide staff. A couple of other key items he recommended for us to consider is really, if we are developing this program, we would need the city council to establish clear goals and objectives of what they want to get out of this program. Is that fire risk reduction? Is that natural disaster preparedness, emergency response, reducing outages or durations of outages? We would really want to understand what the council's priorities are. With those priorities and objectives, that would funnel into the development of a master plan. That would be the roadmap to the 20B or 20C undergrounding process. That would help us establish priorities and understand what the implementation action plan would be. With all that, we'd want to set expectations and communicate that to the community, develop an understanding of what the program is going to deliver, what would be accomplished, and maybe what wouldn't be accomplished with this program. So is that reducing power outages or reducing wildfire risk? What is the program hoping to accomplish? The other thing that we'd need to understand and consider is understanding costs, that the program is going to be a long process. And even when we do underground the main lines, there is a cost to the property owners. And that can range from $15,000 to $40,000 per property, depending on linear frontage. And one other key takeaway, partnerships. The city can lead this effort on its own, but we really need to pull in partners like neighboring cities, PG, Pebble, as well as the U.S. Army, so either Presidio, Naval Postgraduate School. Partnering with the military installations will also potentially open up funding opportunities for federal funding. So a partnership is really important in this process. The NCIP committee has also provided some guidance or some of what they want to prioritize. What we've heard is the Del Monte Avenue segment between Sloat and Palo Verde should be prioritized. North Fremont should be a secondary priority. North Fremont has 28 credits, has a little over 4 million that's sitting with PG&E. That will at some point expire, but right now it is still there and available. The NCIP committee also requested funding be specifically for a consulting firm to coordinate undergrounding. And the funded projects to support the recruitment of one full-time position for a senior project manager. And lastly, the committee also recommended that the city underground conversion committee should be created and established, made up of appointments from the city manager or mayor. With that, kind of a brief overview, really the undergrounding process is going to take decades to complete. This is not an easy lift, so this would be a huge undertake. And if we want to proceed forward on this, the city council has multiple options and ways to consider how to proceed. The first is if we should be hiring a project manager or not. Next would be if we should be developing a master plan or a feasibility study. Do we establish a technical advisory committee? And then lastly, are there other options we haven't considered that the city council would like to see? And with that, I will open it up to comments and questions.
All right, council, other questions? Please.
I have a couple questions.
Sure.
And thank you for the presentation, Andrew. I understand the priority for North Fremont. We're curious about why Del Monte was selected also as a priority.
What I
Great,
heard,
but just curious.
sure. What I heard is those were the like high voltage transmission lines, and I think there was a perception that that should be the priority because of
Wide impact.
yeah, the
Mhm.
high voltage and the potential for outages and impact. So there's obviously a lot more downstream.
Mhm. And it,
Yeah, the line on Del Monte is a major line into the city, and I think the NCIP also at that time had experienced that we had a tree falling over the line, and we had multiple days no power because of that that area, and so that I think drove also the recommendation by the NCIP that experience out of the most recent winter storm in 23, 24.
okay, thank you. That's it.
Kim can go first.
All right, Dr. Barber, go ahead, Dr. Barber.
So thank you again. So question, the project manager and the master plan, those first two, what's the cost on that? And then, of course, I know you were talking about PG&E being part of the involvement, and then, of course, the technical advisory. But what's the approximate cost of the project manager and dealing with the master plan piece?
Sure. So we do have some sample like cost proposals from consultants that they've delivered to other agencies. A master plan, we have an old proposal from a consultant firm that did this for a city in Florida. So not quite apples to apples, but was around $500,000 to do a citywide master plan. The feasibility analysis was closer to 100,000. So, I mean, depending on how you scope these studies, it could cost between 100 to maybe $500,000, and it might be a little bit more now because those studies were probably about 5 years old. And then the project manager or senior project manager, the base salary is, I believe, around 120 to 160. And that's the base salary, so that's not the fully loaded rate.
Okay, so you say that's base, not including like benefits.
That's not including benefits.
Mhm. And that's per year, correct?
Correct.
And then you said it's a heavy lift, so do you know the amount of time that you are expecting this project to be for a project manager?
Well, the project manager, if we're funding it just for a year or two, or however long it takes to deliver the project, I mean,
Right, that's
obviously
what
that
I'm
was
asking.
sunset.
Right.
The program itself, we have some examples, of course, again, out of state, so not quite apples to apples, not PG&E that they're working with. We have seen some cities have some success in a phased approach. So they've been able to do certain neighborhoods, but it's looking like a decades-long process.
Thank you.
Sorry, decades-long process for what part?
So Palm Beach, Florida. I've been looking at a lot of Florida cities because it seems like Florida's having some success. But Palm Beach, Florida, we've seen that maybe over the last 10 years, they've been able to implement certain neighborhoods. They have plans to do more. So I've seen certain examples out of state where they've had some success with an undergrounding program, but it is like a years long process, and it's slow moving. It's not all at once.
So just the idea of once you get it started to some projects being completed.
Yes, and it's kind of a train. You have neighborhoods that are preliminary planning, stuff that's in design, stuff that's in the construction. And so, I mean, have with the master plan that kind of lays out your implementation strategy.
Sure.
So you can set it all up. But it's a long effort. It takes a long time.
Okay. Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful for me if you could go back to the slide where you were early on describing, and it was the slide that was talking about setting the priority, establish the purpose, the priorities of undergrounding. I think it was probably about the third slide.
I think this brings me back. Oh, no worries.
Didn't mean this to be the hardest question for the night.
Well,
No, it's a good question.
We actually have to give it up for Clementine because she is dual hatting today.
Yeah.
And she's been doing an amazing job. So we appreciate you, Clementine.
So I think that one, that first was slide is that's a good one. Yeah, items to consider. So my thoughts are that I think this is a great start. I don't think we're ready to get ahead and say we're ready to recruit an engineer that's the project manager. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of preliminary steps, and they're up here on the board as well. Ultimately, I think that that's where we'll get where we're going to have staff capacity. But I just think that we need to have some expertise from someone who is in the field, who's participated in this, knows how it works, and can look at this and make some recommendations. And I think establishing the goals is a really good start, because I think this council needs to talk about, are we after reduction in power outages? Are we interested in the highest priority neighborhoods that have a lot of power outages, or high traffic areas that are putting the power supply at risk because of accidents? And the combination of how do we balance all of the different neighborhoods, districts, and then also come up with some real life situations of how we approach possible funding sources and the partnerships, not to mention how do we engage with the community who are going to have decisions to make about their own personal property, and how do we navigate through, once we do engage any one particular project neighborhood that we start, how do we prepare the neighbors who have properties there that have to pay out of pocket? And many may not be able to do that. Some might not want to do that. And so we have to have a mechanism how do we integrate that to make it where we can proceed with that particular project in that particular neighborhood. So I think we need that expert first as the, project manager light, that's maybe the outside consultant that gives us some framework and kind of uncovers a lot of the options that we're going to be facing before we get too far along and say, okay, well, let's hire an engineer and let's put them on staff. And it's like, okay, this is your first neighborhood, that's your second neighborhood. That sort of sounds like a design by sort of a chaos and reckless methodology. I think we need to be more systematic with it. And I think we start this by establishing and following this list with an outside consultant.
Please.
So I hear you, Councilmember Smith, but may I just share with you, we have no engineers who can take this on to run a consultant. So there is no resource that I can give right now or allocate to write an RFP, so to speak, for consultants, and then have a consultant managed by our engineers. That's why we are so understaffed, and that's why we as staff really need to have an additional resource in the level of a senior project manager if we want to make it work. Consultants take time. Consultants are not running by themselves. They take a lot of time to manage and to ensure that they do just what you just said to do that. So I just wanted to say, I understand that approach, but with about 49% of staffing in engineering right now and having a boatload of CIP and NCIP projects, that is something we can absolutely do if that's what council likes us to do, but that will be a lousy job.
So let me ask, if we are so short of engineers, if we said we want to set a priority of hiring this engineer, we jump ahead of a variety of other needs, hiring that specialized engineer who comes on staff. And what's the timeline for that? So we would have to identify the job, go through HR, float it, interview, onboard process. What does that look like for timeline?
So,
Yeah, I'll let Andrew answer.
sure. So we already have an established position for the senior project manager. It's an unlicensed position, so it makes the recruitment a little bit easier. They don't technically need to be an engineer, but as long as they can manage projects, that's what we're looking for. That has been a recruitment. We have had some bites, but we haven't had a lot of highly desirable candidates that we've been able to make an offer to. So that recruitment has been ongoing for essentially the equivalent position, but we haven't been able to fill it.
Okay, so I'm not in the business of deciding who to hire and when to hire. That's the city manager's job. But it seems like if we had some way that we could get started on some of this without having to have that hired position, it seems like the council needs to have more time to evaluate what our priority is, what neighborhoods are the priority. It sounds like there may be some conflicts in terms of what some neighborhoods think is the highest priority. It sounds like NCIP is making a recommendation of Sloat and Del Monte outbound, and we've already prior councils committed to North Fremont. So that's something that we need to face relatively soon. So I'm not quite sure what the recommendation is for tonight.
Me neither. I'm actually a little
Well, there is really, we're looking for guidance on this. I don't think there is a recommendation report, but we are looking for basically feedback from the council for next steps. And that is, should we be looking to recruit or fill that senior project manager position? Should we be developing that master plan or feasibility analysis? Should we be considering other options we didn't recommend? I thought I had one other. And forming the technical advisory committee. Those are the items we were looking for some guidance from council on.
So could I help a little?
Sorry, can I just ask, can we keep this portion of the conversation focused on questions and then we can have a discussion afterwards? So just want to make sure we're staying in alignment and moving this conversation appropriately. Are you all set with your questions?
Yeah, I don't have any other questions.
Okay.
That's good. I've got a couple questions.
Sure.
The lead agency could be PG&E or it could be other agencies. I don't think we aren't deciding that tonight, but in my vision, and I've been a fundamental person in this, that would be something for the future to consider, and not get real locked into the structure right now. Do you have any wisdom you could share about other firms being a lead agency?
No, I don't. Not in California, not with PG&E. There is a lead agency, a 20B, 20C program, and I'm sure that it's worked in the past. Ideally, in a perfect world, we'd be going to the 20A where PG&E is the lead agency. They build, inspect, and accept their own work. In the 20B or 20C program, it's just a different gauntlet to navigate with PG&E. So we would be the lead agency. There's a little bit more coordination, buy-off, and inspection with PG&E.
So you envision us, the city, being a potential lead agency with resources similar to an engineering firm. I mean, we're doing that piece of it with our consultant, with our project manager.
Yeah, so we would be augmenting our staff. We'd be hiring consultants.
Right, right.
To really do the heavy lifting on the engineering design.
All right. So I have a lot to say, but I don't have questions. So go ahead.
How long is this funding that's been allocated by NCIP go for?
I don't think there's an expiration tag on the funding. It's been appropriated, so it's there. So unless council rescinds it, that funding really doesn't have a shelf. Oh, you're talking about, sorry, the North Fremont 20A program? Did I misunderstand your question?
No, you had it. You had
Okay.
my question correctly. It was the NCIP.
Well, once it's been certified by us and selected, then it's a project. So funding is allocated. as a
Yes,
project.
no. I just wasn't sure if there was an anticipated length of time that was desired for this funding to last for. So I just wanted to get that
No, there's not.
clarification.
Yeah.
I think, okay, I'll save that. Could you describe the difference between 20A, 20B, and 20C?
I'll do my best. So 20A, PG&E has been building up credits to deliver specific undergrounding projects. PG&E announced a few years ago that that program was going to sunset, which I don't have the dates memorized. I believe it's sometime before the end of the decade. So those credits will expire. They've been doing a little bit of shuffling around to agencies that are inactive or projects that they perceive are inactive. So those credits do have a shelf life. They will expire. But that is, as Councilmember Rash suggested, that's a PG&E led process. The 20B, 20C program, that's the applicant leads it. So the city would be essentially the lead. We'd be designing, getting it permitted and approved by PG&E, and then building it, and then having PG&E accept or inspect and then accept it. So there's a little bit more coordination, but it seems like that's the more probable path forward these days because the 20A program is expiring. So with all that being said, we would need a project manager to really stay on top of it, to kind of keep pushing that ball up the hill, stay on top of PG&E, hold them accountable for the schedules and the timelines, for ensuring that the work is designed properly, so that PG&E would accept it at the end of the day. It's not something that staff with our existing capacity and workload would be able to handle in-house without bringing on someone who's dedicated to this program.
How do you differentiate 20B and 20C?
I don't have the answer to that.
So the answer to that is, and I'm working just from memory because my computer just died, but the difference is 20A defines where the money can be spent. So 20A basically says it has to be in main corridors and in certain areas. 20B and C allows you also to spend the money in different areas. So 20A is designed, for instance, take it out of scenic highways and make them more, beautify them, put it in main arterials. 20A to get into residential areas is a lift. It's not easy. So that's why when we allocated the 20A funds, we took it from Cannery Row to North Fremont. It went basically from one business district or main street to another main street. It cannot go from North Fremont into Soledad Drive or one of the quaint streets in Monte Vista. So there are restrictions based on 20A as well. 20B, 20C gives you more flexibilities also in that. But again, the funding we have is 20A.
Okay, but does anybody know the difference between 20B and 20C? Can anybody speak to that? Maybe when public comment is given, that would be great to hear a little bit about that. Okay, I think that's it for my questions. Thank you, Andrew, for the presentation. With that, we will open it up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, we ask that you use the raise hand function if you wish to speak during public comment. For those that are in the room, I ask you to stand up to the left of the podium or identify yourself by raising your hand. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm going to wait to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nope, you're 7. 2, 4, 6, 7. Yes. Okay, so we have 7 in the chamber, and then I'm going to close it off in the chamber. We're going to go online. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 3 on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Wonder if I want to answer your 20 BC question quickly without be out on time.
I unfortunately, if I give you more time, I have to give everybody time. If you can't answer the question during your public comment, feel free, we can connect afterwards if that makes it easier.
And I'll make that part quick. My name is Ray Myers. I'm the chairperson of Monterey Undergrounding. Our group has met monthly since 2017, and including during the pandemic. And we have been studying undergrounding citywide in Monterey. We've come to understand the best pathways and strategies for cities available to move forward. So we met with our city manager and his engineers to draft a NCIP project. It was a compromise between 3 submitted NCIP projects. And we totally agree that a city manager is necessary, or a city project manager is necessary to facilitate the efforts. Yes, that's the first thing you do, because you can't get off the ground. It's the cart and the horse. You have to have somebody to do this. The new undergrounding project manager will assist in forming the city improved utility conversion committee. And that's the next step. You have those 2 things in line. They're set mostly of volunteers, but they'll be experienced, qualified professionals in accordance with the recent PG&E guidelines. It's already been established of how to go about this with cities. It will be this committee's task to first start off on an underground master plan, and they'll determine all the criteria that some of you are asking about. What do we prioritize? By the way, Del Monte was not a priority; it was a suggestion, and Fremont Street was the one that had the more of a priority when we discussed it, and not the other way around. Forming that master plan would become the roadmap for establishing additional funding alternatives as well. So there's 3 value-driven reasons that undergrounding our utilities. That's safety, resiliency, and protecting our environment. They all fit under your city's strategic priorities. There's no way you're going to get through this. Utilities do not sway in the way, our underground doesn't sway in the wind and come in contact with trees, and they don't start fires. PG&E states undergrounding will eliminate ignitions of utility equipment by nearly 98%. They also conclude it's the safest, most reliable, and cost-effective permanent solution. So, and undergrounding also improves economic stability by creating a more robust electric grid with constant power availability. With each street that you underground, a tree falling in that area will no longer contact the power line. Undergrounding, removing unsightly poles and conductors will also return our environment to its natural beauty, and the perpetual heavy cost of tree trimming will be removed. So a vote tonight for the underground project manager to establish the blueprint for the citywide undergrounding is a proactive investment in the quality of Monterey citizens. There was more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Charlie Cho. I live up on top of Martin. I guess to reiterate some of the things that Ray was saying, this is a program which is just starting. I mean, undergrounding is going to be a multi-decade, if not multi-generational, thing for us to undertake. But we got to get started, right? And so the way to get started is to build a master plan so that we have some idea of where we want to go. We don't know now. We've got to figure that out. And the way to build a master plan is to staff it. So those are really the things that we need to focus on. If we don't start this, then we're going to lose any possible opportunities for funding, because they're going to show up here and there. I mean, we're in a sea change of funding opportunities now on this sort of stuff as technology changes. And without a plan in place, we won't be able to capitalize on it. So, I urge you guys to consider this, vote for it. If it feels like it's premature, like you were saying, Ed, we can have sessions where we go ahead and do some education. But I really think we know enough at this point to go ahead and start moving forward with this and start answering all the questions that you guys have in terms of how would we pay for this? What areas would we go first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and whatever else? Master plans are meant to be an evolutionary document. as, as you learn things, as things change, you update this plan. But, you got to get started. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Hans Janisch. I am also part of the undergrounding committee that's been meeting for these 7 years and trying to learn about it. And part of what we've done and what I'd like to talk about tonight a little bit is about the public support for undergrounding. We've done a number of surveys on undergrounding and for the public. And start out, if you go to the Del Monte Beach neighborhood and walk around and talk to neighbors about their undergrounding effort in the early 90s. It was all above ground. NCIP in the city funded undergrounding in the whole neighborhood. You can walk and still see where it's all been laid in the street. A lot of those streets haven't been redone. You can still see all the crossfeeds. They're really proud of their undergrounding network there if you talk to them. Old Town was quite concerned about undergrounding, and actually in a little before 2000, they did funded an NCIP program to do, they pushed through a whole undergrounding study in Old Town and supported by a lot of support. In 2018, when we first started, we did a survey first in Monterey Vista alone because we started in Monterey Vista, but we're joined by Old Town. We did a survey there of all the MVNA members. It was 89% supported undergrounding within our neighborhood, and since we also passed it out to outside, over 95% of residents outside of Monterey Vista neighborhoods supported undergrounding. In 2021, there was another survey done in the Old Town neighborhood. 91% of the people supported undergrounding and thought it was really important. And last but not least, our undergrounding group has been running for the last year, and we're still looking for input on undergrounding. And so far, we have an almost 90% support of undergrounding. And last but not least, NCIP. NCIP sees as one of the main causes, issues that people have are wildfires and fires within the city. And so the undergrounding project that is funding this effort tonight was our number 2 priority at NCIP. So it's all neighborhoods. We now have most of the neighborhoods in our undergrounding committee as well. So that was our number 2, and number 1 was also fire. Was only surpassed us because it was a more immediate way to address the fire issue. So it was quite high. So again, the main reasons that people, when you read the surveys, what's on them are wildfire issues because of our outdated electrical system and aging trees. Number 2 was escape route stirring. We don't want to burn in our cars because poles are down in streets and you can't drive across escape routes.
Sorry, Hans.
Power eligibility.
Hans,
and
I apologize. Thank you. Thank you. I apologize. I don't mean to cut you off. If you have additional comments, you can absolutely send them to us. Thank you, Hans.
Hi, everybody. Eric Palmer, Monterey Vista resident. I agree with Councilmember Ed's comment that it's premature to hire a permanent staff member. We don't know if there's buy-in from property owners. I'm hearing that the undergrounding committee has surveys, but are they scientific surveys that truly represent the community at large? I do think that could be a good use of NCIP funds to find out. I, for one, am tired of PG&E. We had a explosion on our street. Power went out. I had to pay money to get an electrician to come. All our outlets are burned out. Believe me, I'm as frustrated with PG as everyone else. But we have very unstable revenue towards a staff member and the administration of a new ad hoc committee. We have $2 million allocated now, but can we count on NCIP to cover the large expenditures toward staff and the very minimal undergrounding that we can get accomplished on the major corridors due to the costs year after year? And as we hear time and time again, Measure S is going to sunset in 2027, but there's going to be a lot of competition for those funds as well. Let's get to the impacts on residents, especially those who are property rich and cash poor like myself. I know we have a lot of those residents here. along with renters who will likely bear the costs of multifamily undergrounding. 15 to 40,000 is a major cost burden. I wish it wasn't. I think that there needs to be more community engagement so residents understand the funding mechanism and the costs that could be forced upon them. Because it's my understanding, and I might be wrong, but there would be a vote among residents in a benefit assessment district. And I wish that this presentation included what that means. Because there is a vote, that's my understanding, and not everyone could pay for it. I feel that we should do comprehensive outreach like we did with the cannabis survey to determine whether residents support spending that kind of money towards undergrounding. I think all of us know the benefits, but the community needs to understand the exorbitant costs to them personally. I'm hearing that staff doesn't have confidence in PG&E funding or volunteering to be a lead agency. I think that's a problem. Can we count on our military installations to prioritize this? We need to find out. And if we had that confirmation, I think the decision would be a lot easier. I feel like the funding from NCIP should go first towards the feasibility analysis first, and due to the major cost to homeowners, there needs to be more extensive outreach and confirmed buy-in than just council meetings and workshops where we discuss this. I think the costs can cover this analysis and outreach before hiring a permanent full-time employee. Thank you.
A pathway for undergrounding implementation. I love that title for the project, the proposal. My name's Suzanne Grimes. I'm a 30-year resident of Monterey and one of the many interested residents in the city that would like to see power lines placed underground. According to the latest fire map in the peninsula, published in the recent Pinecone, the fire risk severity zones have increased from 1,106 to 2,751 acres. Our underground committee has been studying other cities, providing education regarding power lines, and researches how to improve our infrastructure and make Monterey a safer place for everybody. Our research is posted on the website, montereyundergrounding.net, if you want information about Rule 20A, B, and C. It's all posted on our website. Even funding possibilities is posted on the website. But I feel like this recommendation by the city manager is our perfect opportunity with the NCIP funds that are available to start with the program manager, develop a master plan for underground utilities. The leverage I hope the city council will use to create and begin implementing an underground program is here. North Fremont, which is an important evacuation route, has been on the books for several years, and Rule 20 funding will go away if we don't take action to utilize this opportunity for funding. Please allow the funds to be used to hire a program manager so that we can move forward on making Monterey and the peninsula a safer and more resilient community. Thank you.
Hi, Nancy Soule again. I was going to speak a little differently, but I want to stress to you that what I think that some of the comments are when you're talking about costs, and I understand this is not cheap to do, is that you're looking at that as in the entire city, as if we're going to do all the residential streets and we need all the buy-in from the residences, and then we need all the other part done, which is huge. What I think you need to focus in is to get started on the major things, the major arteries that could block us from safely evacuating the city. If we had a fire such as we saw in Lahaina, if we saw recently in Los Angeles, we need to be able to get those routes absolutely as safe as possible with a plan that can get started. And that means that Hans Usler's proposal to get a manager to get that fund started here and a plan in place is absolutely critical. And the 20A money, do you realize that we taxpayers have been paying in for years for PG&E on every single monthly bill for this 20A money that was set aside and approved by PG&E, that North Fremont project, that was approved. And had you had a plan in effect, then when you cut through North Fremont for that bicycle path, which we won't go into that, that bicycle path we all know about could have had the same point. You would have been able to much more cheaply underground it. And people ask me on the street, why are they doing all this Cal-Am trenches down 6-10 feet below ground on major arteries through the street, still doing it? You can go out anywhere and see it. And yet you're not using that same opportunity to use it to underground at the same time. Just even if you focused, don't go so wide as to say, we need all the residential buy-in. You don't. Let's just start and get it going to not forfeit money. PG&E has allocated. Remember what Ray and Charlie were saying. It has already been allocated by PG&E for this funds as long as we use it by the deadline, which I believe is right around 2030, 2032 maybe. And if we don't have our part done, and if it's not completed, all that money that we taxpayers have been paying into for years is just gone. And you've wasted a magnificent opportunity. You should not be wasting money. Try to focus it in. Make it the arteries then. Make it North Fremont. Get us started. But don't let us squander money that PG&E has already approved. Thank you.
Please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. Thank you very much. Thank you for your service. Excuse me, my throat's a little dry. Before you is, a proposal to approve a pathway for underground implementation. Everybody that spoke just before me is true. Everything they've said, fire, resource management, power. And I would like to offer to the council and the mayor tonight, along with staff, is to do just that tonight, is to approve a pathway for undergrounding implementation with part of Mr. Smith's recommendation for a technical advisory committee to be formed, utilizing the NCIP money that's already been established. I think it's $2 million to start the process, to follow up with staff recommendations, public comment, which some of our public have asked for, and to come up with a comprehensive plan to utilize the funds that are available to us from PG&E through the NCIP projects that we have as well. And if that results with a long-term master plan, along with the staffing recommendation that's included in that master plan, I think that is the most logical way to go. It is something we have to do. And I say that with experience. I am a retired first responder, which one of my jobs just before I retired was part of the Emergency Operations Center, which I worked at Coffee Park, Paradise Fire, and then I retired. So it is true. Most of the big fires that we've had, it happened in areas that we did not expect to happen, but it did. Also, at Constant Power is more than just fire protection. We have hospitals, people that rely on power to have daily subsistence time, along with our mental health community and our public facilities to provide our great services. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go to our public commenters on Zoom.
Tom, you can go ahead.
Yes, as most of you know, I was with the city of Monterey for 26 years, and I was involved in numerous undergrounding plans. So I'm very leery about more undergrounding plans. Usually what happens with these plans is the plans are developed, and the analogy I'll use is dine and dash. The check comes from the waiter, and then everybody's got to go to the bathroom. So Nobody wants to pay the bill. And sure, you can go around and ask people, do you want to see the city undergrounded? And overwhelmingly, they'll say, sure. And then you ask them, would you pay $50,000? And they'd say, you're out of your mind. No, I don't want to do that. So that's one thing. Another thing is it seems to be like we're really relying on this drug of the NIP, like somehow or other the NIP is going to be the savior in this. Well, the calculation's already been done. With NIP dollars, it would take, I forget how many decades or hundreds of years to get through the city. It's just not realistic. So we got to get out of the mindset that the NIP is going to bail us out on this. The NIP lives and dies year to year. I think it's fine to use an initial amount of money to help it along, but the NIP can only be spent on capital improvements. So you got to be careful. Is this person just going to be a bureaucrat shuffling papers around and doing administrative duties, not really that directly related to undergrounding? If so, I don't think that's fair pool. I don't think that should be used. And so to answer your question about 20C, as I understand it, remember, that's for new construction. So a new subdivision, that would be a 20C, whereas a 20B is an existing subdivision. Getting back to the funding, maybe one idea that you might want to explore is some portion of TOT may be going towards an ongoing sustainable undergrounding program that wouldn't rely on the NIP, that wouldn't live and die year after year. That's maybe one way to keep this thing going. That way you could hire a dedicated staff person and not have to have them on a contract because you only have $2 million. You don't know if the NIP is going to approve another slug of money in the next year or two. If you had a stable funding source, you could have stable staffing that would be dedicated to pushing this along and keeping it alive. I think that would be the best way to go. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Next, we have Esther.
Good evening again. So I grew up in Florida. So when, the city's looking at other areas, I know Florida well and have lived through hurricanes. So I know the value of undergrounding. I think everybody in the city would want to have their areas, including, our businesses, undergrounded, just like what Tom was saying. Nobody wants to pay for it, but everybody wants it. Early on, and it was, I don't know, a year or two ago, I think I was one of the first neighborhood presidents that invited Ray and Jean over to speak to us on this side of the city about undergrounding. And that was, curious to us because of this Rule 20 money that we didn't want to let go and just, not get used. But it's my understanding that it's not going to be able to cover a whole lot of North Fremont. I mean, the costs are exorbitant. So we're interested in that as far as hearing the presentation and stuff, but I don't know where these surveys have been done that after that meeting on this side of the city, I don't know where the voices are coming from. And I don't know of anybody in my neighborhood that's representing us on this committee, which, by the way, I commend all of these residents for putting in so much time and effort, on top of all the cell tower committee work that many of them have done also. That's a big, kudos to them. But I agree with Tom about the NCIP funding. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen the next round. And there are projects sitting there now that we don't even know if they're going to get done because they've been there so long. So I'm not for going to rely on NCIP money. I do agree with Nancy Soule about we need to address the evacuation routes first when we do get the money. But I will say that this city sorely needs infrastructure work. We all know that. And hiring a six-figure, salary plus benefits to do that when we have, a lot of money that needs to be spent on our safety departments, our fire department, our police department, those buildings need to be redone. We have other things that are also safety related that are going to require a lot of funding as well. And I'm just not sure that most people would sacrifice those type of safety projects that would affect us now for the one that will take decades and generations to get done. So that's my feeling on it. Thank you.
And our last speaker is Kim.
Yes, I just wanted to tap into a couple things. It was one about a permanent staff member to start helping with underground, electrical. I think that there is something to be said about a relationship between our city and the PG&E. We have done a lot of things in our city that doesn't necessarily make sense. And there are areas that have a lot of trees that are valuable. They make sense. And then there's a lot of the times that there are trees that are dangerous, and there should be power lines that are then sent underground, and those should be taken into consideration. I think that we need to make sure that we have a little bit more flexibility with our plan, and it's not about throwing money at a situation. It's about just using common sense. And I also think I'm going to speak to Nancy's comment about an evacuation plan. We need to make sure that we have water. Are all of our fire hydrants working? Do we have water supplied to everything that we need to have it supplied to should an emergency arrive? Because we've seen the devastation that has happened when we are not prepared. Are we emergency prepared and made sure that everywhere we are, that we can have the pressure of water that we're supposed to have? We have an ocean, we have the capability, we have water. Is everything working if there is an emergency? Are we able to protect our citizens? Are we able to protect their houses? Or is there going to be a dry fire hydrant? What are we doing, and are we prepared? That is just the last thing that I want to leave this with. It's not about a permanent staff person. It's not about what we have going down the middle of Fremont Street, which is basically a useless bicycle lane. It's about, can we actually prepare and act when there is a problem that occurs to our community? And that's everything that I have to say. And I hope that everything works and we have the water that we need when we need it.
Sorry. All right, with that, thank you for all the public comment. We'll go ahead and close public comment, and I'll pass it to Councilmember Rash to kick us off.
Thank you. Let me try this. As residents who pay PG&E bills, we pay a fee every month. It's about 1 or 2% on every bill. PG&E collects that money and it goes into a big pool. And that's the Rule 20A money. That money is distributed if a city is assertive enough to say, I'm ready, I have a project, we have a project, and we are deserving. We haven't had a project in years. We're low income. We are organized. We're going to put our plans into PG, and we're going to get your attention. For years, the only cities that benefited from Rule 20A were San Francisco and San Diego, give or take. The little ones like us rarely got their act together. So historically, it has been very inequitable system, and that's why PG&E is getting rid of it. So they are on their last throes of the PG&E Rule 20A money. Steve Whittree, before he left, knew all this, finally got us in line for an active project. North Fremont was selected because they were, in the eyes of PG&E, underserviced. So Steve got us in line with an active project. If this active project is not installed by 2031, that money is going to be lost. So it's $4.7 million. In lieu now of Rule 20A money, PG&E is reassessing how they're going to allocate these fees, and it'll be called 20B. And there's a guidebook that I'll get to all of you. And it talks about how they're assessing how it'll be. Probably what they're going to do is a more equitable idea of whatever projects we have, they'll kick in 20%. That's their latest thought. There's also going to be distribution of some of the money that is in line for active projects, but don't become fulfilled. That money will be left over. PG&E will divide it among those cities who have active projects. So the question tonight really is, are we going to hire a person that can walk us through finishing Fremont, utilizing the $4.7 million, getting us to have a council or a commission of people like Ray and Charlie who know exactly what they're doing, along with some engineers, staff, where we meet like the Planning Commission on a regular basis and continue the discourse that's happening tonight. All the great questions, funding, first prioritization. Who goes first? Well, Fremont goes first because we have $4.7 million. So we have this opportunity to begin by not losing $4.7 million. We have $2.25 million to sweeten that deal, get going, and then we put the project manager helps us put together a commission. The commission works on a regular public notice basis, just like we do. And we continue the dialogue. What are the priorities? Is it fire districts? Is it evacuation routes? All these great ideas that we've had tonight. Is it roads that are due to be restructured anyway? We're going to tear them apart. Maybe we should optimize the money and utilize it for undergrounding. Okay. When you hear master plan, don't freak out. It doesn't mean where every nail and every crossbow is going to go. It means here is we're going to organize it by fire or whatever the commission recommends, takes to the council approves. That becomes our priority. It's a lot like planning commission, and walks us through the science of it. So that would be putting together a master plan and then putting together funding ideas. Of course, it's expensive. It can't just be NCIP, but it's going to be the Rule 20B money. It could be, if we had a knowledgeable engineer, project manager who could walk us through this stuff, it could be assessment districts where areas volunteer to take on a tax on their parcel tax, and they're willing to make that commitment. It could be Fremont that for the main lines is they're going to get it paid for by the Rule 20A money. Now, if the private residences have their laterals, which is a term for the extension into their private property, that would probably remain an obligation of the homeowner. It could be lien, or we could say, hey, we're going to wrap it right into there. That would be the guidance of the commission. It could be sales tax money. It could be bonds. It could be grants. It could be infrastructure money. We would want people on this commission that are knowledgeable enough to write grants, find money, because that's going to be the long-term key to it. So that's the overall view. The question tonight is, why haven't we finished North Fremont? And it's because we haven't had anybody to guide us through it. So are we going to continue to not do anything and we won't get the 4.7 million done and we won't learn how to do this and we won't get better and smarter and we won't take all these people who are on the undergrounding committee and put them on this commission to move from conception to implementation and finding money and finding grants? That's what's before you tonight.
Please. Yeah, thank you, Gene. It's a great summary. In my head, I'm just thinking back to the designation of North Fremont. At some point, that P, it's late.
It is late.
Project A, or say it again.
It was Rule 28.
Rule 28.
Yeah.
A, 20A. So we started with nothing. We started with 0. And at some point, we said, well, I think we need more money for that. So we're not really in much of a hurry because that money's got a bank and we got to get to a point where we do have a project and a council priority. So I think we're really there now.
I think.
And I agree. I was thinking as we were listening to our good folks give us some testimony, I think that it's almost like North Fremont is the first project, the satellite project, that a project manager, whether it's full-time or consultant or whatever, but that's why they're hired. That's the priority, is while we're looking at master planning, I never want to approach it and say, well, we've got to do a master planning for the whole city before we know what we're doing, and then we'll start trying to pick off the different projects. We won't ever pick off a project if we include all the lower priorities that are in the city. So the master planning, yeah, but that's more incremental. I think it's a matter of we dive in and say, the first project's North Fremont. How do we get to a point where we get the right people that start the specific dialogue with PG&E and figure out how much more money is going to be needed to get this project going? But I think North Fremont is the first project in the example of how we do this. I'm still kind of torn between, okay, the consultant or full-time employee. So let's say a full-time employee comes on and through Hans, he's established his priority, the job description, the person knows what they're doing, and maybe it's not an engineer, but it's a project manager. So how long does that project manager work to get it to the position where the project is ready to go? And how long is that project manager paid off of the money that we have set aside because of the NCIP? The concern I have is that's a 3-year, 4-year employee that's burning through that money for us getting to the point where we have the project. So I know it's going to cost and I know it's going to take time, but I'd like to hear more in terms of the timeline. If we said North Fremont and we said hire a project manager, how long will it take that project manager to get that point when it's ready to say we have a project where we're not relying on NCIP funds that are paying for that position? So question for the city manager is this something that tonight we're giving you a free form of our ideas, but you come back, it's budget time? Is that what your thinking is?
Yes, exactly. So my thinking was that you give us the green light, so to speak, for the suggestion to bring a senior project manager on board, which we would then implement into the budget that we bring forward in May and June.
Okay. Well, that's my thoughts, and I think that's the right approach. I think the master plan comes eventually, but I think what we ought to do is say our project first is North Fremont, and we proceed with, at budget time, find the right person to hire, get them on board, and they've got their walking orders in terms of what our priorities are. And a lot of that is, I'm still not sure how we approach the stakeholder piece and the resident piece. Now, North Fremont is not so much resident, but it's business, commercial. How do we get them hooked up from their property from the main lines? And do we need to form a district? And that's suppose the project manager is going to come up and give us the capacity.
Mhm.
When we start shifting over to residential,
Mhm.
that's really a big concern
Mhm.
in terms of how do we get the project manager, give us the options of how we can get a move forward on the smaller increments that are maybe 3 blocks.
Mhm.
Because those 3 blocks are highest priority for losing power. And it's a navigational evacuation. And it makes sense because it hits the criteria of evacuation, safety, power lines going down all the time, and PG&E agrees that's a spot. So I think, Nancy Soule mentioned it's not the whole, it's incremental, and I think we need somebody to help us what the next projects would be after North Fremont.
It's our test case.
Yeah, I think it's the first project to dive into.
Dr. Barber.
So I agree with not wasting the money with 20A, knowing that that's for $4.7 million by 2031. That makes sense not to waste that. However, when we talk about establishing the goals and that being part of what we are giving instruction for tonight, I think you can't establish all the goals, even though North Fremont, I think, I have no problem with North Fremont being the project, the pilot project or what have you. But I think if you're establishing goals, even for this project manager or this consultant, you still need to establish the goals by utilizing some sort of community engagement, because $15,000 to $40,000 is a lot, just like I believe Eric Palmer had mentioned. And even like Tom had talked about, everybody wants it, but then when you start talking about the specifics of it, it gets very different. And I know with North Fremont being a lot more commercial, but you still have residential that's going to come into play too. So I don't want to get like a project manager or a consultant and then halfway in and say, okay, well, do this part, but don't do this part yet, because we need to, get more buy-in to make sure the residents are able to understand what's going on. But then even afterwards, the second part of it, you talk about incremental, the second part of it, when you get to the residentials that are outside of the North Fremont area, you still have to be able to give them the information and to educate them about what that looks like and what that means. Of course, everybody wants to make sure that they mitigate fire risk, and they want to make sure that they take away any of the outages. I mean, I don't know about you, but I think all of us are tired of the outages. But it's important for everybody to understand what the cost is and to be able to have that buy-in and not to be something that is thrown upon them. So I think that's important for us to remember. I have no problem with underground. I believe in it. I love it. That's what I want to see too, because it does take away the risk and it does mitigate the outages. But I think that there is another piece that's missing that needs to happen as far as the direction.
So I'm going to sound somewhat repetitive also, because I also agree that in general, I support it. I support it as a concept. I think it's something that would be great for our city, and I think we can all really see the benefits of it. I'm not entirely sure that we're ready to jump into what's being requested here. I sit on the North Fremont Business District Board, and speaking with business owners there is appetite for undergrounding along North Fremont. But I don't necessarily know that the information, all of the information, has really got to them in terms of what their responsibility would be to make sure that the undergrounding goes all the way to their source. So I'm thinking about, and again, it's been mentioned already, North Fremont is primarily commercial. I'm thinking about Spas by the Bay. I'm thinking about Monterey Lanes, In Shape, Car Wash, structures that are receded even further away from the actual street. Which, I mean, just thinking about, let's say, In Shape, I mean, that for me, and not having a background in any of this, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes beyond $40,000 to extend that line. So what does that mean also for businesses in terms of business disruption during that work? What does it mean in terms of their bottom line as they're trying to continue their business and make their business flourish. So I mean, there are a lot of questions and a lot of I think not outreach but engagement that really needs to happen before we even start to consider what we're considering tonight. I do think that having North Fremont as a defined corridor to start this may be a good first step in the sense that, well, in many senses, but one specifically in that we would know which is the defined group of individuals that would be directly impacted, and that way we know who we need to have those very specific conversations with. Owner of Spas by the Bay, would you support this? Would you be willing to spend X amount of dollars to be participant of this whole corridor getting undergrounded? So I think maybe that would be a good start.
Good idea.
There's a lot to say. So I like the idea of doing a master plan. I think doing a feasibility study, I think will also be helpful. As much information as we can have moving forward with this, I think can only help us make a strategy of the city transitioning into truly taking on undergrounding more successful. So I think Eric had shared in his public comment around a scientific community survey. I think even doing that might be helpful towards making sure that we have really good information in regards to what the needs and desires are in the community so that we can ensure that we have as much community buy-in as possible. Because as my colleagues have identified, there's going to be a sticker shock for a lot of folks in the community and businesses as this gets implemented. And I hope that what I'm saying isn't being taken as pushing back. I'm trying to find a way of helping this be successful, and we need community buy-in for it. And I guarantee you that as soon as we start implementing some of this and folks are getting, they're taking this to a vote for an assessment district, people are going to be really concerned. And if they're on the losing end of that, there's going to be a lot of fights amongst neighbors. So I think the more information that we have, the more thoughtful we are around the information that we're providing to the public, and the more transparent we are about it, the better. I am hearing this sense of both from NCIP, from the undergrounding committee, from my colleagues, that there probably should be a first desire and focus on the North Fremont business corridor, particularly because the funding is available. I have a question for staff. Do we have any idea at all in regards to what the potential cost would be for undergrounding North Fremont? Ballpark, anything?
We have an old cost estimate that probably needs to be refined, but it was a little over I think it was around 5.3 million.
Okay.
But those numbers are preliminary cost estimates and they're probably outdated.
What year-ish was that?
I don't have that off.
Steve did this probably around 2019, 2020.
Okay. So my thought is, why don't we do whatever we need to do in the simplest way possible without creating too much complexity on getting the North Fremont section done so that we can utilize that funding before it expires. I have concern around hiring somebody. If we can do a contracted position, so it's not a permanent position, my concern with that is if we're hiring somebody full-time and a future NCIP doesn't want to reallocate funding towards that, that funding is going to be stuck on our city's general funds. So I'm fine hiring somebody, but it has to be somehow not permanent unless we find another way of being able to fund it. And, I can support an initiative if the undergrounding committee wants to take lead on it in reallocating a portion of the NCIP funds for 10 years or whatever that looks like for undergrounding. But we need to have a better plan there before we potentially obligate funding that risks putting our general fund out of budget. One final thought is, as a way of looking at what next steps look like outside of North Fremont, I think it would be really smart of us to maybe have a pot of funding that we have available. And as we're digging, and Nancy Soule brought this up, as we're digging, and whether it's PG&E, whether it's, Cal-Am, whether it's the city, whoever's doing it, if we're digging up the roads, we need to have a pot of funding available to say, okay, project cost for digging up the road is whatever that amount is. Adding the conduit in is this additional extra cost. Let's pull that funding out of this bucket and let's add that to the project and let's put that conduit in the ground. I think there could be a lot of cost savings there that can really make a strong appeal to the community. So I think I'd be really interested in going down that path. So I don't know how to take all this and turn it into something about how to move forward. But what I would conclude my thought with is likely hiring a consultant to be project lead on figuring out how we make North Fremont happen. That's my thought right now. And then maybe we kind of piecemeal this a little bit, because my concern is that we try to go so big so quickly that we're struggling with doing all the things that we're doing. So let's be successful and not overwhelm ourselves. Let's show that we can actually do something and get it done. And then we can continue the conversation over time.
So, if I may offer the council some thoughts for consideration. I hear what the council says. The truth is, if we hire a senior project manager who will be guiding a consultant who will be working on North Fremont, and who will be funded out of the funding available through the NCIP project, we are moving into the direction that council just described, which is don't let the chips, the work credits of $4.7 million equivalent from PG&E expire. We got to work on that. We don't have a resource right now. So if we hire, as we propose, the senior project manager to push this project forward, we can deliver a plan. We can work collaboratively and figure out all the things that Councilmember Gino Garcia was speaking about with respect to North Fremont, with respect to others. Now, the concern I hear loud and clear from the mayor saying, oh, what happens if the funding dries up or if there is no funding? Not bad if this happens, because we have so much money in the NCIP and CIP pipeline, and we are so understaffed that this person would jump directly into the other projects and work on that. So if we die over the Rule 20A, or we don't make progress, or this money dries up, or nobody wants to push for anything, the person, him or herself, we have plenty of work for a project manager of that caliber. So I wanted to kind of put those worries, those very accurate worries to rest, that it's not like we are sitting there and then the general fund is burdened by that. We would be happy to spend CIP money and NCIP money on the other projects. What I asked, so that's a consideration for the council. I understand that there is this theoretical thing of, well, let the engineers figure something out and start a consultant. That takes away from all the other projects, and we do not have that capacity right now. So I would rather suggest to the council then to decide, okay, do we want to reject that NCIP project as a council and give it back to the NCIP and say, use the $2.25 million for something else? Because what are we doing then? If we cannot touch that money right now, how do you want to work about how you want to go forward with that. We do not have a resource on staff. And what I can hear the council say in 5 years when it's 2031 approaching, where's the North Fremont project, Hans? And we will say, or somebody, whoever the city manager is, and we will have that challenge definitely, because there's nobody we can assign to that without taking them away from other priorities that we also have in the city. So I wanted to put this thought, your thought at ease to say what are we doing with that resource? Now the idea that you kind of brought forward with that very colloquial is called dig once. And in essence applies actually to put conduit from broadband, not really for undergrounding. There needs to be a plan to that. You don't want to throw conduit into an area where somebody digs for sewer or CalAm and never return to that. So you need also this type of planning that you suggest, and that makes complete sense. And it's not that easy also to just say we throw conduit in, because for undergrounding, you require a design process. So we can throw conduit here across the street at the Francis Elkin Park and connect to the new Pocket Park for future lighting and water lines there. That's simple. But for the undergrounding, it requires also a design process to put undergrounding into the ground. When we say just put the conduit in, and you gotta have a plan. We don't have a plan, so we can play whatever you may call it. Slot machine and hope one day the three cherries pop up on that street and we have the conduit down there. So I think what we are proposing as staff is a very reasonable approach, giving the situation with respect to our staffing levels, giving to the funding level that we have from the NCIP, and the desire for starting that process. Now, if it's the will of the council or the majority of the council to say, well, let's take a big pause on this one, that's fine with us as well. But I just wanted to caution everyone that we do not have anyone on staff right now who can go after the $4.7 million in credits that PG&E has waiting for us.
So I'll quickly provide some response. I mean, in no way was I saying in regards to digging once, was it like, oh, the ground's open, let's just throw it in. Of course, there's more at play that's there, but I imagine that it's a lot cheaper for us to do it when the ground is open than to do it when we decide that we're ready to underground a certain segment. And I hear what you're saying in regards to being able to reshuffle, reutilize. The fact of the matter is that there are the needs with NCIP, with CIP. I know that there's ongoing recruitments for those positions. Who knows if that will change in the future and we fill those positions and there's not that need. I just don't want to put us in a situation where we're stuck with it. I would offer or suggest that maybe we do a contract position. And if a position happens to be still open and available that we can transition that person into when their funding expires, then we can make that shift. But I'm hesitant to burden our general fund without certainty of what the future holds in regards to the position.
Can I add something?
Please.
I get it now that you've explained it over. Maybe it's the lateness of the hour and heard it twice or three times. It helps. It makes more sense with what you said, because you want to get started. It's clear that the priority for this council is we want to get started. We don't want to lose the 20A on North Fremont, and we need to have a staff member to do that. The consideration is staff full-time, it's our project manager, or a consultant going out to get a company that has the right person to do that. And as the city manager has indicated, that's more problematic because I think he's focused on the deliverables on a timeline that we can, as an organization, manage, supervise, and get us in a position to be able to get things started with the PG&E and make all the considerations that need to happen from a project management piece. Now, that project manager is likely going to have the engineering, and then that's where the consultant would come in. So that's where we would likely go out and consult with an engineering firm that augments all the plans that have to go to PG&E. So the project manager is doing all the essential things on the early part of the projects to get it positioned where we can have execution, engineering, and then timeline. It makes sense to have a project manager that works for us, because then they're advocating and representing us rather than a consultant that's a project manager. And that person should be able to work within our organization. I imagine Public Works, under the leadership and supervision of our Public Works director and team, we would probably get more out of that person than we would out of a consultant. So that makes sense. But it sounds like this is going to come back to us in budget time. So I don't know that we need to make any other decisions tonight about consultant versus part-time or versus full-time city employee. I think this is back to the city manager to prepare it for us to, have it at budget time. Unless I've missed something, we're not deciding tonight.
We are making a decision tonight.
Well, are we deciding tonight on a consultant or a part-time or a full-time employee?
The item is approving a pathway for undergrounding implementation.
Okay, so
Could that choice be the city managers to find?
well, to me, it sounds like the city manager is asking for our input.
Yeah.
And I would say from my perspective, that it makes sense to hire a project manager that works for the city. So at least we can get into the nuts and bolts with an experienced project manager who starts the scoping to figure out what our next steps are. And then at that point, that person would make recommendations to all the things that they need. And that person working within Public Works makes sense. So I agree with the city manager that we should hire or authorize the hiring of a project manager.
Councilman Garcia.
Well, maybe I need a little bit more clarity here, because I'm hearing the need to bring someone on to basically expedite given the timeline, right? But I think I also heard tonight that it's a challenge hiring that person.
Yes.
So wouldn't it be potentially a quicker process to get a consultant or a contract hire versus an actual employee?
Yes and no. The reason why consultants are first of all also hard to find. Second, somebody has to run the consultant. Somebody has to define what the consultant is doing. The project manager will hire a consultant. The project manager will be full-time working just on undergrounding. When we have staff, a senior project manager on staff, they work on multiple projects, ranging from building rehabilitation to horizontal projects. So this would be a fully dedicated person to undergrounding. And yes, Councilman Garcia, it will be difficult to find, but again, maybe the job may sound more attractive for someone who has worked in capacity in undergrounding in a different city. And if we find the right salary level, that person might be swayed to come to Monterey. But I'm kidding. I'm not kidding you. It will be a difficult recruitment.
But right, and that's why I posed the question, because I think I, as well as my colleagues, right, want to see if this is going to happen, right, want to see it through successfully. Right. So I'm thinking of the potentials, right? And I understand the breakdown where if we look for a full-time, that person would then manage the consultant. and it would be the same setup with a contract,
Right.
right? Or contractor, right? They then would manage
Yeah.
the consultant. And just understanding
Yeah.
what might be a little bit more maybe feasible or something that could, take place in a little bit of a quicker process without jeopardizing the quality.
Right. Yes. Yes. And if I may just say, Mr. Mayor, one more time, I'm not worried about the person as a contract employee. I would hire the person as a full-time employee. We are so much understaffed right now. There is no way that we are looking in 3 years at having too many engineers sitting there. And then what are we doing with this person? So I'm not worried about that. And again, we will manage attrition, we will manage retention to ensure that this will be not an additional burden on the general fund should the undergrounding money not be made available. So that's one-on-one.
I appreciate your optimism in regards to that, but there's no guarantee that the conditions don't exist where we end up having to foot the bill on the general fund. So I mean,
I can guarantee you it will not exist. I can guarantee you to
how?
Because we're talking about 3, 5, 8 years. There's always attrition, there's always retention, there are always opportunity. That's what we're doing for decades to manage the general fund with staffing levels, finding opportunities, or not backfilling when we really see we don't have the funds there, freezing positions. So I totally appreciate what your concerns are, but that's something that we absolutely can manage.
Can I?
Yeah. Sorry, we're good.
So I'm a little confused. If you're taking the money to be used for undergrounding to have this contractor or project manager, whichever one you would do from a full-time employee FTE to either a contractor, and then yet you're saying, if I'm understanding you correctly, that's why I want clarification, that if something, happens later on and they don't have money for that position, that you can find something else for them to do. But then at that point, it gets absorbed by the general budget. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so
Because that would then offset another hiring for the same purpose of spending general fund money on capital improvement projects and NCIP projects.
okay, so I guess I'm trying to understand if we're hiring the person for undergrounding right now, and that's what we're bringing them on for, that and we have so many uncertainties, not knowing about this or that, PGE, the 20A, whether you're going to get through it, who you have to, what the next steps are, what the goals are. If that's the case, then why I know you're saying that we could use them anyway to do something else.
Yes.
But they would be hired for that particular time for undergrounding with that money. So why not do it as a contract so that you have a little bit more control over if you need to be able to transfer them in as a full-time employee, which I've seen a lot of contractors come in that one way, and then later on you can transfer them in if need be. Is that something to consider?
So, Councilmember Barber, you are asking me about an employee to bring on board as a contract employee. Is this your question?
And then because then at that point in time, you still have a little control over it's a contract when it ends and when it begins, of course. But then if it needs to go into something different, then it can be transferred into a FTE later on if that's something that's needed. At least you have a little bit more control over, okay, your contract is ended, we're not going to renew it, or your contract is ended and we're going to turn it into FTE.
Yes. So in essence, you are stating using different terms what is actually the plan. As a city, we are not hiring contract employees. We cannot hire employees on a 3-year basis. We made a decision a long time ago for certain reasons why this is not appropriate. They accumulate seniority the same way, but we can treat someone like that. If the funding runs out after 3 years, that employee has rights of bumping rights, etc. The city's layoff procedures will apply, and that's where I stated that employee then will transfer from that NCIP, so to speak, funded position, which then expires into positions that we have in the city, either open or not filled, or through attrition backfill, that are then working on general funded projects or NCIP projects. But as a city, we are not hiring contract employees anymore. That goes many years back. I cannot give you the reason anymore, but we are hiring employees as full-time employees. When the funding runs out, they have layoff procedure rights. That means somebody else will get bumped if the position cannot be funded. So that is, in essence, I think, what you describe, with the caveat that the same person may be still staying in the city and someone else has to go.
Okay.
Yeah,
I hope that explains it.
Yeah, I and also I've seen in the cases, and Tamsi is in this position because we have continuously trying to find a qualified engineer, and the city has had a hard time getting qualified engineers. This is a project manager, so not necessarily engineer. The problem is when you hire a consultant and you've got them launched and they work for an outside company, and we've had a contract, they could replace that person and then they give us the next person. So sometimes we lose the momentum of projects when their personnel change, or when the contract runs out, to say, well, we really like this person, let's hire him a full-time job. We have lost total control over the continuity of any planning or projects or logistics, because that person works for another company and they might not necessarily want to leave that company and come to work for us. But I think it's cleaner to say that, I agree that, a project manager full-time being brought on to the city, and I'm convinced that I don't have the worry that it becomes a drawdown on project money that is sitting in NCIP, because every year this council reviews the work that staff has done and the staff recommendations for the budget. That's when we would have the oversight piece to be able to say, okay, it's been 2 years, this project manager's been drawing salary, NCIP is funding it. We feel like this should move faster. What are we doing? So we have that opportunity every fiscal year to have that conversation on any employee allocated that is supervised, or I should say the function, not the employee, but the function that the employee is aligning in the budget. So that's part of our job, that we have a conversation with our city manager and staff, that we manage the budget every year. So we have an opportunity to oversee this. So it's not like we're just saying, okay, hire a manager and they better get their job done in 3 years, or we're going to be really disappointed. Hey, we get to oversee this too through the budget process. So it sounds like a reasonable request. So I agree. I think it's time for decision point to say project manager authorized to go forward concept the city managers presented to us tonight. And we'll have other decision points down the road too.
Could I ask for clarification? So when you're saying that we can transition this position over to fill in some of the work for NCIP, CIP projects, how does that work if this is a project manager position when the work associated with those other tasks are engineering work?
Yeah, Andrew can answer that as well, but we are really looking equally at project manager as well as engineers. We have project managers running projects for the city who are not engineers, who are just experts in project management. And I let Andrew talk a little bit more about it. That's part of the compromise that we are trying to get projects out, knowing also that not everyone needs to be an engineer to get something done.
Yeah, that's essentially correct. The project manager and an engineering position are functionally equivalent. The difference is one's a licensed position that can stamp and sign off on some of their work, but as long as they're working under a licensed project manager, is working under a licensed engineer, they can have that oversight. So there's just a little difference, but a lot of the project management work doesn't necessarily need to be a licensed engineer as long as they're working under the oversight of a licensed engineer. So
Okay.
functionally very similar.
I apologize for some additional questions here because I'm just trying to fully understand this. How many, we have 4 engineering positions that are vacant?
Oh, no, the engineering division, I think, has 9 vacancies right now.
9. Okay. And out of those 9 vacancies, how many of those are project managers positions?
Off the top of my head, I think 2. I could be wrong. We have 1 senior project manager that's advertised right now, and I think we have another PM that's currently vacant.
Okay. All right. My last question is, I know it's kind of sounding like Groundhog Day a little bit. I guess what's the issue with hiring a contractor to do it? I hear what your concerns are in regards to continuity with the potential of losing somebody, which, by the way, could also happen when we hire somebody on city staff. So I'm trying to understand the difference with contracting this out, hiring a consultant to do this work versus having somebody on city staff. Us releasing the RFP, getting the consultant,
Yes.
selecting the consultant, to me, in my mind, is the same as
Yeah.
the recruitment process of trying to bring somebody on board.
Yes.
And then the work required to work with that contractor is the same as
Right.
the work, assigning work to an employee. So I'm just trying to understand where's the concern?
I don't have a concern. I just I'm just sharing we need both. And think about also what you discussed. You want to have the neighborhood associations involved. You want to have an ad hoc committee being built. You want to build the connections to the businesses and figure out what we can do. You want a staff person to coordinate the consultant, but you want also a staff person to be the connector for neighborhoods. You want to be a staff person who understands all of that. So my answer is the same. We need a project manager who runs the consultant, but there's enough work for the project manager to do all the connections, so to speak, with all the different various stakeholders that we have, as well as you need a staff person. Should we have the ad hoc committee built, a staff person to also staff the ad hoc committee and provide them with the necessary guidance and information.
Okay. Well, what I'm saying for today, I don't necessarily see the need for us to do the ad hoc committee when I think that the focus and priority should be on the North Fremont project. I don't want to get that committee going before there's an actual need there if we're trying to focus on North Fremont. And so I'm struggling to see the requirement for us to add a city staff right now where we couldn't do a contract consultant. So I'm good moving forward. I think we should do a contractor so that we're not putting ourselves at risk. I appreciate the city manager's feedback. I appreciate your feedback, Ed. I just would feel better and safer knowing that this is NCIP funding. It's a limited amount and we don't put ourselves in a precarious situation. Let's just move forward and get this done is where I'm at with it. So, ¿qué más?
Are we done with discussion?
It's open. Anybody can make a motion at any time.
Okay. Did you want to make a motion? Okay. Yeah, I want to make a motion, and I don't think it's very complicated for agenda item 18. The recommendation from the staff is the city council approve a pathway for undergrounding implementation. And with this motion to direct the city manager to proceed with hiring the staff to implement the pathway for undergrounding implementation.
It's elegant.
Well, I'm waiting for a second.
Second.
Okay. So, like, nobody's ever said I'm elegant.
There's always a first, Ed.
It doesn't come my way that often.
She's very tired.
Yes.
I'm going to try to make a substitute motion. So I'll make a recommendation that we have staff move forward with hiring a consultant to help execute the work in regards to getting the North Fremont project executed. That's where I'm at.
Okay, so procedurally, you would take care of the second motion first.
Yes,
right?
that's correct. Any other discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I would just offer that, based on the input, we've had a lot of it. We've had some input from the city manager. I mean, I was thinking this was the first way when I was first looking at this. And when I was reading the staff report a couple days ago, I was thinking that line of reasoning. However, I changed my mind based on the input of, in part, many speakers, the city manager, and in part, some of the conversation that the council had. So I can't support that motion, but I would support the project manager being hired by the city manager, because for all the reasons that I've already said, I think that's the better direction. Because I think we're still going to have somebody that's in our city staff that's overseeing the consultant. And I think I heard the city manager say, we need a project manager, and then we're going to need consultants as well. And that project manager's job in part is going to be to help us get the right consultant for the right specific things. So I think we first need a project manager that's our person as we go forward to get this going to execution. And I don't think we can do that with just a consultant, because who's going to supervise that consultant? City manager's already said we're short on staff to be able to have somebody to supervise consultant.
Yeah, the same applies if we hire somebody. Somebody has to supervise the employee. So,
well, that's easy because we've already got the structure. We've got the public works and we've got project managers already.
yeah, but somebody has to guide them along, give them the feedback, get them integrated.
Yeah, that takes, I would imagine, take about a week and some conversations with the public works.
With a consultant.
But I think the consultant has to have somebody to report to and spend time with, and then that means that it's a outside consultant that is not having a tie to the city. And I just think that it's a little more awkward to do it that way, rather than a project manager that is our employee.
I understand.
That oversees the consultant.
I think we've reached that point. Yeah.
Call for the vote.
To vote.
Sure.
All right, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Can you clarify the motion? Your motion.
The motion
is the
is
vote.
to have staff move forward with hiring contract consultant to assist with executing the work associated. That is my motion.
That's his motion. Secondary motion.
Okay, would you just say it? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. Okay, is to hire contract consultant to execute the work needed to get the North Fremont 28 Rule 28 project executed. That's the motion. Okay, we're good. All right. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
All right, motion passes 4-1. But that's it. Do we have to, we don't have to vote on the first one now because we did the second. Just want to make sure. Okay. Sorry, it's late. So, okay. All right. So thank you everybody for the public feedback and input. With that, we're going to move on to council comments.
Somebody else want to start?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay, so very quick. Council comments. Thank you to Brian Edwards, who was our speaker at Cannery Row Rotary 2 weeks ago. Big vote at the California Transportation Commission on the MST, the CEQA, as well as approving $25 million for the Surfway project. That vote is on Thursday or Friday with the California Transportation Commission. So fingers crossed there. And also one last thing, it was mentioned tonight, a couple things about BRAC. Department of Defense, Department of Army. So perfect timing at the end of the month, actually the 30th through the 2nd. Well, travel day is the 30th, 31st through the 2nd. City manager and I are going to be traveling to Virginia to attend the Association of Defense Communities. I last attended in 2019, 2018, I'm sorry. And so perfect timing with what we know is happening in Washington. Always the threat of BRAC. We are members in partnership with the Department of Defense and Intergovernmental Services Agreement. And it's an opportunity to meet several new people and some of the leadership there and the other communities who are also members of the association. So I will be physically missing next council meeting. I'm not sure if I'll be Zooming in. I'm going to try. It's East Coast time and I'm not sure of the schedule yet. So that's my plan to travel. That's all.
Okay. And I think everybody else is good.
I'll save mine. That sounds timely. That sounds great.
It does sound timely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And elegant.
All right. City manager reports.
Nothing.
Nothing. All right. With that, we'll go ahead and adjourn. Thank you, everybody.